They made easy targets for those archers who had stayed on the city bank. The current was strong, and Thomas could only take short steps. Bolts splashed about him. A man just in front was hit in the throat and was snatched down by the weight of his mail coat to leave nothing but a swirl of bloody water. The ship's gunwales were stuck with white-feathered arrows. A Frenchman was draped over the side of one boat, and his body twitched whenever an arrow hit his corpse. Blood trickled from a scupper.
"Kill the bastards! Kill the bastards!"
a man muttered next to Thomas, who saw it was one of the Earl of Warwick's constables. Finding he could not stop the attack, he had decided to join it. The man was carrying a curved falchion, half sword and half butcher's cleaver. The wind flattened the smoke from the burning houses, dipping it close to the river and filling the air with scraps of burning straw. Some of those scraps had lodged in the furled sails of two of the ships that were now burning fiercely. Their defenders had scrambled ashore. Other enemy bowmen were retreating from the first mud-streaked English and Welsh soldiers who clambered up the bank between the grounded boats. The air was filled with the quick fluttering hiss of arrows flying overhead. The island's bells still clamoured. A Frenchman was shouting from the Barbican's tower, ordering men to spread along the river and attack the groups of Welsh and English who struggled and slithered in the river mud. Thomas kept wading. The water reached his chest, then began to recede. He fought the clinging mud of the riverbed and ignored the crossbow bolts that drove into the water about him. A crossbowman stood up from behind a boat's gunwale and aimed straight at Thomas's chest, but then 2 arrows struck the man and he fell backwards. Thomas pushed on, climbing now. Then suddenly he was out of the river, and he stumbled up the slick mud into the shelter of the overhanging stern of the closest barge. He could see that men were still fighting at the barricade, but he could also see that the river was now swarming with archers and hobblers, who, mud-spattered and soaking, began to haul themselves onto the boats. The remaining defenders had few weapons other than their crossbows, while most of the archers had swords or axes. The fight on the moored boats was one-sided, the slaughter brief, and then the disorganized and leaderless mass of attackers surged off the blood-soaked decks and up from the river onto the island. The Earl of Warwick's man-at-arms went ahead of Thomas. He clambered up the steep grassy bank and was immediately hit in the face by a crossbow bolt, so that he jerked backwards with a fine mist of blood encircling his helmet. The bolt had driven clean through the bridge of his nose, killing him instantly and leaving him with an offended expression. His falchion landed in the mud at Thomas's feet, so he slung his bow and picked the weapon up. It was surprisingly heavy. There was nothing sophisticated about a falchion. It was simply a killing tool with an edge designed to cut deep because of the weight of the broad blade. It was a good weapon for a melee. Will Skeet had once told Thomas how he had seen a Scottish horse decapitated with a single blow of a falchion, and just to see one of the brutal blades was to feel terror in the gut. The Welsh hobblers were on the barge, finishing off its defenders. Then they gave a shout in their strange language and leaped ashore, and Thomas followed them, to find himself in a loose rank of crazed attackers who ran towards a row of tall and wealthy houses, defended by the men who had escaped from the barges and by the citizens of Caen. The crossbowmen had time to loose 1 bolt apiece, but they were nervous and most shot wide, and then the attackers were onto them like hounds onto a wounded deer. Thomas wielded the falchion two-handed. A crossbowman tried to defend himself with his bow, but the heavy blade sliced through the weapon's stock as if it had been made of ivory, then buried itself in the Frenchman's neck. A spurt of blood jetted over Thomas's head as he wrenched the heavy sword free and kicked the crossbowman between the legs. A Welshman was grinding a spear blade into a Frenchman's ribs. Thomas stumbled on the man he had struck down, caught his balance, and shouted the English war cry, "St. George!" He swung the blade again, chopping through the forearm of a man wielding a club. He was close enough to smell the man's breath and the stink of his clothes. A Frenchman was swinging a sword while another was beating at the Welsh with an iron-studded mace. This was tavern fighting, outlaw fighting, and Thomas was screaming like a fiend. God damn them all! He was pattered with blood as he kicked and clawed and slashed his way down the alley. The air seemed unnaturally thick, moist and warm. It stank of blood. The iron-studded mace missed his head by a finger's breadth and struck the wall instead, and Thomas swung the falchion upwards so it cut into the man's groin. The man yelled out, and Thomas kicked the back of the blade to drive it home. "Bastard!" he said, kicking the blade again. "Bastard!" A Welshman speared the man, and two more leaped his body and, their long hair and beards smeared with blood, lunged their red-bladed spears at the next rank of defenders. There must have been 20 or more enemy in the alley, and Thomas and his companions were fewer than a dozen. But the French were nervous, and the attackers were confident, and so they ripped into them with spear and sword and falchion, just hacking and stabbing, slicing and cursing them, killing in a welter of summer hatred. More and more English and Welsh were swarming up from the river, and the sound they made was a keening noise, a howl for blood, and a wail of derision for a wealthy enemy. These were the hounds of war that had escaped from their kennels, and they were taking this great city that the lords of the army had supposed would hold the English advance for a month. The defenders in the alley broke and ran. Thomas hacked a man down from behind and wrenched the blade free with a scraping noise of steel on bone. The hobilars kicked in a door, claiming the house beyond as their property. A rush of archers in the Prince of Wales's green and white livery poured down the alley, following Thomas into a long and pretty garden where pear trees grew about neat plots of herbs. Thomas was struck by the incongruity of such a beautiful place under a sky filled with smoke and terrible with screams. The garden had a border of sweet rocket, wallflowers and peonies, and seats under a vine trellis, and for an instant it looked like a scrap of heaven. But then the archers trampled the herbs, threw down the grape arbor, and ran across the flowers. A group of Frenchmen tried to drive the invaders out of the garden. They approached from the east, from out of the mass of men waiting behind the bridge's barbican. They were led by 3 mounted men-at-arms, who all wore blue surcoats decorated with yellow stars. They jumped their horses over the low fences and shouted as they raised their long swords, ready to strike. The arrows smacked into the horses. Thomas had not unslung his bow, but some of the prince's archers had arrows on their cords, and they aimed at the horses instead of the riders. The arrows bit deep, the horses screamed, reared, and fell, and the archers swarmed over the fallen men with axes and swords. Thomas went to the right, heading off the Frenchmen on foot, most of whom seemed to be townsfolk, armed with anything from small axes to thatch hooks to ancient two-handed swords. He cut the falchion through a leather coat, kicked the blade free, swung it so that blood streamed in droplets from the blade, then hacked again. The French wavered, saw more archers coming from the alley, and fled back to the barbican. The archers were hacking at the unsaddled horsemen. One of the fallen men screamed as the blades chopped at his arms and trunk. The blue and yellow surcoats were soaked in blood. Then Thomas saw that it was not yellow stars on a blue field, but hawks. Hawks with their wings raised and their claws outstretched. Sir Guillaume d'Evêque's men. Maybe Sir Guillaume himself. But when he looked at the grimacing, blood-spattered faces, Thomas saw that all 3 had been young men. But Sir Guillaume was here in Caen, and the lance, Thomas thought, must be near. He broke through the fence and headed down another alley. Behind him, in the house that the hobilars had commandeered, a woman cried, the first of many. The church bells were falling silent. Edward III, by the grace of God, King of England, led close to 12,000 fighting men, and by now 1/5 of them were on the island, and still more were coming. No one had led them there. The only orders they had received were to retreat. But they had disobeyed, and so they had captured Caen, though the enemy still held the bridge barbican, from where they were spitting crossbow bolts. Thomas emerged from the alley into the main street, where he joined a group of archers who swamped the crenellated tower with arrows, and under their cover a howling mob of Welsh and English overwhelmed the Frenchmen cowering under the barbican's arch, before charging the defenders of the bridge barricade, who were now assailed on both sides. The Frenchmen, seeing their doom, threw down their weapons and shouted that they yielded, but the archers were in no mood for quarter. They just howled and attacked. Frenchmen were tossed into the river, and then scores of men hauled the barricade apart, tipping its furniture and wagons over the parapet. The great mass of Frenchmen who had been waiting behind the barbican scattered into the island, most, Thomas assumed, going to rescue their wives and daughters. They were pursued by the vengeful archers who had been waiting at the bridge's far side, and the grim crowd went past Thomas, going into the heart of the Ile Saint-Jean, where the screams were now constant. The cry of havoc was everywhere. The barbican tower was still held by the French, though they were no longer using their crossbows for fear of retaliation by the English arrows. No one tried to take the tower, though a small group of archers stood in the bridge's center and stared up at the banners hanging from the ramparts. Thomas was about to go into the island's center when he heard the clash of hooves on stone, and he looked back to see a dozen French knights who must have been concealed behind the barbican. These men now erupted from a gate and, with visors closed and lances couched, spurred their horses towards the bridge. They plainly wanted to charge clean through the old city to reach the greater safety of the castle. Thomas took a few steps towards the Frenchmen, then thought better of it. No one wanted to resist a dozen fully armored knights. But he saw the blue and yellow surcoat, saw the hawks on a knight's shield, and he unslung his bow and took an arrow from the bag. He hauled the cord back. The Frenchmen were just spurring onto the bridge, and Thomas shouted, "Évêque! Évêque!" He wanted Sir Guillaume, if it was he, to see his killer. And the man in the blue and yellow surcoat did half turn in the saddle, though Thomas could not see his enemy's face because the visor was down. He loosed, but even as he let the cord snap, he saw that the arrow was warped. It flew low, smacking into the man's left leg instead of the small of his back where Thomas had aimed. He pulled a second arrow out, but the dozen knights were on the bridge now, their horses' hooves striking sparks from the cobbles, and the leading men lowered their lances to batter the handful of archers aside, and then they were through and galloping up the further streets towards the castle. The white-fledged arrow still jutted from the knight's thigh, where it had sunk deep, and Thomas sent a second arrow after it, but that one vanished in the smoke as the French fugitives disappeared in the old city's tight streets. The castle had not fallen, but the city and the island belonged to the English. They did not belong to the king yet, because the great lords, the earls and the barons, had not captured either place. They belonged to the archers and the hobblars, and they now set about plundering the wealth of Caen. The Ile Saint-Jean was, other than Paris itself, the fairest, plumpest, and most elegant city in northern France. Its houses were beautiful, its gardens fragrant, its streets wide, its churches wealthy, and its citizens, as they should be, civilized. Into that pleasant place came a savage horde of muddy, bloody men who found riches beyond their dreams. What the Harlequin had done to countless Breton villages was now visited on a great city. It was a time for killing, for rape and wanton cruelty. Any Frenchman was an enemy, and every enemy was cut down. The leaders of the city garrison, magnates of France, were safe in the upper floors of the Barbican Tower, and they stayed there until they recognized some English lords to whom they could safely surrender, while a dozen knights had escaped to the castle. A few other lords and knights managed to outgallop the invading English and flee across the island's southern bridge, but at least a dozen titled men whose ransoms could have made 100 archers rich as princelings were cut down like dogs and reduced to mangled meat and weltering blood. Knights and men-at-arms who could have paid 100 or 200 pounds for their freedom were shot with arrows or clubbed down in the mad rage which possessed the army. As for the humbler men, the citizens armed with lengths of timber, mattocks, or mere knives, they were just slaughtered. Caen, the city of the conqueror that had become rich on English plunder, was killed that day, and the wealth of it was given back to Englishmen. And not just its wealth, its women too. To be a woman in Caen that day was to be given a foretaste of hell. There was little fire, for men wanted the houses to be plundered rather than burned, but there were devils aplenty. Men begged for the honor of their wives and daughters, then were forced to watch that honor being trampled. Many women hid, but they were found soon enough by men accustomed to riddling out hiding places in attics or under stairs. The women were driven to the streets, stripped bare, and paraded as trophies. One merchant's wife, monstrously fat, was harnessed to a small cart and whipped naked up and down the main street which ran the length of the island. For an hour or more the archers made her run, some men laughing themselves to tears at the sight of her massive rolls of fat, and when they were bored with her, they tossed her into the river, where she crouched, weeping and calling for her children, until an archer, who had been trying out a captured crossbow on a pair of swans, put a quarrel through her throat. Men laden with silver plate were staggering over the bridge, others were still searching for riches, and instead found ale, cider, or wine, and so the excesses grew worse. A priest was hanged from a tavern sign after he tried to stop a rape. Some men-at-arms, very few, tried to stem the horror, but they were hugely outnumbered and driven back to the bridge. The church of Saint-Jean, which was said to contain the finger bones of St. John the Divine, a hoof of the horse St. Paul was riding to Damascus, and one of the baskets that had held the miraculous loaves and fishes, was turned into a brothel where the women who had fled to the church for sanctuary were sold to grinning soldiers. Men paraded in silks and lace and threw dice for the women from whom they had stolen the finery. Thomas took no part. What happened could not be stopped, not by one man, nor even by 100 men. Another army could have quelled the mass rape, but in the end Thomas knew it would be the stupor of drunkenness that would finish it. Instead, he searched for his enemy's house, wandering from street to street, until he found a dying Frenchman and gave him a drink of water before asking where Sir Guillaume d'Evêque lived. The man rolled his eyes, gasped for breath, and stammered that the house was in the southern part of the island.
"You cannot miss it,"
the man said.
"It is stone, all stone, and has 3 hawks carved above the door."
Thomas walked south. Bands of the Earl of Warwick's men-at-arms were coming in force to the island to restore order, but they were still struggling with the archers close to the bridge, and Thomas was going to the southern part of the island, which had not suffered as badly as the streets and alleys closer to the bridge. He saw the stone house above the roofs of some plundered shops. Most other buildings were half-timbered and straw-roofed, but Sir Guillaume d'Evêque's 2-story mansion was almost a fortress. Its walls were stone, its roof tiled, and its windows small. But still some archers had got inside, for Thomas could hear screams. He crossed a small square while a large oak grew through the cobbles, strode up the house steps and under an arch that was surmounted by the 3 carved hawks. He was surprised by the depth of anger that the sight of the escutcheon gave him. This was revenge, he told himself, for Hookton. He went through the hallway to find a group of archers and hobblers squabbling over the kitchen pots. 2 manservants lay dead by the hearth, in which a fire still smouldered. One of the archers snarled at Thomas that they had reached the house first, and its contents were theirs. But before Thomas could answer, he heard a scream from the upper floor, and he turned and ran up the big wooden stairway. 2 rooms opened from the upper hallway, and Thomas pushed open one of the doors to see an archer in the Prince of Wales's livery struggling with a girl. The man had half torn off her pale blue dress, but she was fighting back like a vixen, clawing at his face and kicking his shins. Then, just as Thomas came into the room, the man managed to subdue her with a great clout to the head. The girl gasped and fell back into the wide and empty hearth as the archer turned on Thomas. "She's mine," he said curtly. "Go and find your own." Thomas looked at the girl. She was fair-haired, thin and weeping. He remembered Jeanette's anguish after the Duke had raped her, and he could not stomach seeing such pain inflicted on another girl, not even a girl in Sir Guillaume d'Evêque's mansion. "I think you've hurt her enough," he said. He crossed himself, remembering his sins in Brittany. "Let her go," he added. The archer, a bearded man 12 years older than Thomas, drew his sword. It was an old weapon, broad-bladed and sturdy, and the man hefted it confidently. "Listen, boy," he said. "I'm going to watch you go through that door, and if you don't, I'll string your goddamn guts from wall to wall." Thomas hefted the falchion. "I've sworn an oath to St. Guinevere," he told the man, "to protect all women." "Goddamn fool!" The man leaped at Thomas, lunged, and Thomas stepped back and parried, so that the blades struck sparks as they rang together. The bearded man was quick to recover, lunged again, and Thomas took another backward step and swept the sword aside with the falchion. The girl was watching from the hearth with wide blue eyes. Thomas swung his broad blade, missed, and was almost skewered by the sword, but he stepped aside just in time, then kicked the bearded man in the knee so that he hissed with pain. Then Thomas swept the falchion in a great haymaking blow that cut into the bearded man's neck. Blood arced across the room as the man, without a sound, dropped to the floor. The falchion had very nearly severed his head, and the blood still pulsed from the open wound as Thomas knelt beside his victim. "If anyone asks," he said to the girl in French, "your father did this, then ran away." He had got into too much trouble after murdering a squire in Brittany, and did not want to compound the crime by the death of an archer. He took 4 small coins from the archer's pouch, then smiled at the girl, who had remained remarkably calm while a man was almost decapitated in front of her eyes. "I'm not going to hurt you," Thomas said. "I promise." She watched him from the hearth. "You won't?" "Not today," he said gently. End of Side 11. Side 12. She stood, shaking the dizziness from her head. She pulled her dress closer to her neck and tied the torn parts together with loose threads. "You may not hurt me," she said, "but others will." "Not if you stay with me," Thomas said. "Here." He took the big black bow from his shoulder, unstrung it, and tossed it to her. "Carry that," he said, "and everyone will know you're an archer's woman. No one will touch you then." She frowned at the weight of the bow. "No one will hurt me?" "Not if you carry that," Thomas promised her again. "Is this your house?" "I work here," she said. "For Sir Guillaume d'Evêque?" he asked, and she nodded. "Is he here?" She shook her head. "I don't know where he is." Thomas reckoned his enemy was in the castle, where he would be trying to extricate an arrow from his thigh. "Did he keep a lance here?" he asked. "A great black lance with a silver blade?" She shook her head quickly. Thomas frowned. The girl, he could see, was trembling. She had shown bravery, but perhaps the blood seeping from the dead man's neck was unsettling her. He also noted that she was a pretty girl, despite the bruises on her face and the dirt in her tangle of fair hair. She had a long face, made solemn by big eyes. "Do you have family here?" Thomas asked her. "My mother died. I have no one except Sir Guillaume." "And he left you here alone?" Thomas asked scornfully. "No," she protested. "He thought we'd be safe in the city. But then, when your army came, the men decided to defend the island instead. They left the city, because all the good houses are here." She sounded indignant. "So what do you do for Sir Guillaume?" Thomas asked her. "I clean," she said, "and milk the cows on the other side of the river." She flinched as men shouted angrily from the square outside. Thomas smiled. "It's all right. No one will hurt you. Hold on to the bow. If anyone looks at you, say, 'I am an archer's woman.'" He repeated it slowly, then made her say the phrase over and over till he was satisfied. "Good," he smiled at her. "What's your name?" "Eleanor." He doubted it would serve much purpose to search the house, though he did, but there was no lance of St. George hidden in any of the rooms. There was no furniture, no tapestries, nothing of any value except the spits and pots and dishes in the kitchen. Everything precious, Eleanor said, had gone to the castle a week before. Thomas looked at the shattered dishes on the kitchen flagstones. "How long have you worked for him?" he asked. "All my life," Eleanor said, then added shyly, "I'm 15. "And you never saw a great lance that he brought back from England?" "No," she said, eyes wide, but something about her expression made Thomas think she was lying, though he did not challenge her. He decided he would question her later, when she had learned to trust him. "You'd better stay with me," he told Eleanor, "then you won't get hurt. I'll take you to the encampment, and when our army moves on, you can come back here." What he really meant was that she could stay with him and become a true archer's woman, but that, like the lance, could wait a day or two. She nodded, accepting that fate with equanimity. She must have prayed to be spared the rape that tortured Caen, and Thomas was her prayer's answer. He gave her his arrow bag, so that she looked even more like an archer's woman. "We'll have to go through the city," he told Eleanor as he led her down the staircase. "So stay close." He went down the house's outer steps. The small square was now crowded with mounted men-at-arms, wearing the badge of the bear and ragged staff. They had been sent by the Earl of Warwick to stop the slaughter and robbery, and they stared hard at Thomas, but he lifted his hands to show he was carrying nothing, then threaded between the horses. He had gone perhaps a dozen paces when he realized that Eleanor was not with him. She was terrified of the horsemen in dirty mail, their grim faces framed in steel, and so she had hesitated at the house door. Thomas opened his mouth to call her, and just then a horseman spurred at him from under the branches of the oak. Thomas looked up, then the flat of a sword blade hammered into the side of his head, and he was pitched forward, his ear bleeding, onto the cobblestones. The falchion fell from his hand. Then the man's horse stepped on his forehead, and Thomas's vision was seared with lightning. The man climbed from the saddle and stamped his armored foot on Thomas's head. Thomas felt the pain, heard the protests from the other men-at-arms, then felt nothing as he was kicked a second time. But in the few heartbeats before he lost consciousness, he had recognized his assailant. Sir Simon Jekyll, despite his agreement with the Earl, wanted revenge. Perhaps Thomas was lucky. Perhaps his guardian saint, whether dog or man, was looking after him, for if he had been conscious, he would have suffered torture. Sir Simon might have put his signature to the agreement with the Earl the previous night, but the sight of Thomas had driven any mercy from his mind. He remembered the humiliation of being hunted naked through the trees, and he recalled the pain of the crossbow bolt in his leg, a wound that still made him limp, and those memories provoked nothing except a wish to give Thomas a long, slow hurting that would leave the archer screaming. But Thomas had been stunned by the flat of the sword and by the kicks to his head, and he did not know a thing as two men-at-arms dragged him towards the oak. At first the Earl of Warwick's men had tried to protect Thomas from Sir Simon, but when he assured them that the man was a deserter, a thief, and a murderer, they had changed their minds. They would hang him. And Sir Simon would let them. If these men hanged Thomas as a deserter, then no one could accuse Sir Simon of executing the archer. He would have kept his word, and the Earl of Northampton would still have to forfeit his share of the prize money. Thomas would be dead, and Sir Simon would be both richer and happier. The men-at-arms were willing enough once they heard Thomas was a murderous thief. They had orders to hang enough rioters, thieves, and rapists to cool the army's ardor, but this quarter of the island, being furthest from the old city, had not seen the same atrocities as the northern half, and so these men-at-arms had been denied the opportunity to use the ropes which the Earl had issued. Now they had a victim, and so one man tossed the rope over an oak branch. Thomas was aware of little of it. He felt nothing as Sir Simon searched him and cut away the money pouch from under his tunic. He did not know a thing when the rope was knotted about his neck, but then he was dimly aware of the stench of horse urine, and suddenly there was a tightening at his gullet, and his slowly recovering sight was sheeted with red. He felt himself hauled into the air, then tried to gasp because of a dreadful gripping pain in his throat, but he could not gasp, and he could scarcely breathe. He could only feel a burning and choking as the smoky air scraped in his windpipe. He wanted to scream in terror, but his lungs could do nothing except give him agony. He had an instant's lucidity as he realized he was dangling and jerking and twitching, and though he scrabbled at his neck with his hooked fingers, he could not loosen the rope's strangling grip. Then, in terror, he pissed himself. "Yellow bastard!" Sir Simon sneered, and he struck at Thomas's body with his sword, though the blow did little more than slice the flesh at Thomas's waist and swing his body on the rope. "Leave him be," one of the men-at-arms said. "He's a dead 'un." And they watched until Thomas's movements became spasmodic. Then they mounted and rode on. A group of archers also watched from one of the houses in the square, and their presence scared Sir Simon, who feared they might be friends of Thomas, and so, when the Earl's men left the square, he rode with them. His own followers were searching the nearby church of St. Michael, and Sir Simon had only come to the square because he had seen the tall stone house and wondered if it contained plunder. Instead, he had found Thomas, and now Thomas was hanged. It was not the revenge Sir Simon had dreamed of, but there had been pleasure in it, and that was a compensation. Thomas felt nothing now. It was all darkness and no pain. He was dancing the rope to hell, his head to one side, body still swinging slightly, legs twitching, hands curling, and feet dripping. The army stayed 5 days in Caen. Some 300 Frenchmen of rank, all of whom could yield ransoms, had been taken prisoner, and they were escorted north to where they could take ship for England. The injured English and Welsh soldiers were carried to the Abbey aux Dames, where they lay in the cloisters, their wounds stinking so high that the prince and his entourage moved to the Abbey aux Hommes, where the king had his quarters. The bodies of the massacred citizens were cleared from the streets. A priest of the king's household tried to bury the dead decently, as befitted Christians, but when a common grave was dug in the churchyard of Saint-Jean, it could hold only 500 bodies, and no one had time or spades enough to bury the rest, so 4,500 corpses were tipped into the rivers. The city's survivors, creeping out of their hiding places when the madness of the sack was over, wandered along the river banks to search for their relatives among the corpses that were stranded by the falling tide. Their searches disturbed the wild dogs and the screeching flocks of ravens and gulls that squabbled as they feasted on the bloated dead. The castle was still in French hands. Its walls were high and thick, and no ladder could scale them. The king sent a herald to demand the garrison's surrender, but the French lords in the great keep politely refused, and then invited the English to do their worst, confident that no mangonel or catapult could hurl a stone high enough to breach their lofty walls. The king reckoned they were right, so instead ordered his gunners to break down the castle's stones, and the army's 5 largest cannon were trundled through the old city on their wagons. 3 of the guns were long tubes made from wrought iron strips bound by steel hoops, while 2 had been cast in brass by bell founders and looked like bulbous jars with swollen oval bellies, narrow necks, and flaring mouths. All were around 5 feet long and needed sheer legs to be swung from their wagons onto wooden cradles. The cradles were set on planks of wood. The ground under the gun carriages had been graded so that the guns could point up towards the castle's gate. "Bring down the gate," the king had ordered, and he could release his archers and men-at-arms in an assault. So the gunners, most of them men from Flanders or Italy who were skilled in this work, mixed their gunpowder. It was made from saltpeter, sulphur, and charcoal, but the saltpeter was heavier than the other ingredients and always settled to the bottom of the barrels, while the charcoal rose to the top, so the gunners had to stir the mix thoroughly before they ladled the deadly powder into the bellies of the jars. They placed a shovelful of loam, made from water and clay soil, in the narrow part of each gun's neck, before loading the crudely sculpted stone balls that were the missiles. The loam was to seal the firing chamber, so that the power of the explosion did not leak away before all the powder had caught the fire. Still more loam was packed about the stone balls to fill the space between the missiles and the barrels. Then the gunners had to wait while the loam hardened to make a firmer seal. The other 3 guns were quicker to load. Each iron tube was lashed to a massive wooden cradle that ran the length of the gun, then turned in a right angle so that the gun's breech rested against a balk of solid oak. That breech, a quarter of the gun's length, was separate from the barrel and was lifted clean out of the cradle and set upright on the ground, where it was filled with the precious black powder. Once the 3 breech chambers were filled, they were sealed by willow plugs to contain the explosion, then slotted back into their cradles. The 3 tube barrels had already been loaded, 2 with stone balls and the 3rd with a yard-long garrow, a giant arrow made of iron. The 3 breech chambers had to be worked firmly against the barrels so that the force of the explosion did not escape through the joint between the gun's 2 parts. The gunners used wooden wedges that they hammered between the breech and the oak at the back of the cradle, and every blow of the maul sealed the joints imperceptibly tighter. Other gunners were ladling powder into the spare breech chambers that would fire the next shots. It all took time, well over an hour for the loam in the 2 bulbous guns to set firm enough, and the work attracted a huge crowd of curious onlookers who stood a judicious distance away to be safe from fragments should any of the strange machines explode. The French, just as curious, watched from the castle battlements. Once in a while a defender would shoot a crossbow quarrel, but the range was too long. 1 bolt came within a dozen yards of the guns, but the rest fell well short, and each failure provoked a jeer from the watching archers. Finally, the French abandoned the provocation and just watched. The 3 tube guns could have been fired first, for they had no loam to set, but the king wanted the first volley to be simultaneous. He envisaged a mighty blow in which the 5 missiles would shatter the castle gate, and, once the gate was down, he would have his gunners gnaw at the gate's arch. The master gunner, a tall and lugubrious Italian, finally declared the weapons ready, and so the fuses were fetched. These were short lengths of hollow straw filled with gunpowder. their ends sealed with clay, and the fuses were pushed down through the narrow touch holes. The master gunner pinched the clay seal from each fuse's upper end, then made the sign of the cross. A priest had already blessed the guns, sprinkling them with holy water, and now the master gunner knelt and looked at the king, who was mounted on a tall grey stallion. The king, yellow-bearded and blue-eyed, looked up at the castle. A new banner had been hung from the ramparts, showing God holding a hand in blessing over a fleur-de-lis. It was time, he thought, to show the French whose side God was really on. "You may fire," he said solemnly. 5 gunners armed themselves with linstocks, long wands that each held a length of glowing linen. They stood well to the side of the guns, and, at a signal from the Italian, they touched the fire to the exposed fuses. There was a brief fizzing, a puff of smoke from the touch holes. Then the 5 mouths vanished in a cloud of grey-white smoke, in which 5 monstrous flames stabbed and writhed as the guns themselves, firm gripped by their cradles, slammed back along their plank bedding to thud against the mounds of earth piled behind each breach. The noise of the weapons hammered louder than the loudest thunder. It was a noise that physically pounded the eardrums and echoed back from the pale castle walls. And when the sound at last faded, the smoke still hung in a shabby screen in front of the guns that now lay askew on their carriages with gently smoking muzzles. The noise had startled 1,000 nesting birds up from the old city's roofs and the castle's higher turrets, yet the gate appeared undamaged. The stone balls had shattered themselves against the walls, while the garrow had done nothing except gouge a furrow in the approach road. The French, who had ducked behind the battlements when the noise and smoke erupted, now stood and called insults as the gunners stoically began to realign their weapons. The king, 34 years old and not as confident as his bearing suggested, frowned as the smoke cleared. "Did we use enough powder?" he demanded of the master gunner. The question had to be translated into Italian by a priest. "Use more powder, sire," the Italian said, "and the guns will shatter." He spoke regretfully. Men always expected his machines to work miracles, and he was tired of explaining that even black powder needed time and patience to do its work. "You know best," the king said dubiously. "I'm sure you know best." He was hiding his disappointment, for he had half hoped that the whole castle would shatter like glass when the missiles struck. His entourage, most of them older men, were looking contemptuous, for they had little faith in guns, and even less in Italian gunners. "Who," the king asked a companion, "is that woman with my son?" "The Countess of Armorica, sire. She fled from Brittany." The king shuddered, not because of Jeanette, but because the rotten smell of the powder smoke was pungent. "He grows up fast," he said, with just a touch of jealousy in his voice. He was bedding some peasant girl who was pleasant enough and knew her business, but she was not as beautiful as the black-haired countess who accompanied his son. Jeanette, unaware that the king watched her, gazed at the castle in search of any sign that it had been struck by gunfire. "So what happened?" she asked the prince. "It takes time," the prince said, hiding his surprise that the castle gate had not magically vanished in an eruption of splinters. "But they do say," he went on, "that in the future we shall fight with nothing but guns. Myself, I cannot imagine it." "They are amusing," Jeanette said, as a gunner carried a bucket of puddled loam to the nearest gun. The grass in front of the guns was burning in a score of places, and the air was filled with a stench like rotted eggs that was even more repugnant than the smell of the corpses in the river. "If it amuses you, my dear, then I am glad we have the machines," the prince said, then frowned because a group of his white and green-clad archers were jeering the gunners. "Whatever happened to the man who brought you from Normandy?" he asked. "I should have thanked him for his services to you." Jeanette feared she was blushing, but made her voice careless. "I have not seen him since we came here." The prince twisted in his saddle. "Boone," he called to the Earl of Northampton, "didn't my lady's personal archer join your fellows?" "He did, sire." "So where is he?" The Earl shrugged. "Vanished. We think he must have died crossing the river." "Poor fellow," the prince said. "Poor fellow." and Jeanette, to her surprise, felt a pang of sorrow. Then thought it was probably for the best. She was the widow of a count, and now the lover of a prince, and Thomas, if he was on the river's bed, could never tell the truth. "Poor man," she said lightly, "and he behaved so gallantly to me." She was looking away from the prince in case he saw her flushed face, and she found herself staring, to her utter astonishment, at Sir Simon Jekyll, who, with another group of knights, had come for the entertainment of the guns. Sir Simon was laughing, evidently amused that so much noise and smoke had produced so little effect. Jeanette, disbelieving her eyes, just stared at him. She had gone pale. The sight of Sir Simon had brought back the memories of her worst days in La Roche-Derrien, the days of fear, poverty, humiliation, and the uncertainty of knowing to whom she could turn for help. "I fear we never rewarded the fellow," the prince said, still speaking of Thomas. Then he saw that Jeanette was taking no notice. "My dear?" the prince prompted, but she still looked away from him. "My lady?" the prince spoke louder, touching her arm. Sir Simon had noticed there was a woman with the prince, but he had not realized it was Jeanette. He only saw a slender lady in a pale gold dress, seated side-saddle on an expensive palfrey that was hung with green and white ribbons. The woman wore a tall hat from which a veil stirred in the wind. The veil had concealed her profile, but now she was staring directly at him. Indeed, she was pointing at him, and to his horror he recognized the Countess. He also recognized the banner of the young man beside her, though at first he could not believe she was with the prince. Then he saw the grim entourage of mailed men behind the fair-haired youth, and he had an impulse to flee, but instead nervelessly dropped to his knees. As the prince, Jeanette, and the horsemen approached him, he fell full length on the ground. His heart was beating wildly, his mind a whirl of panic. "Your name?" the prince demanded curtly. Sir Simon opened his mouth, but no words would come. "His name," Jeanette said vengefully, "is Sir Simon Jekyll. He tried to strip me naked, sire, and then he would have raped me if I had not been rescued. He stole my money, my armor, my horses, my ships, and he would have taken my honor with as much delicacy as a wolf stealing a lamb." "Is it true?" the prince demanded. Sir Simon still could not speak, but the Earl of Northampton intervened. "The ships, armor, and horses, sire, were spoils of war. I granted them to him." "And the rest, Boone?" "The rest, sire?" The Earl shrugged. "The rest Sir Simon must explain for himself." "But it seems he is speechless," the prince said. "Have you lost your tongue, Jekyll?" Sir Simon raised his head and caught Jeanette's gaze, and it was so triumphant that he dropped his head again. He knew he should say something, anything, but his tongue seemed too big for his mouth, and he feared he would merely stammer nonsense, so he kept silent. "You tried to smirch a lady's honor," the prince accused Sir Simon. Edward of Woodstock had high ideas of chivalry, for his tutors had ever read to him from the romances. He understood that war was not as gentle as the handwritten books liked to suggest, but he believed that those who were in places of honor should display it, whatever the common man might do. The prince was also in love, another ideal encouraged by the romances. Jeanette had captivated him, and he was determined that her honor would be upheld. He spoke again, but his words were drowned by the sound of a tube gun firing. Everyone turned to stare at the castle, but the stone ball merely shattered against the gate tower, doing no damage. "Would you fight me for the lady's honor?" the prince demanded of Sir Simon. Sir Simon would have been happy to fight the prince, so long as he could have been assured that his victory would bring no reprisals. He knew the boy had a reputation as a warrior, yet the prince was not full-grown and nowhere near as strong or experienced as Sir Simon, but only a fool fought against a prince and expected to win. The king, it was true, entered tournaments, but he did so disguised in plain armor without a surcoat, so that his opponents had no idea of his identity. But if Sir Simon fought the prince, then he would not dare use his full strength, for any injury done would be repaid 1,000-fold by the prince's supporters. And indeed, even as Sir Simon hesitated, The grim men behind the prince spurred their horses forward, as if offering themselves as champions for the fight. Sir Simon, overwhelmed by reality, shook his head. "If you will not fight," the prince said in his high, clear voice, "then we must assume your guilt and demand recompense. You owe the lady armor and a sword." "The armor was fairly taken, sire," the Earl of Northampton pointed out. "No man can take armor and weapons from a mere woman fairly," the prince snapped. "Where is the armor now, Jekyll?"
"Lost, sir."
Sir Simon spoke for the first time. He wanted to tell the prince the whole how Jeanette had arranged an ambush, but that tale ended with his own humiliation, and he had the sense to keep quiet. "Then that mail coat will have to suffice," the prince declared. "Take it off, and the sword too." Sir Simon gaped at the prince, but saw he was serious. He unbuckled the sword belt and let it drop, then hauled the mail coat over his head so that he was left in his shirt and breeches. "What is in the pouch?" the prince demanded, pointing at the heavy leather bag suspended about Sir Simon's neck. Sir Simon sought an answer and found none but the truth, which was that the pouch was the heavy money bag he had taken from Thomas.
"It is money, sire."
"Then give it to her ladyship." Sir Simon lifted the bag over his head and held it out to Jeanette, who smiled sweetly. "Thank you, Sir Simon," she said. "Your horse is forfeit too," the prince decreed, "and you will leave this encampment by midday, for you are not welcome in our company. You may go home, Jekyll, but in England you will not have our favor." Sir Simon looked into the prince's eyes for the first time. "You damned, miserable little pup," he thought, "with your mother's milk still sour on your unshaven lips." Then he shook as he was struck by the coldness of the prince's eyes. He bowed, knowing he was being banished, and he knew it was unfair, but there was nothing he could do except appeal to the king. Yet the king owed him no favors, and no great men of the realm would speak for him, and so he was effectively an outcast. He could go home to England, but their men would soon learn he had incurred royal disfavor, and his life would be endless misery. He bowed, he turned, and he walked away in his dirty shirt as silent men opened a path for him. The cannon fired on. They fired 4 times that day and 8 the next, and at the end of the 2 days there was a splintered rent in the castle gate that might have given entrance to a starved sparrow. The guns had done nothing except hurt the gunners' ears and shatter stone balls against the castle's ramparts. Not a Frenchman had died, though 1 gunner and an archer had been killed when one of the brass guns exploded into a myriad red-hot scraps of metal. The king, realizing that the attempt was ridiculous, ordered the guns taken away and the siege of the castle abandoned. And the next day the whole army left Caen. They marched eastwards, going towards Paris, and after them crawled their wagons and their camp followers and their herds of beef cattle, and for a long time afterwards the eastern sky showed white where the dust of their marching hazed the air. But at last the dust settled, and the city, ravaged and sacked, was left alone. The folk who had succeeded in escaping from the island crept back to their homes. The splintered door of the castle was pushed open, and its garrison came down to see what was left of Caen. For a week the priests carried an image of Saint Jean about the littered streets and sprinkled holy water to get rid of the lingering stink of the enemy. They said masses for the souls of the dead, and prayed fervently that the wretched English would meet the King of France and have their own ruin visited on them. But at least the English were gone, and the violated city, ruined, could stir again. Light came first, a hazy light, smeared, in which Thomas thought he could see a wide window, but a shadow moved against the window and the light went. He heard voices, then they faded. In pasquis herbarum acclinavit me. The words were in his head. He makes me lie down in leafy pastures. A psalm, the same psalm from which his father had quoted his dying words. Calix meus inebrians. My cup makes me drunk. Only he was not drunk. Breathing hurt, and his chest felt as though he was being pressed by the torture of the stones. Then there was blessed darkness and oblivion once more. End of side 12. Side 13. The light came again. It wavered. The shadow was there. The shadow moved towards him, and a cool hand was laid on his forehead. "I do believe you are going to live," a man's voice said in a tone of surprise. Thomas tried to speak, but only managed a strangled, grating sound. "It astonishes me," the voice went on, "what young men can endure. Babies, too. Life is marvelously strong. Such a pity we waste it." "It's plentiful enough," another man said. "The voice of the privileged," the first man, whose hand was still on Thomas's forehead, answered. "You take life," he said, "so value it as a thief values his victims." "And you are a victim?" "Of course. A learned victim, a wise victim, even a valuable victim, but still a victim." "And this young man, what is he?" "An English archer," the second voice said sourly, "and if we had any sense we'd kill him here and now." "I think we should try and feed him instead. Help me raise him." Hans pushed Thomas upright in the bed, and a spoonful of warm soup was put into his mouth, but he could not swallow, and so spat the soup onto the blankets. Pain seared through him, and the darkness came again. The light came a third time, or perhaps a fourth, he could not tell. Perhaps he dreamed it, but this time an old man stood outlined against the bright window. The man had a long black robe, but he was not a priest or monk, for the robe was not gathered at the waist, and he wore a small, square black hat over his long white hair. "God," Thomas tried to say, though the word came out as a guttural grunt. The old man turned. He had a long, forked beard, and was holding a Jordan jar. It had a narrow neck and a round belly, and the bottle was filled with a pale yellow liquid that the man held up to the light. He peered at the liquid, then swilled it about before sniffing at the jar's mouth. "Are you awake?" "Yes." "And you can speak? What a doctor I am! My brilliance astonishes me. If only it would persuade my patients to pay me. But most believe I should be grateful that they don't spit at me. Would you say this urine is clear?" Thomas nodded, and wished he had not, for the pain jarred through his neck and down his spine. "You do not consider it turgid? Not dark?" "No, indeed not. It smells and tastes healthy, too. A good flask of clear yellow urine, and there is no better sign of good health. Alas, it is not yours." The doctor pushed open the window and poured the urine away. "Swallow," he instructed Thomas. Thomas's mouth was dry, but he obediently tried to swallow and immediately gasped with pain. "I think," the doctor said, "that we had best try a thin gruel. Very thin, with some oil, I believe, or better still, butter. That thing tied about your neck is a strip of cloth which has been soaked in holy water. It was not my doing, but I did not forbid it. You Christians believe in magic. Indeed, you could have no faith without a trust in magic, so I must indulge your beliefs. Is that a dog's paw about your neck? Don't tell me, I'm sure I don't want to know. However, when you recover, I trust you will understand that it was neither dog's paws nor wet cloths that healed you, but my skill. I have bled you, I have applied poultices of dung, moss, and clove, and I have sweated you. Eleanor, though, will insist it was her prayers and that tawdry strip of wet cloth that revived you." "Eleanor?" "She cut you down, dear boy. You were half dead. By the time I arrived, you were more dead than alive, and I advised her to let you expire in peace. I told her you were halfway in what you insist is hell, and that I was too old and too tired to enter into a tugging contest with the devil. But Eleanor insisted, and I have ever found it difficult to resist her entreaties. Gruel with rancid butter, I think. You are weak, dear boy, very weak. Do you have a name?
Thomas.
Mine is Mordecai, though you may call me Doctor. You won't, of course. You'll call me a damned Jew, a Christ murderer, a secret worshipper of pigs, and a kidnapper of Christian children. This was all said cheerfully. How absurd! Who would want to kidnap children, Christian or otherwise? Vile things. The only mercy of children is that they grow up, as my son has, but then, tragically, they beget more children. We do not learn life's lessons.
Doctor,
Thomas croaked. Thomas?
Thank you.
An Englishman with manners. The world's wonders never cease. Wait there, Thomas, and do not have the bad manners to die while I am gone. I shall fetch Grail.
Doctor.
I am still here.
Where am I?
In the house of my friend, and quite safe.
Your friend?
Sir Guillaume de Vec, knight of the sea and of the land, and as great a fool as any I know, but a good-hearted fool. He does at least pay me. Thomas closed his eyes. He did not really understand what the doctor had said, or perhaps he did not believe it. His head was aching. There was pain all through his body, from his aching head down to his throbbing toes. He thought of his mother, because that was comforting. Then he remembered being hauled up the tree, and he shivered. He wished he could sleep again, for in sleep there was no pain. But then he was made to sit up, and the doctor forced a pungent, oily gruel into his mouth, and he managed not to spit it out or throw it up. There must have been mushrooms in the gruel, or else it had been infused with the hemp-like leaves that the Hookton villagers had called angel salad, for after he had eaten he had vivid dreams, but less pain. When he awoke it was dark, and he was alone, but he managed to sit up, and even stand, though he tottered and had to sit again. Next morning, when the birds were calling from the oak branches where he had so nearly died, a tall man came into the room. The man was on crutches, and his left thigh was swathed in bandages. He turned to look at Thomas, and showed a face that was horribly scarred. A blade had cut him from the forehead to the jaw, taking the man's left eye in its savage chop. He had long yellow hair, very shaggy and full, and Thomas guessed the man had been handsome once, though now he looked like a thing of nightmare. "Mordecai," the man growled, "tells me you will live." "With God's help," Thomas said. "I doubt God's interested in you," the man said sourly. He looked to be in his 30s and had the bowed legs of a horseman and the deep chest of a man who practices hard with weapons. He swung on the crutches to the window, where he sat on the sill. His beard was streaked with white where the blade had chopped into his jaw, and his voice was uncommonly deep and harsh. "But you might live with Mordecai's help. There isn't a physician to touch him in all Normandy, though Christ alone knows how he does it. He's been squinting at my piss for a week now. I'm crippled, you Jewish half-wit, I tell him, not wounded in the bladder, but he just tells me to shut my mouth and squeeze out more drops. He'll start on you soon." The man, who wore nothing except a long white shirt, contemplated Thomas moodily. "I have a notion," he growled, "that you are the godforsaken bastard who put an arrow into my thigh. I remember seeing a son of a whore with long hair like yours, then I was hit." "You're Sir Guillaume?" "I am." "I meant to kill you," Thomas said. "So why shouldn't I kill you?" Sir Guillaume asked. "You lie in my bed, drink my gruel, and breathe my air. English bastard. Worse, you're a Vexil." Thomas turned his head to stare at the forbidding Sir Guillaume. He said nothing, for the last 3 words had mystified him. "But I choose not to kill you," Sir Guillaume said, "because you saved my daughter from rape." "Your daughter?" "Eleanor, you fool. She's a bastard daughter, of course," Sir Guillaume said. "Her mother was a servant to my father. But Eleanor is all I've got left, and I'm fond of her. She says you were kind to her, which is why she cut you down and why you're lying in my bed. She always was overly sentimental." He frowned. "But I still have a mind to slice your damned throat." "For 4 years," Thomas said, "I have dreamed of slitting yours." Sir Guillaume's one eye gazed at him balefully. "Of course you have. You're a Vexil."
"I've never heard of the Vexil," Thomas said. "My name is Thomas of Hookton."
Thomas half expected Sir Guillaume to frown as he tried to remember Hookton, but his recognition of the name was instant.
"Hookton," he said. "Hookton. Good sweet Christ, Hookton."
He was silent for a few heartbeats. "And of course you're a damned Vexil. You have their badge on your bow."
"My bow?"
"You gave it to Eleanor to carry. She kept it." Thomas closed his eyes. There was pain in his neck and down his back and in his head.
"I think it was my father's badge," he said, "but I don't really know because he would never talk of his family. I know he hated his own father. I wasn't very fond of my own, but your men killed him, and I swore to avenge him."
Sir Guillaume turned to gaze out of the window. "You have truly never heard of the Vexil?"
"Never."
"Then you are fortunate." He stood. "They are the devil's offspring, and you, I suspect, are one of their pups. I would kill you, boy, with as little conscience as if I stepped on a spider. But you were kind to my bastard daughter, and for that I thank you." He limped from the room, leaving Thomas in pain and utterly confused. Thomas recovered in Sir Guillaume's garden, shaded from the sun by 2 quince trees, under which he waited anxiously for Dr. Mordecai's daily verdict on the color, consistency, taste, and smell of his urine. It did not seem to matter to the doctor that Thomas's grotesquely swollen neck was subsiding, nor that he could swallow bread and meat again. All that mattered was the state of his urine. There was, the doctor declared, no finer method of diagnosis. The urine betrays all. If it smells rank, or if it is dark, if it tastes of vinegar, or should it be cloudy, then it is time for vigorous doctoring. But good, pale, sweet-smelling urine like this is the worst news of all.
"The worst?"
Thomas asked, alarmed.
"It means fewer fees for a physician, dear boy."
The doctor had survived the sack of corn by hiding in a neighbor's pig shed. "They slaughtered the pigs but missed the Jew. Mind you, they broke all my instruments, scattered my medicines, shattered all but 3 of my bottles, and burned my house, which is why I am forced to live here." He shuddered as though living in Sir Guillaume's mansion was a hardship. He smelled Thomas's urine and then, uncertain of his diagnosis, spilled a drop onto a finger and tasted it.
"Very fine," he said. "Lamentably fine."
He poured the jar's contents into a bed of lavender where bees were at work.
"So I lost everything," he said,
"and this after we were assured by our great lords that the city would be safe." Originally, the doctor had told Thomas, the leaders of the garrison had insisted on defending only the walled city and the castle, but they needed the help of the townsfolk to man the walls, and those townsfolk had insisted that the Ile Saint-Jean be defended, for that was where the city's wealth lay, and so, at the very last minute, the garrison had streamed across the bridge to disaster.
"Fools," Mordecai said scornfully. "Fools in steel and glory. Fools."
Thomas and Mordecai were sharing the house, while Sir Guillaume visited his estate at Évêque, some 30 miles south of Caen, where he had gone to raise more men.
"He will fight on," the doctor said, "wounded leg or not." "What will he do with me?"
"Nothing," the doctor said confidently.
"He likes you, despite all his bluster. You saved Eleanor, didn't you? He's always been fond of her.
His wife wasn't, but he is."
"What happened to his wife?"
"She died," Mordecai said.
"She just died."
Thomas could eat properly now, and his strength returned fast, so that he could walk about the Ile Saint-Jean with Eleanor. The island looked as though a plague had struck, for over half the houses were empty, and even those that were occupied were still blighted by the sack. Shutters were missing, doors splintered, and the shops had no goods. Some country folk were selling beans, peas, and cheeses from wagons, and small boys were offering fresh perch taken from the rivers, but they were still hungry days. They were also nervous days, for the city's survivors feared that the hated English might return, and the island was still haunted by the sickly smell of the corpses in the 2 rivers,
where the gulls, rats, and dogs grew fat. Eleanor hated walking about the city, preferring to go south into the countryside, where blue dragonflies flew above water lilies in the streams that twisted between fields of overripe rye, barley, and wheat. "I love harvest time," she told Thomas. "We used to go into the fields and help." There would be little harvest this year, for there were no folk to cut the grain, and so the corn buntings were stripping the heads, and pigeons were squabbling over the leavings. "There should be a feast at harvest's end," Eleanor said wistfully. "We had a feast too," Thomas said, "and we used to hang corn dollies in the church." "Corn dollies?" He made her a little doll from straw. "We used to hang 13 of these above the altar," he told her, "one for Christ and one each for the apostles." He picked some cornflowers and gave them to Eleanor, who threaded them into her hair. It was very fair hair, like sunlit gold. They talked incessantly, and one day Thomas asked her again about the lance, and this time Eleanor nodded. "I lied to you," she said, "because he did have it, but it was stolen." "Who stole it?" She touched her face. "The man who took his eye." "A man called Vexil?" She nodded solemnly. "I think so. But it wasn't here, it was in Évêque. That's his real home. He got the Caen house when he married." "Tell me about the Vexil," Thomas urged her. "I know nothing of them," Eleanor said, and he believed her. They were sitting by a stream where 2 swans floated and a heron stalked frogs in a reed bed. Thomas had talked earlier of walking away from Caen to find the English army, and his words must have been weighing on Eleanor's mind, for she frowned at him. "Will you really go?" "I don't know." He wanted to be with the army, for that was where he belonged, though he did not know how he was to find it, nor how he was to survive in a countryside where the English had made themselves hated. But he also wanted to stay. He wanted to learn more about the Vexil, and only Sir Guillaume could satisfy that hunger. And day by day, he wanted to be with Eleanor. There was a calm gentleness in her that Jeanette had never possessed, a gentleness that made him treat her with tenderness, for fear that otherwise he would break her. He never tired of watching her long face, with its slightly hollow cheeks and bony nose and big eyes. She was embarrassed by his scrutiny, but did not tell him to stop. "Sir Guillaume," she told him, "tells me I look like my mother, but I don't remember her very well." Sir Guillaume came back to Caen with a dozen men-at-arms, whom he had hired in northern Alençon. He would lead them to war, he said, along with a half-dozen of his men who had survived the fall of Caen. His leg was still sore, but he could walk without crutches, and on the day of his return he summarily ordered Thomas to go with him to the church of Saint-Jean. Eleanor, working in the kitchen, joined them as they left the house, and Sir Guillaume did not forbid her to come. Folk bowed as Sir Guillaume passed, and many sought his assurance that the English were truly gone. "They are marching towards Paris," he would answer, "and our king will trap them and kill them." "You think so?" Thomas asked, after one such assurance. "I pray so," Sir Guillaume growled. "That's what the king is for, isn't it? To protect his people. And God knows we need protection. I'm told that if you climb that tower," he nodded towards the church of Saint-Jean, that was their destination, "you can see the smoke from the towns your army has burned. They are conducting a chevauchée." "Chevauchée?" Eleanor asked. Her father sighed. "A chevauchée, child, is when you march in a great line through your enemy's country and you burn, destroy, and break everything in your path. The object of such barbarity is to force your enemy to come out from his fortresses and fight. And I think our king will oblige the English. And the English bows," Thomas said, "will cut his army down like hay." Sir Guillaume looked angry at that, but then shrugged. "A marching army gets worn down," he said. "The horses go lame, the boots wear out, and the arrows run out. And you haven't seen the might of France, boy. For every knight of yours we have 6. You can shoot your arrows till your bows break, but we'll still have enough men left to kill you." He fished in a pouch hanging at his belt, and gave some small coins to the beggars at the churchyard gate, which lay close to the new grave where the 500 corpses had been buried. It was now a mound of raw earth dotted with dandelions, and it stank, for when the English had dug the grave, they had struck water not far beneath the surface, and so the pit was too shallow,
and the earth covering was too thin to contain the corruption the grave concealed. Eleanor clapped a hand to her mouth, then hurried up the steps into the church, where the archers had auctioned the town's wives and daughters. The priests had thrice exorcised the church with prayers and holy water, but it still had a sad air, for the statues were broken and the windows shattered. Sir Guillaume genuflected towards the main altar, then led Thomas and Eleanor up a side aisle, where a painting on the lime-washed wall showed St. John escaping from the cauldron of boiling oil that the Emperor Domitian had prepared for him. The saint was shown as an ethereal form, half smoke and half man, floating away in the air, while the Roman soldiers looked on in perplexity. Sir Guillaume approached a side altar, where he dropped to his knees beside a great black flagstone, and Thomas, to his surprise, saw that the Frenchman was weeping from his one eye.
"I brought you here," Sir Guillaume said, "to teach you a lesson about your family."
Thomas did not contradict him. He did not know that he was of exil, but the ale on the silver badge suggested he was.
"Beneath that stone," Sir Guillaume said, "lies my wife and my 2 children, a boy and a girl. He was 6, she was 8, and their mother was 25 years old. The house here belonged to her father. He gave me his daughter as ransom for a boat I captured. It was mere piracy, not war, but I gained a good wife from it."
The tears were flowing now, and he closed his eye. Eleanor stood beside him, a hand on his shoulder, while Thomas waited.
"Do you know," Sir Guillaume asked after a while, "why we went to Hookton?"
"We thought because the tide took you away from Poole."
"No. We went to Hookton on purpose. I was paid to go there by a man who called himself the Harlequin."
"Like Elke?"
Thomas asked. "It is the same word, only he used the Italian form. A devil's soul laughing at God, and he even looked like you."
Sir Guillaume crossed himself, then reached out to trace a finger down the edge of the stone.
"We went to fetch a relic from the church. You knew that already, surely?"
Thomas nodded. "And I have sworn to get it back." Sir Guillaume seemed to sneer at that ambition.
"I thought it was all foolishness, but in those days I thought all life was foolishness. Why would some miserable church in an insignificant English village have a precious relic? But the Harlequin insisted he was right, and when we took the village, we found the relic."
"The lance of St. George," Thomas said flatly.
"The lance of St. George," Sir Guillaume agreed. "I had a contract with the Harlequin. He paid me a little money, and the balance was kept by a monk in the abbey here. He was a monk that everyone trusted, a scholar, a fierce man whom folks said would become a saint. But when we returned, I found that Brother Martin had fled, and he had taken the money with him. So I refused to give the lance to the Harlequin. 'Bring me 900 livres in good silver,' I told him, 'and the lance is yours.' But he would not pay. So I kept the lance. I kept it in Évêque, and the months passed, and I heard nothing, and I thought the lance had been forgotten. Then 2 years ago, in the spring, the Harlequin returned. He came with men-at-arms, and he captured the manor. He slaughtered everyone, and took the lance."
Thomas stared at the black flagstone. "You lived?"
"Scarcely," Sir Guillaume said. He hauled up his black jacket and showed a terrible scar on his belly. "They gave me 3 wounds," he went on. "1 to the head, 1 to the belly, and 1 to the leg. They told me the 1 to the head was because I was a fool with no brains. The 1 in the guts was the reward for my greed, and the 1 to the leg so I would limp down to hell. Then they left me to watch the corpses of my wife and children while I died. But I lived, thanks to Mordecai." He stood, wincing, as he put his weight onto his left leg. "I lived," he said grimly, "and I swore I would find the man who did that." He pointed at the flagstone and sent his soul screaming into the pit. "It took me a year to discover who he was, and you know how I did it? When he came to Évêque, he had his men's shield covered with black cloth, but I slashed the cloth of one with my sword and saw the Yale. So I asked men about the Yale. I asked them in Paris and Anjou, in Burgundy and the Dauphiné, and in the end I found my answer. And where did I find it? After asking the length and breadth of France, I found it here, in Caen. A man here knew the badge. The Harlequin is a man called Vexil. I do not know his first name. I do not know his rank. I just know he is a devil called Vexil.
So the Vexil have the lance?
They have. And the man who killed my family killed your father. Sir Guillaume looked ashamed for a brief instant. I killed your mother. I think I did anyway, but she attacked me and I was angry. He shrugged. But I did not kill your father. And in killing your mother, I did nothing more than you have done in Brittany.
True, Thomas admitted.
He looked into Sir Guillaume's eye and could feel no hatred for his mother's death.
So we share an enemy, Thomas said.
And that enemy, Sir Guillaume said, is the devil.
He said it grimly, then crossed himself. Thomas suddenly felt cold, for he had found his enemy, and his enemy was Lucifer. That evening, Mordecai rubbed a salve into Thomas's neck.
It is almost healed, I think, he said, and the pain will go, though perhaps a little will remain to remind you of how close you came to death.
He sniffed the garden scents.
So, Sir Guillaume told you the story of his wife?
Yes.
And you are related to the man who killed his wife?
I don't know, Thomas said. Truly I don't. But the Yale suggests I am.
And Sir Guillaume probably killed your mother, and the man who killed his wife killed your father, and Sir Simon Jekyll tried to kill you.
Mordecai shook his head.
I nightly lament that I was not born a Christian. I could carry a weapon and join the sport.
He handed Thomas a bottle.
Perform, he commanded. And what, by the by, is a Yale?
A heraldic beast, Thomas explained. The doctor sniffed.
God, in his infinite wisdom, made the fishes and the whales on the 5th day, and on the 6th he made the beasts of the land, and he looked at what he had done and saw that it was good. But not good enough for the heralds, who have to add wings, horns, tusks, and claws to his inadequate work.
Is that all you can do?
For the moment. I'd get more juice from squeezing a walnut, he grumbled and shuffled away.
Eleanor must have been watching for his departure, for she appeared from under the pear trees that grew at the garden's end and gestured towards the river gate. Thomas followed her down to the bank of the River Orne, where they watched an excited trio of small boys trying to spear a pike with English arrows left after the city's capture. "Will you help my father?" Eleanor asked. "Help him? You said his enemy was your enemy." Thomas sat on the grass, and she sat beside him. "I don't know," he said. He still did not really believe in any of it. There was a lance, he knew that, and a mystery about his family, but he was reluctant to admit that the lance and the mystery must govern his whole life. "Does that mean you'll go back to the English army?" Eleanor asked in a small voice. "I want to stay here," Thomas said after a pause. "To be with you." She must have known he was going to say something of the sort, but she still blushed and gazed at the swirling water, where fish rose to the swarms of insects, and the three boys vainly splashed. "You must have a woman," she said softly. "I did," Thomas said, and he told her about Jeanette, and how she had found the Prince of Wales and so abandoned him without a glance. "I will never understand her," he admitted. "But you love her?" Eleanor asked directly. "No," Thomas said. "You say that because you're with me," Eleanor declared. He shook his head. "My father had a book of St. Augustine's sayings, and there was one that always puzzled me." He frowned, trying to remember the Latin. "Nondum amabam et amare amabam." I did not love, but yearned to love. Eleanor gave him a skeptical look. "A very elaborate way of saying you're lonely." "Yes," Thomas agreed. "So what will you do?" she asked. Thomas did not speak for a while. He was thinking of the penance he had been given by Father Hobb. "I suppose one day I must find the man who killed my father," he said after a while. "But what if he is the devil?" she asked seriously. "Then I shall wear garlic," Thomas said lightly, "and pray to St. Guinevere." She looked at the darkening water. "Did St. Augustine really say that thing?" "Non dum amabam et amare amabam," Thomas said. "Yes, he did." "I know how he felt," Eleanor said, and rested her head on his shoulder. Thomas did not move. He had a choice: follow the lance or take his black bow back to the army. In truth, he did not know what he should do. But Eleanor's body was warm against his, and it was comforting. And that, for the moment, was enough. And so, for the moment, he would stay. Next morning, Sir Guillaume, escorted now by a half-dozen men-at-arms, took Thomas to the Abbé aux Hommes. A crowd of petitioners stood at the gates, wanting food and clothing that the monks did not have, though the abbey itself had escaped the worst of the plundering, because it had been the quarters of the king and of the Prince of Wales. The monks themselves had fled at the approach of the English army. Some had died on the Ile Saint-Jean, but most had gone south to a brother house, and among those was Brother Germain, who, when Sir Guillaume arrived, had just returned from his brief exile. Brother Germain was tiny, ancient, and bent, a wisp of a man with white hair, myopic eyes, and delicate hands, with which he was trimming a goose quill. "The English," the old man said, "use these feathers for their arrows. We use them for God's word." Brother Germain, Thomas was told, had been in charge of the monastery's scriptorium for more than 30 years. "In the course of copying books," the monk explained, "one discovers knowledge whether one wishes it or not. Most of it is quite useless, of course. How is Mordecai? He lives?" "He lives," Sir Guillaume said, "and sends you this." He put a clay pot sealed with wax on the sloping surface of the writing desk. The pot slid down until Brother Germain trapped it and pushed it into a pouch. "A salve," Sir Guillaume explained to Thomas, "for Brother Germain's joints." "Which ache," the monk said, "and only Mordecai can relieve them. 'Tis a pity he will burn in hell, but in heaven I am assured I shall need no ointments. Who is this?" He peered at Thomas. "A friend," Sir Guillaume said, "who brought me this." He was carrying Thomas's bow, which he now laid across the desk and tapped the silver plate. Brother Germain stooped to inspect the badge, and Thomas heard a sharp intake of breath. "The Yale," Brother Germain said. He pushed the bow away, then blew the scraps from his sharpened quill off the desk. "The beast was introduced by the heralds in the last century. Back then, of course, there was real scholarship in the world, not like today. I get young men from Paris whose heads are stuffed with wool, yet they claim to have doctorates." He took a sheet of scrap parchment from a shelf, laid it on the desk, and dipped his quill in a pot of vermilion ink. He let a glistening drop fall onto the parchment, and then, with the skill gained in a lifetime, drew the ink out of the drop in quick strokes. He hardly seemed to be taking notice of what he was doing, but Thomas, to his amazement, saw a Yale taking shape on the parchment. "The beast is said to be mythical," Brother Germain said, flicking the quill to make a tusk, "and maybe it is. Most heraldic beasts seem to be inventions. Who has seen a unicorn?" He put another drop of ink on the parchment, paused a heartbeat, then began on the beast's raised paws. "There is, however, a notion that the Yale exists in Ethiopia. I could not say, not having travelled east of Rouen, nor have I met any traveller who has been there, if indeed Ethiopia even exists." He frowned. "The Yale is mentioned by Pliny, however, which suggests it was known to the Romans, though God knows they were a credulous race. The beast is said to possess both horns and tusks, which seems extravagant, and is usually depicted as being silver with yellow spots. Alas, our pigments were stolen by the English, but they left us the vermilion, which I suppose was kind of them.
It comes from cinnabar, I'm told. Is that a plant? Father Jacques, rest his soul, always claimed it grows in the Holy Land, and perhaps it does. Do I detect that you are limping, Sir Guillaume?
A bastard English archer put an arrow in my leg, Sir Guillaume said, and I pray nightly that his soul will roast in hell.
You should instead give thanks that he was inaccurate.
Why do you bring me an English war bow, decorated with a Yale? Because I thought it would interest you, Sir Guillaume said, and because my young friend here, he touched Thomas's shoulder, wants to know about the Vexille.
You would do much better to forget them,
Brother Germain grumbled. He was perched on a tall chair and now peered about the room where a dozen young monks tidied the mess left by the monastery's English occupiers. Some of them chattered as they worked, provoking a frown from Brother Germain.
"This is not Calm Marketplace," he snapped. "If you want to gossip, go to the lavatories. I wish I could. Ask Mordecai if he has an unguent for the bowels, would you?"
He glowered about the room for an instant, then struggled to pick up the bow that he had propped against the desk. He looked intently at the Yale for an instant, then put the bow down.
"There was always a rumor that a branch of the Vexille family went to England. This seems to confirm it."
"Who are they?" Thomas asked. Brother Germain seemed irritated by the direct question, or perhaps the whole subject of the Vexille made him uncomfortable.
"They were the rulers of Astarac," he said, "a county on the borders of Languedoc and the Agenais. And that, of course, should tell you all you need to know of them."
"It tells me nothing," Thomas confessed.
"Then you probably have a doctorate from Paris."
The old man chuckled at this jest.
"The Counts of Astarac, young man, were Cathars. Southern France was infested by that damned heresy, and Astarac was at the center of the evil."
He made the sign of the cross with fingers deep stained by pigments.
"Abere non potest," he said solemnly, "Deum patrem qui ecclesiam non habet matrem."
"St. Cyprian," Thomas said, "he cannot have God as his father who does not have the church as his mother."
"I see you are not from Paris after all," Brother Germain said. "The Cathars rejected the church, looking for salvation within their own dark souls. What would become of the church if we all did that, if we all pursued our own whims? If God is within us, then we need no church and no Holy Father to lead us to his mercy, and that notion is the most pernicious of heresies. And where did it lead the Cathars? To a life of dissipation, of fleshly lust, of pride, and of perversion. They denied the divinity of Christ."
Brother Germain made the sign of the cross again. "And the Vexille were Cathars?" Sir Guillaume prompted the old man.
"I suspect they were devil worshippers," Brother Germain retorted. "But certainly the Counts of Astarac protected the Cathars, they and a dozen other lords. They were called the Dark Lords, and very few of them were perfects. The perfects were the sect leaders, the heresiarchs, and they abstained from wine, intercourse, and meat, and no Vexille would willingly abandon those three joys. But the Cathars allowed such sinners to be among their ranks and promised them the joys of heaven if they recanted before their deaths. The Dark Lords liked such a promise, and when the heresy was assailed by the church, they fought bitterly." He shook his head. "This was 100 years ago. The Holy Father and the King of France destroyed the Cathars, and Astarac was one of the last fortresses to fall. The fight was dreadful, the dead innumerable, but the heresiarchs and the Dark Lords were finally scotched."
"Yet some escaped," Sir Guillaume suggested gently. Brother Germain was silent for a while, gazing at the drying vermilion ink.
"There was a story," he said, "that some of the Cathar lords did survive, and that they took their riches to countries all across Europe. There is even a rumor that the heresy yet survives, hidden in the lands where Burgundy and the Italian states meet."
He made the sign of the cross.
"I think a part of the Vexille family went to England to hide there, for it was in England, Sir Guillaume, that you found the lance of St. George." "Vexille," He said the name thoughtfully. It derives, of course, from vexillaire, a standard-bearer, and it is said that an early vexille discovered the lance while on the Crusades, and thereafter carried it as a standard. It was certainly a symbol of power in those old days. Myself, I am skeptical of these relics. The abbot assures me he has seen 3 foreskins of the infant Jesus, and even I, who hold him blessed above all things, doubt he was so richly endowed. But I have asked some questions about this lance. There is a legend attached to it. It is said that the man who carries the lance into battle cannot be defeated. A mere legend, of course, but belief in such nonsense inspires the ignorant, and there are few more ignorant than soldiers. What troubles me most, though, is their purpose.
Whose purpose? Thomas asked.
There is a story, Brother Germain said, ignoring the question, that before the fall of the last heretic fortresses, the surviving Dark Lords made an oath. They knew the war was lost. They knew their strongholds must fall, and that the Inquisition and the forces of God would destroy their people. And so they made an oath to visit vengeance on their enemies. One day, they swore, they would bring down the throne of France and the Holy Mother Church, and to do it, they would use the power of their holiest relics.
The Lance of St. George? Thomas asked.
That too, Brother Germain said.
That too, Sir Guillaume repeated the words in a puzzled tone.
Brother Germain dipped his quill and put another glistening drop of ink on the parchment. Then, deftly, he finished his copy of the badge on Thomas's bow. "The Yale," he said, "I have seen before, but the badge you showed me is different. The beast is holding a chalice, but not any chalice, Sir Guillaume. You are right, the bow interests me and frightens me, but the Yale is holding the Grail, the holy, blessed, and most precious Grail. It was always rumored that the Cathars possessed the Grail. There is a tawdry lump of green glass in Genoa Cathedral that is said to be the Grail, but I doubt our dear Lord drank from such a bauble. No, the real Grail exists, and whoever holds it possesses power above all men on earth." He put down the quill. "I fear, Sir Guillaume, that the Dark Lords want their revenge. They gather their strength, but they hide still, and the Church has not yet taken notice. Nor will it until the danger is obvious, and by then it will be too late." Brother Germain lowered his head so that Thomas could only see the bald pink patch among the white hair. "It is all prophesied," the monk said. "It is all in the books." "What books?" Sir Guillaume asked. "Et convertabitur rex Austri, et de principibus eius prevalebit super eum," Brother Germain said softly. Sir Guillaume looked quizzically at Thomas. "And the king from the south will be mighty," Thomas reluctantly translated, "but one of his princes will be stronger than him." "The Cathars are of the south," Brother Germain said, "and the prophet Daniel foresaw it all." He raised his pigment-stained hands. "The fight will be terrible, for the soul of the world is at stake, and they will use any weapon, even a woman. Filiaque regis Austri veniet ad regem Aquilonis facere amicitia." "The daughter of the king of the south," Thomas said, "shall come to the king of the north and make a treaty." Brother Germain heard the distaste in Thomas's voice. "You don't believe it?" he hissed. "Why do you think we keep the scriptures from the ignorant? They contain all sorts of prophecies, young man, and each of them given direct to us by God. But such knowledge is confusing to the unlearned. Men go mad when they know too much." He made the sign of the cross. "I thank God I shall be dead soon, and taken to the bliss above, while you must struggle with this darkness." End of side 13. Side 14.
Thomas walked to the window and watched 2 wagons of grain being unloaded by novices. Sir Guillaume's men-at-arms were playing dice in the cloister. That was real, he thought, not some babbling prophet. His father had ever warned him against prophecy. It drives men's minds awry, he had said, and was that why his own mind had gone astray? The lance, Thomas said, trying to cling to fact instead of fancy, was taken to England by the Vexil family. My father was one of them, but he fell out with the family and he stole the lance and hid it in his church. He was killed there, and at his death he told me it was his brother's son who did it. I think it is that man, my cousin, who called himself the Harlequin. He turned to look at Brother Germain. My father was a Vexil, but he was no heretic. He was a sinner, yes, but he struggled against his sin. He hated his own father, and he was a loyal son of the church. He was a priest, Sir Guillaume explained to the monk. And you are his son? Brother Germain asked in a disapproving tone. The other monks had abandoned their tidying and were listening avidly. I am a priest's son, Thomas said, and a good Christian. So the family discovered where the lance was hidden, Sir Guillaume took up the story, and hired me to retrieve it, but forgot to pay me. Brother Germain appeared not to have heard. He was staring at Thomas. You are English. The bow is mine, Thomas acknowledged. So you are a Vexil? Thomas shrugged. It would seem so. Then you are one of the Dark Lords, Brother Germain said. Thomas shook his head. I am a Christian, he said firmly. Then you have a God-given duty, the small man said with surprising force, which is to finish the work that was left undone 100 years ago. Kill them all. Kill them. And kill the woman. You hear me, boy? Kill the daughter of the king of the south before she seduces France to heresy and wickedness. If we can even find the Vexil, Sir Guillaume said dubiously. And Thomas noted the word we. They don't display their badge. I doubt they use the name Vexil. They hide. But they have the lance now, Brother Germain said, and they will use it for the first of their vengeances. They will destroy France, and in the chaos that ensues, they will attack the church. He moaned as if he was in physical pain. You must take away their power, and their power is the Grail. So it was not just the lance that Thomas must save. To Father Hobbes' charge had been added all of Christendom. He wanted to laugh. Catharism had died 100 years before, scourged and burned and dug out of the land like couch grass scrubbed from a field. Dark lords, daughters of kings and princes of darkness, were figments of the troubadours, not the business of archers. Except that when he looked at Sir Guillaume, he saw that the Frenchman was not mocking the task. He was staring at a crucifix hanging on the scriptorium wall and mouthing a silent prayer. God help me, Thomas thought. God help me, but I am being asked to do what all the great knights of Arthur's Round Table failed to do, to find the Grail. Philip of Valois, King of France, ordered every Frenchman of military age to gather at Rouen. Demands went to his vassals and appeals were carried to his allies. He had expected the wars of Caen to hold the English for weeks, but the city had fallen in a day, and the panicked survivors were spreading across northern France with terrible stories of devils unleashed. Rouen, nestled in a great loop of the Seine, filled with warriors. Thousands of Genoese crossbowmen came by galley, beaching their ships on the river's bank and thronging the city's taverns, while knights and men-at-arms arrived from Anjou and Picardy, from Alençon and Champagne, from Maine to Rennes and Berry. Every blacksmith's shop became an armory, every house a barracks, and every tavern a brothel. More men arrived until the city could scarce contain them, and tents had to be set up in the fields south of the city. Wagons crossed the bridge, loaded with hay and newly harvested grain from the rich farmlands north of the river, while from the Seine's southern bank came rumors. The English had taken Évreux, or perhaps it was Bernay. Smoke had been seen at Lisieux, and archers were swarming through the forest of Breton. A nun in Louviers had a dream in which the dragon killed St. George. King Philip ordered the woman brought to Rouen, but she had a hare lip, a hunchback, and a stammer, and when she was presented to the king, she proved unable to recount the dream, let alone confide God's strategy to His Majesty. She just shuddered and wept, and the king dismissed her angrily, but took consolation from the bishop's astrologer, who said Mars was in the ascendant, and that meant victory was certain. Rumor said the English were marching on Paris. Then another rumor claimed they were going south to protect their territories in Gascony. It was said that every person in Caen had died, that the castle was rubble. Then a story went about that the English themselves were dying of a sickness. King Philip, ever a nervous man, became petulant, demanding news, but his advisers persuaded their irritable master that wherever the English were, they must eventually starve if they were kept south of the great river Seine that twisted like a snake from Paris to the sea. Edward's men were wasting the land, so needed to keep moving if they were to find food, and if the Seine was blocked, then they could not go north towards the harbours on the Channel coast where they might expect supplies from England. They use arrows like a woman uses money, Charles, the Count of Alençon, and the king's younger brother, advised Philip, but they cannot fetch their arrows from France. They are brought to them by sea, and the further they go from the sea, the greater their problems. So if the English were kept south of the Seine, then they must eventually fight or make an ignominious retreat to Normandy. What of Paris? Paris, what of Paris? The king demanded. Paris will not fall, the count assured his brother. The city lay north of the Seine, so the English would need to cross the river and assault the largest ramparts in Christendom, and all the while the garrison would be showering them with crossbow bolts and the missiles from the hundreds of small iron guns that had been mounted on the city walls. Maybe they will go south, Philip worried, to Gascony. If they march to Gascony, the count said, then they will have no boots by the time they arrive, and their arrow store will be gone. Let us pray they do go to Gascony, but above all things, pray they do not reach the Seine's northern bank. For if the English crossed the Seine, they would go to the nearest Channel port to receive reinforcements and supplies, and by now the count knew the English would be needing supplies. A marching army tired itself, its men became sick and its horses lame. An army that marched too long would eventually wear out, like a tired crossbow. So the French reinforced the great fortresses that guarded the Seine's crossings, and where a bridge could not be guarded, such as the 16-arched bridge at Poissy, it was demolished. 100 men with sledgehammers broke down the parapets and hammered the stonework of the arches into the river to leave the 15 stumps of the broken piers studding the Seine like the stepping stones of a giant, while Poissy itself, which lay south of the Seine and was reckoned indefensible, was abandoned and its people evacuated to Paris. The wide river was being turned into an impassable barrier to trap the English in an area where their food must eventually run short. Then, when the devils were weakened, the French would punish them for the terrible damage they had wrought on France. The English were still burning towns and destroying farms, so that, in those long summer days, the western and southern horizons were so smeared by smoke plumes that it seemed as if there were permanent clouds on the skylines. At night, the world's edge glowed, and folk fleeing the fires came to Rouen, where, because so many could not be housed or fed, they were ordered across the river and away to wherever they might find shelter. Sir Simon Jekyll and Henry Colley, his man-at-arms, were among the fugitives, and they were not refused admittance, for they both rode destriers and were in mail. Colley wore his own mail and rode his own horse, but Sir Simon's mount and gear had been stolen from one of his other men-at-arms before he fled from Caen. Both men carried shields, but they had stripped the leather covers from the willow boards so that the shields bore no device, thus declaring themselves to be masterless men for hire. Scores like them came to the city, seeking a lord who could offer food and pay, but none arrived with the anger that filled Sir Simon. It was the injustice that galled him. It burned his soul, giving him a lust for revenge. He had come so close to paying all his debts. Indeed, when the money from the sale of Jeanette's ships was paid from England, he had expected to be free of all encumbrances. But now he was a fugitive. He knew he could have slunk back to England, but any man out of favor with the king, or the king's eldest son, could expect to be treated as a rebel,
and he would be fortunate if he kept an acre of land, let alone his freedom. So he had preferred flight, trusting that his sword would win back the privileges he had lost to the Breton bitch and her puppy lover, and Henry Colley had ridden with him in the belief that any man as skilled in arms as Sir Simon could not fail. No one questioned their presence in Rouen. Sir Simon's French was tinged with the accent of England's gentry, but so was the French of a score of other men from Normandy. What Sir Simon needed now was a patron, a man who would feed him and give him the chance to fight back against his persecutors, and there were plenty of great men looking for followers. In the fields south of Rouen, where the looping river narrowed the land, a pasture had been set aside as a tourney ground, where, in front of a knowing crowd of men-at-arms, anyone could enter the lists to show their prowess. This was not a serious tournament. The swords were blunt and lances were tipped with wooden blocks, but rather it was a chance for masterless men to show their prowess with weapons, and a score of knights, the champions of dukes, counts, viscounts, and mere lords, were the judges. Dozens of hopeful men were entering the lists, and any horseman who could last more than a few minutes against the well-mounted and superbly armed champions was sure to find a place in the entourage of a great nobleman. Sir Simon, on his stolen horse and with his ancient, battered sword, was one of the least impressive men to ride into the pasture. He had no lance, so one of the champions drew a sword and rode to finish him off. At first no one took particular notice of the two men, for other combats were taking place, but when the champion was sprawling on the grass and Sir Simon, untouched, rode on, the crowd took notice. A second champion challenged Sir Simon, and was startled by the fury which confronted him. He called out that the combat was not to the death, but merely a demonstration of swordplay, but Sir Simon gritted his teeth and hacked with the sword so savagely that the champion spurred and wheeled his horse away rather than risk injury. Sir Simon turned his horse in the pasture's centre, daring another man to face him. But instead a squire trotted a mare to the field's centre and wordlessly offered the Englishman a lance. "Who sent it?" Sir Simon demanded. "My lord." "Who is?" "There," the squire said, pointing to the pasture's end, where a tall man in black armour and riding a black horse waited with his lance. Sir Simon sheathed his sword and took the lance. It was heavy and not well balanced, and he had no lance rest in his armour that would cradle the long butt to help keep the point raised. But he was a strong man and an angry one, and he reckoned he could manage the cumbersome weapon long enough to break the stranger's confidence. No other men fought on the field now. They just watched. Wagers were being made, and all of them favoured the man in black. Most of the onlookers had seen him fight before, and his horse, his armour, and his weapons were all plainly superior. He wore plate mail, and his horse stood at least a hand's-breadth taller than Sir Simon's sorry mount. His visor was down, so Sir Simon could not see the man's face, while Sir Simon himself had no faceplate, merely an old, cheap helmet, like those worn by England's archers. Only Henry Colley laid a bet on Sir Simon, though he had difficulty in doing it, for his French was rudimentary, but the money was at last taken. The stranger's shield was black and decorated with a simple white cross, a device unknown to Sir Simon, while his horse had a black trapper that swept the pasture as the beast began to walk. That was the only signal the stranger gave, and Sir Simon responded by lowering the lance and kicking his own horse forward. They were 100 paces apart, and both men moved swiftly into the canter. Sir Simon watched his opponent's lance, judging how firmly it was held. The man was good, for the lance tip scarcely wavered, despite the horse's uneven motion. The shield was covering his trunk, as it should be. If this had been a battle, if the man with the strange shield had not offered Sir Simon a chance of advancement, he might have lowered his own lance to strike his opponent's horse, or, a more difficult strike, thrust the weapon's tip into the high pommel of his saddle. Sir Simon had seen a lance go clean through the wood and leather of a saddle to gouge into a man's groin, and it was ever a killing blow. But today he was required to show the skill of a knight, to strike clean and hard, and at the same time defend himself from the oncoming lance. The skill of that was to deflect the thrust, which, having the weight of a horse behind it, could break a man's back by throwing him against the high cantle. The shock of two heavy horsemen meeting, and with all their weight concentrated into lance points, was like being hit by a cannon's stone. Sir Simon was not thinking about any of this. He was watching the oncoming lance, glancing at the white cross on the shield where his own lance was aimed, and guiding his horse with pressure from his knees. He had trained to this from the time he could first sit on a pony. He had spent hours tilting at a quintain in his father's yard, and more hours schooling stallions to endure the noise and chaos of battle. He moved his horse slightly to the left, like a man wanting to widen the angle at which the lances would strike, and so deflect some of their force. And he noted that the stranger did not follow the move to straighten the line, but seemed happy to accept the lesser risk. Then both men rowelled back their spurs, and the destriers went into the gallop. Sir Simon touched the horse's right side and straightened the line himself, driving hard at the stranger now and leaning slightly forward to ready himself for the blow. His opponent was trying to swing towards him, but it was too late. Sir Simon's lance cracked against the black and white shield with a thump that hurled Sir Simon back, but the stranger's lance was not centered and banged against Sir Simon's plain shield and glanced off. Sir Simon's lance broke into 3 pieces, and he let it fall as he pressed his knee to turn the horse. His opponent's lance was across his body now, and was encumbering the black-armored knight. Sir Simon drew his sword, and while the other man was still trying to rid himself of the lance, gave a back swing that struck his opponent like a hammer blow. The field was still. Henry Colley held out a hand for his winnings. The man pretended not to understand his crude French, but he understood the knife that the yellow-eyed Englishman suddenly produced, and the coins just as suddenly appeared. The knight in the black armor did not continue the fight, but instead curbed his horse and pushed up his visor. "Who are you?" "My name is Sir Simon Jekyll." "English?" "I was." The 2 horses stood beside each other. The stranger threw down his lance and hung the shield from his pommel. He had a sallow face with a thin black moustache, clever eyes, and a broken nose. He was a young man, not a boy, but a year or 2 older than Sir Simon. "What do you want?" he asked Sir Simon. "A chance to kill the Prince of Wales." The man smiled. "Is that all?" "Money, food, land, women," Sir Simon said. The man gestured to the side of the pasture. "There are great lords here, Sir Simon, who will offer you pay, food, and girls. I can pay you too, but not so well. I can feed you, though it will be common stuff. And the girls you must find for yourself. What I will promise you is that I shall equip you with a better horse, armor, and weapons. I lead the best knights in this army, and we are sworn to take captives who will make us rich. And none, I think, so rich as the King of England and his whelp. Not kill, mark you, but capture." Sir Simon shrugged. "I'll settle for capturing the bastard," he said. "And his father," the man said. "I want his father, too." There was something vengeful in the man's voice that intrigued Sir Simon. "Why?" he asked. "My family lived in England," the man said, "but when this king took power, we supported his mother." "So you lost your land?" Sir Simon asked. He was too young to remember the turmoil of those times, when the king's mother had tried to keep power for herself and for her lover, and the young Edward had struggled to break free. Young Edward had won, and some of his old enemies had not forgotten. "We lost everything," the man said, "but we shall get it back. Will you help?" Sir Simon hesitated, wondering whether he would not do better with a wealthier lord, but he was intrigued by the man's calmness and by his determination to tear the heart out of England. "Who are you?" he asked. "I am sometimes called the Harlequin," the man said. The name meant nothing to Sir Simon. "And you employ only the best?" he asked. "I told you so." "Then you had best employ me," Sir Simon said, "with my man." He nodded towards Henry Colley. "Good," the Harlequin said. And so Sir Simon had a new master, and the King of France had gathered an army. The great lords, Alençon, John of Hainault, Aumale, the Count of Blois, who was brother to the aspiring Duke of Brittany, the Duke of Lorraine, the Count of Sancerre, all were in Rouen, with their vast retinues of heavily armored men. The army's numbers became so large that men could not count the ranks, but clerks reckoned there were at least 8,000 men-at-arms and 5,000 crossbowmen in Rouen, and that meant that Philip of Valois' army already outnumbered Edward of England's forces, and still more men were coming. John, Count of Luxembourg and King of Bohemia, a friend of Philip of France, was bringing his formidable knights. The King of Majorca came with his famed lances, and the Duke of Normandy was ordered to abandon the siege of an English fortress in the south and bring his army north. The priests blessed the soldiers and promised them that God would recognize the virtue of France's cause and crush the English mercilessly. The army could not be fed in Rouen, so at last it crossed the bridge to the north bank of the Seine, leaving a formidable garrison behind to guard the river crossing. Once out of the city and on the long roads stretching through the newly harvested fields, men could dimly comprehend just how vast their army was. It stretched for miles in long columns of armed men, troops of horsemen, battalions of crossbowmen, and trailing behind the innumerable host of infantry, armed with axes, billhooks, and spears. This was the might of France, and France's friends had rallied to the cause. There was a troop of knights from Scotland, big, savage-looking men who nourished a rare hatred of the English. There were mercenaries from Germany and Italy, and there were knights whose names had become famous in Christendom's tournaments, the elegant killers who had become rich in the sport of war. The French knights spoke not just of defeating Edward of England, but of carrying the war to his kingdom, foreseeing earldoms in Essex and dukedoms in Devonshire. The Bishop of Meaux encouraged his cook to think of a recipe for archers' fingers, a daube, perhaps, seasoned with thyme. He would, the bishop insisted, force the dish down Edward of England's throat. Sir Simon rode a 7-year-old destrier now, a fine grey that must have cost the Harlequin close to £100. He wore a hauberk of close-ringed mail covered with a surcoat that bore the white cross. His horse had a chanfron of boiled leather and a black trapper, while at Sir Simon's waist hung a sword made in Poitiers. Henry Colley was almost as well equipped, though in place of a sword he carried a 4-foot-long shaft of oak topped with a spiked metal ball. "They're a solemn bunch," he complained to Sir Simon about the other men who followed the Harlequin, "like bloody monks." "They can fight," Sir Simon said, though he himself was also daunted by the grim dedication of the Harlequin's men. The men were all confident, but none took the English as lightly as the rest of the army, which had convinced itself that any battle would be won by numbers alone. The Harlequin quizzed Sir Simon and Henry Colley about the English way of fighting, and his questions were shrewd enough to force both men to drop their bombast and think. "They'll fight on foot," Sir Simon concluded. He, like all knights, dreamed of a battle conducted on horseback, of swirling men and couched lances, but the English had learned their business in the wars against the Scots, and knew that men on foot defended territory much more effectively than horsemen. "Even the knights will fight on foot," Sir Simon forecast, "and for every man-at-arms they'll have 2 or 3 archers. Those are the bastards to watch." The Harlequin nodded. "But how do we defeat the archers?" "Let them run out of arrows," Sir Simon said. "They must eventually. So let every hothead in the army attack, then wait till the arrow bags are empty. Then you'll get your revenge." "It is more than revenge I want," the Harlequin said quietly. "What?" The Harlequin, a handsome man, smiled at Sir Simon, though there was no warmth in the smile. "Power," he answered very calmly. "With power, Sir Simon, comes privilege, and with privilege, wealth. What are kings," he asked, "but men who have risen high? So we shall rise too, and use the defeat of kings as the rungs of our ladder." Such talk impressed Sir Simon, though he did not wholly understand it. It seemed to him that the Harlequin was a man of high fancies, but that did not matter, because he was also unswervingly dedicated to the defeat of men who were Sir Simon's enemies. Sir Simon daydreamed of the battle. He saw the English prince's frightened face, heard his scream, and revelled in the thought of taking the insolent whelp prisoner. Jeanette, too. The Harlequin could be as secretive and subtle as he wished, so long as he led Sir Simon to those simple desires. And so the French army marched, and still it grew, as men came from the outlying parts of the kingdom and from the vassal states beyond France's frontiers. It marched to seal off the Seine, and so trap the English, and its confidence soared when it was learned that the king had made his pilgrimage to the Abbey of Saint-Denis to fetch the oriflamme. It was France's most sacred symbol, a scarlet banner kept by the Benedictines in the abbey where the kings of France lay entombed, and every man knew that when the oriflamme was unfurled, no quarter would be given. It was said to have been carried by Charlemagne himself, and its silk was red as blood, promising carnage to the enemies of France. The English had come to fight, the oriflamme had been released, and the dance of the armies had begun. Sir Guillaume gave Thomas a linen shirt, a good mail coat, a leather-lined helmet, and a sword. "It's old but good," he said of the sword, "a cutter rather than a piercer." He provided Thomas with a horse, a saddle, a bridle, and gave him money. Thomas tried to refuse the last gift, but Sir Guillaume brushed his protest aside. "You've taken what you wanted from me. I might as well give you the rest." "Taken?" Thomas was puzzled, even hurt by the accusation. "Eleanor." "I've not taken her," Thomas protested. Sir Guillaume's ravaged face broke into a grin. "You will, boy," he said. "You will." They rode next day, going eastwards in the wake of the English army that was now far off. News had come to Caen of burned towns, but no one knew where the enemy had gone, and so Sir Guillaume planned to lead his 12 men-at-arms, his squire, and his servant to Paris. "Someone will know where the king is," he said. "And you, Thomas, what will you do?" Thomas had been wondering the same ever since he woke to the light in Sir Guillaume's house, but now he must make the decision, and to his surprise there was no conflict at all. "I shall go to my king," he said. "And what of this Sir Simon? What if he hangs you again?" "I have the Earl of Northampton's protection," Thomas said, though he reflected it had not worked before. "And what of Eleanor?" Sir Guillaume turned to look at his daughter, who, to Thomas's surprise, had accompanied them. Her father had given her a small palfrey, and, unused to riding, she sat its saddle awkwardly, clutching the high pommel. She did not know why her father had let her come, suggesting to Thomas that perhaps he wanted her to be his cook. The question made Thomas blush. He knew he could not fight against his own friends, but nor did he want to leave Eleanor. "I shall come looking for her," told Sir Guillaume. "If you still live," the Frenchman growled. "Why don't you fight for me?" "Because I'm English," Sir Guillaume sneered. "You're Cathar, you're French, you're from Languedoc. Who knows what you are? You're a priest's son, a mongrel bastard of heretic stock." "I'm English," Thomas said. "You're a Christian," Sir Guillaume retorted, "and God has given you and me a duty. How are you to fulfill that duty by joining Edward's army?" Thomas did not answer at once. Had God given him a duty? If so, he did not want to accept it, for acceptance meant believing in the legends of the Vexil. Thomas, in the evening after he had met Brother Germain, had talked with Mordecai in Sir Guillaume's garden, asking the old man if he had ever read the book of Daniel. Mordecai had sighed, as if he found the question wearisome. "Years ago," he'd said, "many years ago. It is part of the Ketuvim, the writings that all Jewish youths must read." "Why?" "He's a prophet, yes? He tells the future." "Dear me," Mordecai had said, sitting on the bench and dragging his thin fingers through his forked beard. "You Christians," he had said, "insist that prophets tell the future, but that wasn't really what they did at all. They warned Israel. They told us that we would be visited by death, destruction, and horror if we did not mend our ways. They were preachers, Thomas, just preachers, though God knows they were right about the death, destruction, and horror. As for Daniel, he is very strange, very strange. He had a head filled with dreams and visions. He was drunk on God, that one." "But do you think," Thomas had asked, "that Daniel could foretell what is happening now?" Mordecai had frowned. "If God wished him to, yes, but why should God wish that? And I assume, Thomas, that you think Daniel might foretell what happens here and now in France, and what possible interest could that hold for the God of Israel? The Ketuvim are full of fancy, vision, and mystery, and you Christians see more in them than we ever did."
But would I make a decision because Daniel ate a bad oyster and had a vivid dream all those years ago? No, no, no. He stood and held a Jordan bottle high. Trust what is before your eyes, Thomas. What you can smell, hear, taste, touch, and see. The rest is dangerous. Thomas now looked at Sir Guillaume. He had come to like the Frenchman, whose battle-hardened exterior hid a wealth of kindness, and Thomas knew he was in love with the Frenchman's daughter, but even so, he had a greater loyalty. I cannot fight against England, he said, any more than you would carry a lance against King Philip. Sir Guillaume dismissed that with a shrug. Then fight against the Vexil. But Thomas could not smell, hear, taste, touch, or see the Vexil. He did not believe the King of the South would send his daughter to the north. He did not believe the Holy Grail was hidden in some heretic's fastness. He believed in the strength of a yew bow, the tension of a hemp cord, and the power of a white-feathered arrow to kill the king's enemies. To think of dark lords and heresiarchs was to flirt with the madness that had harrowed his own father. If I find the man who killed my father, he evaded Sir Guillaume's demand, then I will kill him. But you will not search for him. Where do I look? Where do you look? Thomas asked, then offered his own answer. If the Vexil really still exist, if they truly want to destroy France, then where would they begin? In England's army. So I shall look for them there. That answer was an evasion, but it half convinced Sir Guillaume, who grudgingly conceded that the Vexil might indeed take their forces to Edward of England. That night they sheltered in the scorched remains of a farm, where they gathered about a small fire, on which they roasted the hind legs of a boar that Thomas had shot. The men-at-arms treated Thomas warily. He was, after all, one of the hated English archers, whose bows could pierce even plate mail. If he had not been Sir Guillaume's friend, they would have wanted to slice off his string fingers in revenge for the pain that the white-fledged arrows had given to the horsemen of France, but instead they treated him with a distant curiosity. After the meal, Sir Guillaume gestured to Eleanor and Thomas that they should both accompany him outside. His squire was keeping watch, and Sir Guillaume led them away from the young man, going to the bank of a stream where, with an odd formality, he looked at Thomas. "So you will leave us," he said, "and fight for Edward of England?" "Yes." "But if you see my enemy, if you see the lance, what will you do?" "Kill him," Thomas said. Eleanor stood slightly apart, watching and listening. "He will not be alone," Sir Guillaume warned. "But you assure me he is your enemy?" "I swear it," Thomas said, puzzled that the question even needed to be asked. Sir Guillaume took Thomas's right hand. "You have heard of a brotherhood in arms?" Thomas nodded. Men of rank frequently made such pacts, swearing to aid each other in battle and share each other's spoils. "Then I swear a brotherhood to you," Sir Guillaume said, "even if we will fight on opposing sides." "I swear the same," Thomas said awkwardly. Sir Guillaume let Thomas's hand go. "There," he said to Eleanor, "I'm safe from one damned archer." He paused, still looking at Eleanor. "I shall marry again," he said abruptly, "and have children again, and they will be my heirs. You know what I'm saying, don't you?" Eleanor's head was lowered, but she looked up at her father briefly, then dropped her gaze again. She said nothing. "And if I have more children, God willing," Sir Guillaume said, "what does that leave for you, Eleanor?" She gave a very small shrug, as if to suggest that the question was not of great interest to her. "I have never asked you for anything." "But what would you have asked for?" She stared into the ripples of the stream. "What you gave me," she said after a while. "Kindness." "Nothing else?" She paused. "I would have liked to call you father." Sir Guillaume seemed uncomfortable with that answer. He stared northwards. "You are both bastards," he said after a while, "and I envy that." "Envy?" Thomas asked. "A family serves like the banks of a stream. They keep you in your place, but bastards make their own way. They take nothing, and they can go anywhere." He frowned, then flicked a pebble into the water. "I had always thought, Eleanor, that I would marry you to one of my men-at-arms. Benoit asked me for your hand, and so did Fawcett. And it's past time you were married. What are you, 15? 15, she agreed. You'll rot away, girl, if you wait any longer, Sir Guillaume said gruffly. So who shall it be? Benoit? Fawcett? He paused. Or would you prefer Thomas? Eleanor said nothing, and Thomas, embarrassed, kept silent. You want her? Sir Guillaume asked him brutally. Yes. Eleanor? She looked at Thomas, then back to the stream. Yes, she said simply. The horse, the mail, the sword, and the money, Sir Guillaume said to Thomas, are my bastard daughter's dowry. Look after her, or else become my enemy again. He turned away. Sir Guillaume, Thomas asked. The Frenchman turned back. When you went to Hookton, Thomas went on, wondering why he asked the question now, you took a dark-haired girl prisoner. She was pregnant. Her name was Jane. Sir Guillaume nodded. She married one of my men, then died in childbirth, the child too. Why? He frowned. Was the child yours? She was a friend. Thomas evaded the question. She was a pretty friend, Sir Guillaume said. I remember that. And when she died, we had 12 masses said for her English soul. Thank you. Sir Guillaume looked from Thomas to Eleanor, then back to Thomas. A good night for sleeping under the stars, he said, and we shall leave at dawn. He walked away. Thomas and Eleanor sat by the stream. The sky was still not wholly dark, but had a luminous quality, like the glow of a candle behind horn. An otter slid down the far side of the stream, its fur glistening where it showed above the water. It raised its head, looked briefly at Thomas, then dived out of sight to leave a trickle of silver bubbles breaking the dark surface. Eleanor broke the silence, speaking the only English word she knew. I am an archer's woman, she said. Thomas smiled. Yes, he said. And in the morning they rode on, and next evening they saw the smear of smoke on the northern horizon, and knew it was a sign that the English army was going about its business. They parted in the next dawn. How you reached the bastards I do not know, Sir Guillaume said, but when it is all over, look for me. He embraced Thomas, kissed Eleanor, then pulled himself into his saddle. His horse had a long blue trapper decorated with yellow hawks. He settled his right foot into its stirrup, gathered the reins, and pushed back his spurs. A track led north across a heath that was fragrant with thyme and fluttering with blue butterflies. Thomas, his helmet hanging from the saddle's pommel and the sword thumping at his side, rode towards the smoke, and Eleanor, who insisted on carrying his bow because she was an archer's woman, rode with him. They looked back from the low crest of the heath, but Sir Guillaume was already a half-mile westwards, not looking back, hurrying towards the Oriflamme. Sir Thomas and Eleanor rode on. The English marched east, ever further from the sea, searching for a place to cross the Seine, but every bridge was broken or else was guarded by a fortress. They still destroyed everything they touched. Their chevauchée was a line 20 miles wide, and behind it was a charred trail 100 miles long. Every house was burned and every mill destroyed. The folk of France fled from the army, taking their livestock and the newly gathered harvest with them, so that Edward's men had to range ever further to find food. Behind them was desolation, while in front lay the formidable walls of Paris. Some men thought the king would assault Paris. Others reckoned he would not waste his troops on those great walls, but instead attack one of the strongly fortified bridges that could lead him north of the river. Indeed, the army tried to capture the bridge at Melun, but the stronghold which guarded its southern end was too massive, and its crossbowmen were too many, and the assault failed. The French stood on the ramparts and bared their backsides to insult the defeated English. It was said that the king
confident of crossing the river, had ordered supplies to be sent to the port of Le Crotoy that lay far to the north, beyond both the Seine and the River Somme. But if the supplies were waiting, then they were unreachable, because the Seine was a wall behind which the English were penned in a land they had themselves emptied of food. The first horses began to go lame, and men, their boots shredded by marching, went barefoot. The English came closer to Paris, entering the wide lands that were the hunting grounds of the French kings. They took Philip's lodges and stripped them of tapestries and plate, and it was while they hunted his royal deer that the French king sent Edward a formal offer of battle. It was the chivalrous thing to do, and it would, by God's grace, end the harrowing of his farmlands. So Philip of Valois sent a bishop to the English, courteously suggesting that he would wait with his army south of Paris, and the English king graciously accepted the invitation, and so the French marched their army through the city and arrayed it among the vineyards on a hill crest by Bourg-la-Reine. They would make the English attack them there, forcing the archers and men-at-arms to struggle uphill into massed Genoese crossbows, and the French nobles estimated the value of the ransoms they would fetch for their prisoners. The French battle line waited, but no sooner had Philip's army settled in its positions than the English treacherously turned about and marched in the other direction, going to the town of Poissy, where the bridge across the Seine had been destroyed and the town evacuated. A few French infantrymen, poor soldiers armed with spears and axes, had been left to guard the northern bank, but they could do nothing to stop the swarm of archers, carpenters, and masons who used timbers ripped from the roofs of Poissy to make a new bridge on the 15 broken piers of the old. It took 2 days to repair the bridge, and the French were still waiting for their arranged battle among the ripening grapes at Bourg-la-Reine as the English crossed the Seine and started marching northwards. The devils had escaped the trap and were loose again. It was at Poissy that Thomas, with Eleanor beside him, rejoined the army. And it was there, by God's grace, that the hard times began. Eleanor had been apprehensive about joining the English army. "They won't like me because I'm French," she said. "The army's full of Frenchmen," Thomas had told her. "There are Gascons, Bretons, even some Normans, and half the women are French." "The archers' women?" she asked, giving him a wry smile. "But they are not good women." "Some are good, some are bad," Thomas said vaguely. "But you I shall make into a wife, and everyone will know you're special." If Eleanor was pleased, she showed no sign, but they were now in the broken streets of Poissy, where a rearguard of English archers shouted at them to hurry. The makeshift bridge was about to be destroyed, and the army's laggards were being chivied across its planks. The bridge had no parapets, and had been hurriedly made from whatever timbers the army had found in the abandoned town, and the uneven planking swayed and creaked and bent as Thomas and Eleanor led their horses onto the roadway. Eleanor's palfrey became so scared of the uncertain footing that it refused to move until Thomas put a blindfold over its eyes, and then, still shaking, it trod slowly and steadily across the planks, which had gaps between them, through which Thomas could see the river sliding. They were among the last to cross. Some of the army's wagons had been abandoned in Poissy, their loads distributed onto the hundreds of horses that had been captured south of the Seine. Once the last stragglers had crossed the bridge, the archers began hurling the planks into the river, breaking down the fragile link that had let the English escape across the river. Now King Edward hoped they would find new land to waste in the wide plains that lay between the Seine and the Somme, and the 3 battles spread into the 20-mile-wide line of the Chevauchée and advanced northwards, camping that night just a short march from the river. Thomas looked for the Prince of Wales's troops, while Eleanor tried to ignore the dirty, tattered and sun-browned archers, who looked more like outlaws than soldiers. They were supposed to be making their shelters for the coming night, but preferred to watch the women and call obscene invitations. "What are they saying?" Eleanor asked Thomas. "That you are the most beautiful creature in all France," he said. "You lie," she said, then flinched as a man shouted at her. "Have they never seen a woman before?" "Not like you. They probably think you're a princess." She scoffed at that, but was not displeased. There were, she saw, women everywhere. They gathered firewood while their men made the shelters, and most, Eleanor noted, spoke French. "There will be many babies next year," she said. "True." They will go back to England? She asked. Some, perhaps. Thomas was not really sure. Or they'll go to their garrisons in Gascony. If I marry you, she asked, will I become English? Yes, Thomas said. End of side 14. Side 15. It was getting late, and cooking fires were smoking across the stubble fields, though there was precious little to cook. Every pasture held a score of horses, and Thomas knew they needed to rest, feed, and water their own animals. He had asked many soldiers where the Prince of Wales's men could be found, but one man said west, another east. So in the dusk, Thomas simply turned their tired horses towards the nearest village, for he did not know where else to go. The place was swarming with troops, but Thomas and Eleanor found a quiet enough spot in the corner of a field where Thomas made a fire, while Eleanor, the black bow prominent on her shoulder to demonstrate that she belonged to the army, watered the horses in a stream. They cooked the last of their food, and afterwards sat under the hedge and watched the stars brighten above a dark wood. Voices sounded from the village where some women were singing a French song, and Eleanor crooned the words softly. I remember my mother singing it to me, she said, plucking strands of grass that she wove into a small bracelet. I was not his only bastard, she said ruefully. There were 2 others I know of. One died when she was very small, and the other is now a soldier. He's your brother? Half-brother. She shrugged. I don't know him. He went away. She put the bracelet on her thin wrist. Why do you wear a dog's paw? She asked. Because I'm a fool, he said, and mock God. That was the truth, he thought ruefully, and he pulled the dry paw hard to break its cord, then tossed it into the field. He did not really believe in some guinea-fowl. It was an affectation. A dog would not help him recover the lance, and that duty made him grimace, for the penance weighed on his conscience and soul. Do you really mock God? Eleanor asked, worried. No, but we jest about the things we fear. And you fear God? Of course, Thomas said, then stiffened because there had been a rustle in the hedge behind him, and a cold blade was suddenly pressed against the back of his neck. The metal felt very sharp. What we should do, a voice said, is hang the bastard properly and take his woman. She's pretty. She's pretty, another man agreed, but he ain't good for anything. You bastards, Thomas said, turning to stare into 2 grinning faces. It was Jake and Sam. He did not believe it at first, just gazed for a while. It is you. What are you doing here? Jake slashed at the hedge with his billhook, pushed through and gave Eleanor what he thought was a reassuring grin, though with his scarred face and crossed eyes, he looked like something from a nightmare. Charlie Bloy got his face smacked, Jake said, so Will brought us here to give the King of France a bloody nose. She your woman? She's the Queen of bloody Sheba, Thomas said. And the Countess is humping the Prince, I hear. Jake grinned. Will saw you earlier, only you didn't see us. Got your nose in the air. We heard you were dead. I nearly was. Will wants to see you. The thought of Will Skeet, of Jake and Sam came as a vast relief to Thomas, for such men lived in a world far removed from dire prophecies, stolen lances, and dark lords. He told Eleanor these men were his friends, his best friends, and that she could trust them, though she looked alarmed at the ironic cheer which greeted Thomas when they ducked into the village tavern. The archers put their hands at their throats and contorted their faces to imitate a hanged man, while Will Skeet shook his head in mock despair. God's belly, he said, but they can't even hang you properly. He looked at Eleanor. Another countess. The daughter of Sir Guillaume d'Evêque, Knight of the Sea and of the Land, Thomas said, and she's called Eleanor. Yours, Skeet said. We shall marry. Bloody hellfire, Skeet said. You're still daft as a carrot. You don't marry them, Tom. That's not what they're for. Still, she ain't a bad looker, is she? He courteously made space for Eleanor on the bench. There wasn't much ale, he went on, so we drank it all. He looked about the tavern. It was so bare there was not even a bunch of herbs hanging from the rafters. Bastards cleaned up before they left, he said sourly, and there's about as much plunder here as you'd get hairs off a bald man. What happened in Brittany? Thomas asked. Will shrugged. Naught to do with us.
Duke Charles led his men into our territory and trapped Tommy Dugdale on a hilltop. 3,000 of them and 300 with Tommy, and at the end of the day Duke Charles was running like a scalded hare. Arrows, boy, arrows.
Thomas Dugdale had taken over the Earl of Northampton's responsibilities in Brittany and had been travelling between the English fortresses when the Duke's army caught him, but his archers and men-at-arms, ensconced behind the thick hedge of a hilltop pasture, had cut the enemy into shreds.
All day they fought, Skeet said, morning to night, and the bastards wouldn't learn their lesson and kept sending men up the hill. They reckoned Tommy had to run out of arrows soon enough, but he was carrying carts of spares to the fortresses, see, so he had enough to last him till doomsday. So Duke Charles lost his best men, the fortresses are safe till he gets some more, and we're up here. The Earl sent for us. Just bring 50 archers, he told me, so I did. And Father Hobb, of course. We sailed to Caen and joined the army just as it marched out. So what the hell happened to you?
Thomas told his tale. Skeet shook his head when he heard about the hanging.
Sir Simon's gone, he said. Probably joined the French.
He's done what?
Vanished. Your countess caught up with him and pissed all over him from what we hear. Skeet grinned. Look of the devil you've got. God knows why I saved you this.
He put a clay jar of ale on the table, then nodded at Thomas's bow that Eleanor was carrying.
Can you still shoot that thing? I mean, you've been bollocking about with the aristocracy for so long that you might have forgotten why God put you on the earth.
I can still use it.
Then you might as well ride with us, Skeet said,
but confessed he knew little of what the army was doing.
No one tells me, he said scornfully. But they say there's another river up north and we've got to cross it. Sooner the better, I reckon, as the Frenchies have skimmed this land proper. Couldn't feed a kitten up here.
It was indeed a bare land. Thomas saw that for himself next day as Will Skeet's men moved slowly north across harvested fields. But the grain, instead of lying in the barns, had already been taken for the French army, just as the livestock had all been driven away. South of the Seine, the English had cut grain from abandoned fields, and their advance guards had moved swiftly enough to capture thousands of cattle, pigs, and goats. But here the land had been scraped bare by an even larger army, and so the king ordered haste. He wanted his men to cross the next river, the Somme, to where the French army might not have stripped the land, and where, at Le Crotoy, he hoped a fleet would be waiting with supplies. But despite the royal orders, the army went painfully slowly. There were fortified towns that promised food, and men insisted on trying to assault their walls. They captured some, or repulsed at others, but it all took time that the king did not have, and while he was trying to discipline an army more interested in plunder than progress, the King of France led his army back across the Seine, through Paris, and north to the Somme. A new trap was set, an even deadlier one, for the English were now penned in a land that had been stripped of food. Edward's army at last reached the Somme, but found it was blocked just as the Seine had been barred. Bridges were destroyed or guarded by grim forts with heavy garrisons that would take weeks to dislodge, and the English did not have weeks. They were weakening daily. They had marched from Normandy to the edge of Paris, then they had crossed the Seine and left a path of destruction to the Somme's southern bank, and the long journey had abraded the army. Hundreds of men were now barefoot, while others hobbled on disintegrating shoes. They had horses enough, but few spare horseshoes or nails, and so men led their animals to save their hooves. There was grass to feed horses, but little grain for men, and so the foraging parties had to travel long distances to find villages where the peasants might have hidden some of the harvest. The French were becoming bolder now, and there were frequent skirmishes at the edges of the army as the French sensed the English vulnerability. Men ate unripe fruit that soured their bellies and loosened their bowels. Some reckoned they had no choice but to march all the way back to Normandy, but others knew the army would fall apart long before they reached the safety of the Norman harbours. The only course was to cross the Somme and march to the English strongholds in Flanders, but the bridges were gone or garrisoned, and when the army crossed desolate marshlands to find fords, they discovered the enemy ever waiting on the far bank. They twice tried to force a passage, but both times the French, secure on the higher, dry land, were able to cut down the archers in the river by crowding the bank with Genoese crossbows. And so the English retreated and marched westwards, getting ever nearer to the river's mouth, and every step reduced the number of possible crossing places as the river grew wider and deeper. They marched for 8 days between the rivers, 8 days of increasing hunger and frustration. "Save your arrows," a worried Will Skeet warned his men late one afternoon. They were making their camp by a small deserted village, which was as bare as every other place they had found since crossing the Seine. "We'll need every arrow we've got for a battle," Skeet went on, "and Christ knows we've none to waste." An hour later, when Thomas was searching a hedgerow for blackberries, a voice called from on high, "Thomas, get your evil bones up here." Thomas turned to see Will Skeet on the small tower of the village church. He ran to the church, climbed the ladder, past a beam where a bell had hung till the villagers took it away to prevent the English from stealing it, then pulled himself through the hatch and onto the tower's flat roof, where a half-dozen men were crowded, among them the Earl of Northampton, who gave Thomas a very wry look. "I heard you were hanged." "I lived, my lord," Thomas said grimly. The Earl hesitated, wondering whether to ask if Sir Simon Jekyll had been the hangman, but there was no point in continuing that feud. Sir Simon had fled, and the Earl's agreement with him was void. He grimaced instead. "No one can kill a devil's whelp, eh?" he said, then pointed eastwards, and Thomas stared through the twilight and saw an army on the march. It was a long way off, on the far northern bank of the river that here flowed between vast reed beds, but Thomas could still see that the lines of horsemen, wagons, infantry, and crossbowmen were filling every lane and track of that distant bank. The army was approaching a walled town, Abbeville, the Earl said, where a bridge crossed the river, and Thomas, gazing at the black lines twisting towards the bridge, felt as though the gates of hell had opened and spewed out a vast horde of lances, swords, and crossbows. Then he remembered Sir Guillaume was there, and he made the sign of the cross and mouthed a silent prayer that Eleanor's father would survive. "Sweet Christ," Will Skeet said, mistaking Thomas's gesture for fear, "but they want our souls bad." "They know we're tired," the Earl said, "and they know the arrows must run out in the end, and they know they have more men than we do, far more." He turned westwards, "and we can't run much further." He pointed again, and Thomas saw the flat sheen of the sea. "They've caught us," the Earl said. "They'll cross at Abbeville and attack tomorrow." "So we fight," Will Skeet growled. "On this ground, Will?" the Earl asked. The land was flat, ideal for cavalry, and with few hedgerows or coppices to protect archers. "And against so many," he added. He stared at the distant enemy. "They outnumber us, Will. They outnumber us." "By God, they outnumber us," he shrugged. "Time to move on." "Move on where?" Skeet asked. "Why not find our ground and stand?" "South?" The Earl sounded unsure. "Maybe we can cross the Seine again and take ships home from Normandy. God knows we can't cross the Somme." He shaded his eyes as he stared at the river. "Christ," he blasphemed, "but why the hell isn't there a ford? We could have raced the bastards back to our fortresses in Flanders and left Philip stranded like the damned fool he is." "Not fight him?" Thomas asked, sounding shocked. The Earl shook his head. "We've hurt him, we've robbed him blind, we've marched through his kingdom and left it smouldering, so why fight him? He spent a fortune on hiring knights and crossbowmen, so why not let him waste that money? Then we come back next year and do it again." He shrugged. "Unless we can't escape him." With those grim words, he backed down through the hatch, and his entourage followed, leaving Skeet and Thomas alone. "The real reason they don't want to fight," Skeet said sourly when the Earl was safe out of earshot, "is that they're scared of being taken prisoner. A ransom can wipe out a family's fortune in the blink of an eye." He spat over the tower parapet, then drew Thomas to its northern edge. "But the real reason I brought you up here, Tom, is because your eyes are better than mine. Can you see a village over there?" He pointed northwards. It took Thomas a while, but eventually he spotted a group of low roofs amidst the reeds. "Bloody poor village," he said sourly. "But it's still a place we haven't searched for food," Skeet said, "and being on a marsh they might have some smoked eels. I like a smoked eel, I do. Better than sour apples and nettle soup. You can go and have a look." "Tonight?" "Why not next week?" Skeet said, going to the roof hatch. "Or next year. Of course I mean tonight, you toad. Hurry yourself." Thomas took 20 archers. None of them wanted to go, for it was late in the day, and they feared that French patrols might be waiting on the track that twisted endlessly through the dunes and reed beds that stretched towards the Somme. It was a desolate country. Birds flew from the reeds as the horses picked their way along a track that was so low-lying that in places there were battens of elm to give footing, and all about them the water gurgled and sucked between banks of green-scummed mud. "Tide's going out," Jake commented. Thomas could smell the salt water. They were near enough to the sea for the tides to flow and ebb through this tangle of reeds and marsh grass, though in places the road found a firmer footing on great drifted banks of sand where stiff, pale grasses grew. In winter, Thomas thought, this would be a god-forsaken place, with the cold winds driving the spume across the frozen marsh. It was very nearly dark when they reached the village, which proved to be a miserable settlement of just a dozen reed-thatched cottages which were deserted. The folk must have left just before Thomas's archers arrived, for there were still fires in the small rock hearths. "Look for food," Thomas said, "especially smoked eels." "Be quicker to catch the bloody eels and smoke them ourselves," Jake said. "Get on with it," Thomas said, then took himself to the end of the village, where there was a small wooden church which had been pushed by the wind into a permanently lopsided stance. The church was little more than a shed. Maybe it was a shrine to some saint of this misbegotten marshland, but Thomas reckoned the wooden structure would just about bear his weight, so he scrambled off the horse onto the moss-thick thatch and then crawled up to the ridge, where he clung to the nailed cross that decorated one gable. He saw no movement in the marshes, though he could see the smear of smoke coming from the French campfires that misted the fading light north of Abbeville. Tomorrow, he thought, the French would cross the bridge and file through the town's gates to confront the English army, whose fires burned to the south, and the size of the smoke plumes witnessed how much larger the French army was than the English. Jake appeared from a nearby cottage with a sack in his hand. "What is it?" Thomas called. "Grail," Jake hefted the sack. "Bloody damp, sprouting." "No eels?" "Of course there are no bloody eels," Jake grumbled. "Bloody eels got more sense than to live in a hovel like this." Thomas grinned and looked off to the sea that lay like a blood-reddened sword blade to the west. There was one distant sail, a speck of white on the clouded horizon. Gulls wheeled and soared above the river, but here was a great wide channel broken by reeds and banks, sliding towards the sea. It was hard to distinguish between river and marsh, so tangled was the landscape. Then Thomas wondered why the gulls were screaming and diving. He stared at them and saw what at first looked like a dozen cattle on the river bank. He opened his mouth to call that news to Jake. Then he saw that there were men with the cattle. Men and women, perhaps a score of them. He frowned, staring, realizing that the folk must have come from this village. They had presumably seen the English archers approaching, and they had fled with their livestock. But to where? The marsh? That was sensible, for the wetlands probably had a score of secret paths where folk could hide. But why had they risked going onto the sand ridge where Thomas could see them? Then he saw that they were not trying to hide, but to escape, for the villagers were now wading across the wide waters towards the northern bank. Sweet Jesus, he thought, but there was a ford. He stared, not daring to believe his own eyes. But the folk were forging steadily across the river and dragging their cows with them. It was a deep ford, and he guessed it could only be crossed at low tide, but it was there. "Jake!" he shouted. "Jake!" Jake ran across to the church, and Thomas leaned far down and hauled him onto the rotting thatch. The building swayed perilously under their weight as Jake scrambled to the ridge, took hold of the sun-bleached wooden cross, and looked where Thomas was pointing. "God's arse," he said. "There's a bloody ford." "And they're a bloody Frenchman," Thomas said, for on the river's far bank, where firmer land rose from the tangle of marsh and water, there were now men in grey mail. They were newly arrived, or else Thomas would have seen them earlier, and their first cooking fires pricked the dark stand of trees where they camped. Their presence showed that the French knew of the ford's existence and wanted to stop the English crossing, but that was none of Thomas's business. His only duty was to let the army know that there was a ford, a possible way out of the trap. Thomas slid down the church's thatch and jumped to the ground. "You go back to Will," he told Jake, "and tell him there's a ford, and tell him I'll burn the cottages one at a time to serve as a beacon." It would be dark soon, and without a light to guide them, no one would be able to find the village. Jake took 6 men and rode back to the south. Thomas waited. Every now and then he climbed back to the church roof and stared across the ford, and each time he thought he saw more fires among the trees. The French, he reckoned, had placed a formidable force there, and no wonder, for it was the last escape route, and they were blocking it. But Thomas still fired the cottages one by one to show the English where that escape might lie. The flames roared into the night, scattering sparks across the marshes. The archers had found some dried fish concealed in a hot wall, and that, with brackish water, was their supper. They were disconsolate, and no wonder. "We should have stayed in Brittany," one man said. "They're going to corner us," another suggested. He had made a flute from a dried reed and had been playing a melancholy air. "We've got arrows," a third man said. "Enough to kill all those bastards." "Have to be enough." The flute player blew some faint notes, then became bored and tossed the instrument into the closest fire. Thomas, the night dragging hard on his patience, strolled back to the church, but instead of climbing onto the roof, he pushed open the ramshackle door and then opened the one-window shutters to let in the firelight. Then he saw it was not a proper church, but a fisherman's shrine. There was an altar made from sea-whitened planks, balanced on 2 broken barrels, and on the altar was a crude, doll-like figure, draped with strips of white cloth and crowned with a band of dried seaweed. The fishermen at Hookton had sometimes made such places, especially if a boat was lost at sea, and Thomas's father had always hated them. He had burned one to the ground, calling it a place of idols, but Thomas reckoned fishermen needed the shrines. The sea was a cruel place, and the doll, he thought it was female, perhaps represented some saint of the area. Women whose men were long gone to sea would come to pray to the saint, begging that the ship would come home. The shrine's roof was low, and it was more comfortable to kneel. Thomas said a prayer. "Let me live," he prayed. "Let me live." And he found himself thinking of the lance, thinking of Brother Germain and Sir Guillaume, and of their fears that a new evil, born of the Dark Lords, was brewing in the south. "It is none of your business," he told himself. "It is superstition. The Cathars are dead, burned in the church's fires, and gone to hell. Beware of madmen," his father had told him, and who better than his father to know that truth? But was he a Vexil? He bowed his head and prayed that God would keep him from the madness. "And what are you praying for now?" a voice suddenly asked, startling Thomas, who turned to see Father Hobb grinning from the low doorway. He had chatted with the priest during the last few days, but he had never been alone with him. Thomas was not even sure he wanted to be, for Father Hobb's presence was a reminder of his conscience. "I'm praying for more arrows, Father." "Please God, the prayer's answered," Father Hobb said, then settled on the church's earthen floor. "I had the devil's own task fighting my way across the swamp, but I had a mind to talk with you. I have this feeling you've been avoiding me." "Father," Thomas said chidingly. "So here you are, and with a beautiful girl as well. I tell you, Thomas, if they forced you to lick a leper's arse, you'd taste nothing but sweetness. Charmed you are. They can't even hang you." "They can," Thomas said, "but not properly." "Thank God for that," the priest said, then smiled. "So how is the penance going?" "I haven't found the lance," Thomas answered curtly. "But have you even looked for it?" Father Hobb asked, then drew a piece of bread from his pouch. He broke the small loaf and tossed half to Thomas. "Don't ask where I got it, but I didn't steal it. Remember, Thomas, you can fail in a penance and still have absolution if you have made a sincere effort." Thomas grimaced, not at Father Hobb's words, but because he had bitten down on a scrap of millstone grit caught in the bread. He spat it out. "My soul isn't so black as you make it sound, Father." "How would you know? All our souls are black." "I've made an effort," Thomas said, then found himself telling the whole tale of how he had gone to Caen and sought out Sir Guillaume's house, and how he had been a guest there, and about Brother Germain and the Cathar Vexil, and about the prophecy from Daniel and the advice of Mordecai. Father Hobb made the sign of the cross when Thomas talked of Mordecai. "You can't take the word of such a man," the priest said sternly. "He may or may not be a good doctor, but the Jews have ever been Christ's enemy. If he is on anyone's side, it must be the devil's. He's a good man, Thomas insisted. Thomas, Father Hobbs said sadly, then frowned for a few heartbeats. I have heard, he said after a while, that the Cathar heresy still lives, but it can't challenge France and the Church. You would know? Father Hobbs asked. It reached out across the sea to steal the lance from your father, and you say it reached across France to kill Sir Guillaume's wife. The devil works his business in the dark, Thomas. There's more, Thomas said, and told the priest the story that the Cathars had the Grail. The light of the burning cottages flickered on the walls and gave the seaweed-crowned image on the altar a sinister cast. I don't think I believe any of it, Thomas concluded. And why not? Because if the story is true, Thomas said, then I am not Thomas of Hookton, but Thomas Vexil. I'm not English, but some half-breed Frenchman. I'm not an archer, but noble-born. It gets worse, Father Hobbs said with a smile. It means that you have been given a task. They're just stories, Thomas said scornfully. Give me another penance, Father. I'll make a pilgrimage for you. I'll go to Canterbury on my knees if that's what you want. I want nothing of you, Thomas, but God wants a lot from you. Then tell God to choose someone else. I'm not in the habit of giving advice to the Almighty, Father Hobbs said, though I do listen to his. You think there is no Grail? Men have sought it for 1,000 years, Thomas said, and no one has found it, unless the thing in Genoa is real. Father Hobbs leaned his head against the wattle wall. I have heard, he said quietly, that the real Grail is made of common clay. A simple peasant dish like the one my mother treasured, God rest her soul, for she could only afford the one good dish, and then, clumsy fool that I am, I broke it one day. But the Grail, I am told, cannot be broken. You could put it in one of those guns that amused everyone at Caen, and it would not break even if you dashed it against a castle wall. And when you place the bread and wine, the blood and flesh of the Mass, in that common piece of clay, Thomas, it turns to gold, pure, shining gold. That is the Grail, and, God help me, it does exist. So you would have me wander the earth looking for a peasant's dish? Thomas asked. God would, Father Hobbs said, and for good reason. He looked saddened. There is heresy everywhere, Thomas. The church is besieged. The bishops and the cardinals and the abbots are corrupted by wealth. The village priests stew in ignorance, and the devil is brewing his evil. Yet there are some of us, a few, who believe that the church can be refreshed, that it can glow with God's glory again. I think the Grail could do that. I think God has chosen you, Father, and perhaps me, Father Hobbs said, ignoring Thomas's protest. When this is all over, he waved a hand to encompass the army and its plight, I think I may join you. We shall seek your family together. You? Thomas asked. Why? Because God calls, Father Hobbs said simply, then jerked his head. You must go, Thomas, you must go. I shall pray for you. Thomas had to go, because the night had been disturbed by the sound of horses' hooves and the strident voices of men. Thomas seized his bow and ducked out of the church to find that a score of men-at-arms were now in the village. Their shields carried the lions and stars of the Earl of Northampton, and their commander was demanding to know who was in charge of the archers. I am, Thomas said. Where's this ford? Thomas made himself a torch from a sheaf of thatch lashed to a pole, and, while its flame lasted, he led them across the marsh towards the distant ford. The flames flickered out after a while, but he was close enough to find his way to where he had seen the cattle. The tide had risen again, and black water seeped and flooded all about the horsemen, who huddled on a shrinking ridge of sand. You can see where the other side is, Thomas told the men-at-arms, pointing to the fires of the French, which looked to be about a mile away. Bastards are waiting for us. Plenty of them, too. We're crossing anyway, the leading man-at-arms said. The king has decided it, and we're doing it when the tide falls. He turned to his men. Off your horses, find the path, mark it. He pointed to some pollarded willows. Cut staves off them, use them as markers. Thomas groped his way back to the village, sometimes wading through water up to his waist. A thin mist was seeping from the flooding tide, and had it not been for the blazing huts in the village, he could easily have got lost. The village, built on the highest piece of land in all the marsh, had attracted a crowd of horsemen by the time Thomas returned. Archers and men-at-arms gathered there, and some had already pulled down the shrine to make fires from its timbers. Will Skeet had come with the rest of his archers. "The women are with the baggage," he told Thomas. "Bloody chaos back there it is. They're hoping to cross everyone in the morning." "They'll fight first," Thomas said. "Either that or fight their whole damn army later in the day. Did you find any eels?" "We ate them." Skeet grinned, then turned as a voice hailed him. It was the Earl of Northampton, his horse's trapper spattered with mud almost to the saddle. "Well done, Will." "Weren't me, my lord. It was this clever bastard." Skeet jerked a thumb at Thomas. "Hanging did you good, eh?" the Earl said, then watched as a file of men-at-arms climbed onto the village's sand ridge. "Be ready to move at dawn, Will, and we'll be crossing when the tide falls. I want your boys in front. Leave your horses here. I'll have good men watch them." There was small sleep that night, though Thomas did doze as he lay on the sand and waited for the dawn, which brought a pale, misty light. Willow trees loomed in the vapor, while men-at-arms crouched at the tide's edge and stared north to where the mist was thickened by smoke from the enemy's fires. The river ran deceptively quick, hastened by the ebbing tide, but it was still too high to cross. The sandbank by the ford held Skeet's 50 archers and another 50 under John Armstrong. There were the same number of men-at-arms, all on foot, led by the Earl of Northampton, who had been given the job of leading the crossing. The Prince of Wales had wanted to lead the fight himself, but his father had forbidden it. The Earl, far more experienced, had the responsibility, and he was not happy. He would have liked many more men, but the sandbank would hold no more, and the paths through the marshland were narrow and treacherous, making it difficult to bring reinforcements. "You know what to do," the Earl told Skeet and Armstrong. "We know." "Maybe another 2 hours?" The Earl was judging the fall of the tide. The 2 hours crept by, and the English could only stare through the thinning mist at the enemy, who formed their battle line at the ford's further side. The receding water let more men come to the sandbank, but the Earl's force was still pitifully small, perhaps 200 at most, while the French had double that number of men-at-arms alone. Thomas counted them as best he could, using the method Will Skeet had taught him, to divide the enemy in 2, divide again, then count the small unit and multiply it by 4. And he wished he had not done it, for there were so many, and as well as the men-at-arms there had to be 500 or 600 infantry, probably a levy from the country north of Abbeville. They were not a serious threat, for, like most infantry, they would be ill-trained and badly armed with ancient weapons and farming tools, but they could still cause trouble if the Earl's men got into difficulties. The only blessing Thomas could find in the misty dawn was that the French seemed to have very few crossbowmen. But why would they need them when they had so many men-at-arms? And the formidable force that now gathered on the river's northern bank would be fighting in the knowledge that if they repelled the English attack, then they would have their enemy pinned by the sea, where the greater French army could crush them. 2 pack horses brought sheaves of precious arrows that were distributed among the archers. "Ignore the goddamn peasants," Skeet told his men. "Kill the men-at-arms. I want the bastards crying for the goats they call their mothers." "There's food on the far side," John Armstrong told his hungry men. "Those goddamn bastards will have meat, bread and beer, and it'll be yours if you get through them." "And don't waste your arrows," Skeet growled. "Shoot proper. Aim, boys, aim. I want to see the bastards bleeding." "Watch the wind," John Armstrong shouted. "It'll carry arrows to the right." 200 of the French men-at-arms were on foot at the river's edge, while the other 200 were mounted and waiting 100 paces behind. The rabble of infantry was split into 2 vast lumps, one on each flank. The dismounted men-at-arms were there to stop the English at the water's edge, and the mounted men would charge if any did break through, while the infantry was present to give the appearance of numbers and to help in the massacre that would follow the French victory. The French must have been confident,
for they had stopped every other attempt to ford the Somme. Except, at the other fords, the enemy had possessed crossbowmen, who had been able to keep the archers in deep water where they could not use their bows properly for fear of soaking the strings, and here there were no crossbows. The Earl of Northampton, on foot like his men, spat towards the river. "He should have left his foot soldiers behind and brought 1,000 Genoese," he remarked to Will Skeet. "We'd be in trouble then." "They'll have some crossbows," Skeet said. "Not enough, Will, not enough." The Earl was wearing an old helmet, one without any faceplate. He was accompanied by a grey-bearded man-at-arms with a deeply lined face who wore a much-mended coat of mail. "You know Reginald Cobham, Will?" the Earl asked. "I've heard of you, Master Cobham," Will said respectfully. "And I of you, Master Skeet," Cobham answered. A whisper went through Skeet's archers that Reginald Cobham was at the ford, and men turned to look at the greybeard, whose name was celebrated in the army. A common man like themselves, but old in war and feared by England's enemies. The Earl looked at a pole which marked one edge of the ford. "Reckon the water's low enough," he said, then patted Skeet's shoulder. "Go and kill some, Will." Thomas took one glance behind and saw that every dry spot of the marsh was now crowded with soldiers, horses, and women. The English army had come into the lowlands, depending on the Earl to force the crossing. Off to the east, though none at the ford knew it, the main French army was filing across the bridge at Abbeville, ready to fall on the English rear. There was a brisk wind coming from the sea, bringing a morning chill and the smell of salt. Gulls called forlorn above the pale reeds. The river's main channel was a half-mile wide, and the 100 archers looked a puny force as they spread into a line and waded into the tide. Armstrong's men were on the left, Skeet's on the right, while behind them came the first of the Earl's men-at-arms. Those men-at-arms were all on foot, and their job was to wait till the arrows had weakened the enemy, then charge into the French with swords, axes, and falchions. The enemy had 2 drummers who began thumping their goatskins. Then a trumpeter startled birds from the trees where the French had camped. "Not the wind!" Skeet shouted at his men. "Gusting hard she is, gusting hard!" The wind was blowing against the ebbing tide, forcing the river into small waves that whipped white at their tops. The French infantry were shouting. Grey clouds scudded above the green land. The drummers kept up a threatening rhythm. Banners flew above the waiting men-at-arms, and Thomas was relieved that none of them showed yellow hawks on a blue field. The water was cold and came to his thighs. He held his bow high, watching the enemy, waiting for the first crossbow bolts to whip across the water. No bolts came. The archers were within long bowshot range now, but Will Skeet wanted them closer. A French knight on a black horse, caparisoned with a green and blue trapper, rode to where his comrades were on foot, then swerved off to one side and splashed into the river. "Silly bastard wants to make a name," Skeet said. "Jake, Dan, Peter, settle the bastard for me." The 3 bows were drawn back, and 3 arrows flew. The French knight was hurled back in his saddle, and his fall provoked the French to fury. They gave their war shout, "Montjoie, Saint-Denis!" and the men-at-arms came splashing into the river, ready to challenge the archers, who drew back their bows. "Hold hard!" Skeet shouted. "Hold hard! Closer! Get closer!" The drumbeats were louder. The dead knight was being carried away by his horse as the other French edged back to the dry land. The water only reached to Thomas's knees now, and the range was shortening. 100 paces, no more, and Will Skeet was at last satisfied. "Start putting them down!" he shouted. The bow cords were drawn back to men's ears, then loosed. The arrows flew, and while the first flight was still whispering over the wind-flecked water, the second flight was released, and as the men put their 3rd arrows on the strings, the first whipped home. The sound was of metal striking metal, like 100 light hammers tapping, and the French ranks were suddenly crouching with shields held high. "Pick your men!" Skeet shouted. "Pick your men!" He was using his own bow, shooting it infrequently, always waiting for an enemy to lower a shield before loosing an arrow. Thomas was watching the rabble of infantry to his right. They looked as though they were ready to make a wild charge, and he wanted to plant some arrows in their bellies before they reached the water. A score of French men-at-arms were dead or wounded, and their leader was shouting at the others to lock their shields. A dozen of the rearward men-at-arms had dismounted and were hurrying forward to reinforce the river bank. "Steady, boys, steady!" John Armstrong called. "Make the arrows count!" The enemy's shields were quilled with arrows. The French were relying on those shields that were thick enough to slow an arrow, and they were staying low, waiting for the arrows to run out or for the English men-at-arms to come close. Thomas reckoned some of the arrows would have driven clean through the shields to inflict wounds, but they were mostly wasted. He glanced back to the infantry and saw they were not moving yet. The English bows were firing less frequently, waiting for their targets, and the Earl of Northampton must have tired of the delay, or else he feared the turn of the tide, for he shouted his men forward. "St. George! St. George! Spread wide!" Wilsky shouted, wanting his men to be on the flanks of the Earl's attack, so they could use their arrows when the French stood to receive the charge. But the water rapidly grew deeper as Thomas moved upstream, and he could not go as far as he wanted. "Kill them! Kill them!" The Earl was wading up to the bank now. "Keep ranks!" Reginald Cobham shouted. The French men-at-arms gave a cheer, for the proximity of the English charge meant the archer's aim would be blocked, though Thomas did manage to loose 2 arrows as the defenders stood and before the 2 groups of men-at-arms met at the river's edge with the clash of steel and shield. Men roared their war cries, Saint Denis contending with St. George. "Watch right! Watch right!" Thomas shouted, for the peasant infantrymen had started forward, and he sent 2 arrows whistling at them. He was plucking shafts from the arrow bag as fast as he could. "Take the horsemen!" Wilsky bellowed, and Thomas changed his aim to send an arrow over the heads of the fighting men at the French horsemen who were advancing down the bank to help their comrades. Some English horsemen had entered the ford now, but they could not ride to meet their French counterparts because the ford's northern exit was blocked by the wild melee of men-at-arms. Men slashed and hacked. Swords met axes, falchions split helmets and skulls. The noise was like the devil's blacksmith shop, and blood was swirling down tide in the shallows. An Englishman screamed as he was cut down into the water, then screamed again as 2 Frenchmen drove axes into his legs and trunk. The Earl was thrusting his sword in short, hard lunges, ignoring the hammer blows on his shield. "Close up! Close up!" Reginald Cobham shouted. A man tripped on a body, opening a gap in the English line, and 3 howling Frenchmen tried to exploit it, but were met by a man with a double-headed axe, who struck down so hard that the heavy blade split a helmet and skull from pate to neck. "Flank them! Flank them!" Skeet bellowed, and his archers waded closer to the shore to drive their arrows into the sides of the French formation. 200 French knights were fighting 80 or 90 English men-at-arms, a brawl of swords and shields and monstrous clangor. Men grunted as they swung. The 2 front ranks were locked together now, shields against shields, and it was the men behind who did the killing, swinging their blades over the front rank to kill the men beyond. Most of the archers were pouring arrows into the French flanks, while a few, led by John Armstrong, had closed up behind the men-at-arms to shoot into the enemy's faces. The French infantry, thinking the English charge stalled, gave a cheer and began to advance. "Kill them! Kill them!" Thomas shouted. He had used a whole sheaf of arrows, 24 shafts, and had only 1 sheaf more. He drew the bow back, released, drew again. Some of the French infantry had padded jackets, but they were no protection against the arrows. Sheer numbers were their best defense, and they screamed a wild war cry as they pounded down the bank. But then a score of English horsemen came from behind the archers, pushing through them to meet the mad charge. The mailed riders chopped hard into the infantry's front ranks, swords flailing left and right as the peasants hacked back. The horses bitted the enemy, and always kept moving so that no one could slash their hamstrings. A man-at-arms was hauled from his saddle and screamed terribly as he was chopped to death in the shallows. Thomas and his archers drove their arrows into the mob. More horsemen rode to help slaughter them, but still the wild rabble crowded the bank, and suddenly Thomas had no arrows left, and so he hung the bow round his neck, drew his sword, and ran to the river's edge. End of Side 15. Side 16. A Frenchman lunged at Thomas with a spear. He knocked it aside and brought the sword's tip flashing round to rip the man's gullet. Blood spilled, bright as dawn, vanishing into the river. He hacked at a second man. Sam, baby-faced Sam, was beside him with a billhook that he sliced into a skull. It stuck there, and Sam kicked the man in frustration, then took an axe from the dying enemy and, leaving his billhook in its victim, swung his new weapon in a great arc to drive the enemy back. Jake still had arrows and was shooting them fast. A splashing and a cheer announced the arrival of more mounted men-at-arms, who drove into the infantry with heavy lances. The big horses, trained to this carnage, rode over the living and dead, while the men-at-arms discarded the spears and started hacking with swords. More archers had come with fresh arrows and were shooting from the river's center. Thomas was on the bank now. The front of his mailed coat was red with blood, none of it his, and the infantry was retreating. Then Will Skeet gave a great shout that more arrows had come, and Thomas and his archers ran back into the river to find Father Hob with a pack mule loaded with 2 panniers of arrow sheaves. "Do the Lord's work," Father Hob said, tossing a sheaf to Thomas, who undid its binding and spilled the arrows into his bag. A trumpet sounded from the northern bank, and he whirled round to see that the French horsemen were riding to join the fight. "Put them down!" Skeet shouted. "Put those bastards down!" Arrows slashed and sliced at horses. More English men-at-arms were wading the river to thicken the Earl's force, and, inch by inch, yard by yard, they were making progress up the bank. But then the enemy horsemen drove into the melee with lances and swords. Thomas put an arrow through the mail covering a Frenchman's throat, drove another through a leather chanfron, so that the horse reared and screamed and spilled its rider. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The Earl of Northampton, bloodied from his helmet to his mailed boots, rammed the sword again and again. He was bone-tired and deafened by the crack of steel, but he was climbing the bank, and his men were pressed close about him. Cobham was killing with a calm certainty, years of experience behind every blow. English horsemen were in the melee now, using their lances over the heads of their compatriots to drive the enemy horses back, but they were also blocking the aim of the archers, and Thomas again hung his bow round his neck and drew his sword. "St. George! St. George!" The Earl was standing on grass now, out of the reeds, above the high water mark, and behind him, the river's edge, was a charnel house of dead men, wounded men, blood and screaming. Father Hob, his cassock skirts hitched up to his waist, was fighting with a quarterstaff, ramming the pole into French faces. "In the name of the Father!" he shouted, and a Frenchman reeled back with a pulped eye. "And of the Son!" Father Hob snarled as he broke a man's nose. "And of the Holy Ghost!" A French knight broke through the English ranks, but a dozen archers swarmed over the horse, hamstrung it, and hauled its rider down to the mud, where they hacked at him with axe, billhook, and sword. "Archers!" the Earl shouted. "Archers!" The last of the French horsemen had formed into a charge that threatened to sweep the whole ragged mess of brawling men, both English and French, into the river. But a score of archers, the only ones with arrows now, drove their missiles up the bank to bring the leading rank of horsemen down in a tangle of horses' legs and tumbling weapons. Another trumpet sounded, this one from the English side, and reinforcements were suddenly streaming over the ford and spurring up onto the higher ground. "They're breaking! They're breaking!" Thomas did not know who shouted that news, but it was true. The French were shuffling backwards. The infantry, their stomach for battle slaked by the deaths they had suffered, had already retreated. But now the French knights, the men-at-arms, were backing away from the fury of the English assault. "Just kill them! Kill them! No prisoners! No prisoners!" The Earl of Northampton shouted in French, and his men-at-arms, bloody and wet and tired and angry, shoved up the bank and hacked again at the French, who stepped another pace back. And then the enemy did break. It was sudden. One moment the two forces were locked in grunting, shoving, hacking battle, and then the French were running, and the ford was streaming with mounted men-at-arms, who crossed from the southern bank to pursue the broken enemy. "Jesus," Will Skeet said, and dropped to his knees and made the sign of the cross. A dying Frenchman groaned nearby, but Skeet ignored him. "Jesus," he said again. "You got any arrows, Tom?" "2 left." "Jesus." Skeet looked up. There was blood on his cheeks. "Those bastards," he said vengefully. He was speaking of the newly arrived English men-at-arms who crashed past the remnants of the battle to harry the fleeing enemy. "Those bastards. They get into their camp first, don't they? They'll take all the bloody food." But the ford was taken. The trap was broken. and the English were across the Somme.
Part 3. Crécy. The whole English army had crossed before the tide rose again. Horses, wagons, men and women, they all crossed safe, so that the French army, marching from Abbeville to trap them, found the corner of land between the river and the sea empty. All next day the armies faced each other across the ford. The English were drawn up for battle, with their 4,000 archers lining the river's bank, and behind them 3 great blocks of men-at-arms on the higher ground. But the French, strung out on the paths to the ford, were not tempted to force the crossing. A handful of their knights rode into the water and shouted challenges and insults, but the king would not let any English knight respond, and the archers, knowing they must conserve their arrows, endured the insults without responding. "Let the bastards shout," Will Skeet growled. "Shouting never hurt a man yet." He grinned at Thomas. "Depends on the man, of course. Upset Sir Simon, didn't it?" "He was just a bastard." "No, Tom," Skeet corrected him. "You're the bastard, and he was a gentleman." Skeet looked across at the French, who showed no sign of trying to contest the ford. "Most of them are all right," he went on, evidently talking of knights and nobles. "Once they've fought with the archers for a while, they'll learn to look after us, on account of us being the mucky bastards what keeps them alive. But there's always a few goddamn idiots. Not our Billy, though." He turned and looked at the Earl of Northampton, who was pacing up and down by the shallows, itching for the French to come and fight. "He's a proper gentleman. Knows how to kill the goddamn French." Next morning the French were gone, the only sign of them the white cloud of dust hanging over the road, which was taking their huge army back to Abbeville. The English went north, slowed by hunger and the lame horses that men were reluctant to abandon. The army climbed from the Somme marshes into a heavily wooded country that yielded no grain, livestock, or plunder, while the weather, which had been dry and warm, turned cold and wet during the morning. Rain spat from the east and dripped incessantly from the trees to increase men's misery, so that what had seemed like a victorious campaign south of the Seine now felt like an ignominious retreat. Which is what it was, for the English were running from the French, and all the men knew it, just as they knew that unless they found food soon, their weakness would make them easy pickings for the enemy. The king had sent a strong force to the mouth of the Somme, where, at the small port of Le Crotoy, he expected reinforcements and supplies to be waiting. But instead, the small port proved to be held by a garrison of Genoese crossbowmen. The walls were in bad repair, the attackers were hungry, and so the Genoese died under a hail of arrows and a storm of men-at-arms. The English emptied the port storehouses of food and found a herd of beef cattle collected for the French army's use. But when they climbed the church tower, they saw no ships moored in the river's mouth, nor any fleet waiting at sea. The arrows, the archers, and the grain that should have replenished the army were still in England. The rain became heavier on the first night that the army camped in the forest. Rumor said that the king and his great men were in a village at the forest's edge, but most of the men were forced to shelter under the dripping trees and eat what little they could scavenge. "Acorn stew," Jake grumbled. "You've eaten worse," Thomas said. "And a month ago we ate it off silver plates." Jake spat out a gritty mouthful. "So why don't we bloody fight the bastards?" "Because they're too many," Thomas said wearily. "Because we've only so many arrows. Because we're worn out." The army had marched itself into the ground. Jake, like a dozen other of Will Skeet's archers, had no boots anymore. The wounded limped because there were not enough carts, and the sick were left behind if they could not walk or crawl. The living stank. Thomas had made Eleanor and himself a shelter from boughs and turf. It was dry inside the little hut, where a small fire spewed a thick smoke. "What happens to me if you lose?" Eleanor asked him. "We won't lose," Thomas said, though there was little conviction in his voice. "What happens to me?" she asked again. "You thank the Frenchmen who find you," he said, "and tell them you were forced to march with us against your will. Then you send for your father." Eleanor thought about those answers for a while, but did not look reassured. She had learned in Caen how men after victory are not amenable to reason, but slaves to their appetites. She shrugged. "And what happens to you?" "If I live?"
Thomas shook his head. I'll be a prisoner. They send us to the galleys in the south, I hear, if they let us live.
Why shouldn't they?
They don't like archers. They hate archers. He pushed a pile of wet bracken closer to the fire, trying to dry the fronds before they became their bed. Maybe there won't be a battle, he said, because we've stolen a day's march on them. The French were said to have gone back to Abbeville and to be crossing the river there, which meant that the hunters were coming, but the English were still a day ahead and could, perhaps, reach their fortresses in Flanders. Perhaps. Eleanor blinked from the smoke. Have you seen any knight carrying the lance? Thomas shook his head. I haven't even looked, he confessed. The last thing on his mind this night was the mysterious Vexil. Nor indeed did he expect to see the lance. That was Sir Guillaume's fancy, and now Father Hobbs' enthusiasm, but it was not Thomas's obsession. Staying alive and finding enough to eat were what consumed him. Thomas, Will Skeet called from outside. Thomas pushed his head through the hut opening to see a cloaked figure was standing next to Skeet. I'm here, he said. You've got company, Skeet said sourly, turning away. The cloaked figure stooped to enter the hut, and, to Thomas's surprise, it was Jeanette. I shouldn't be here, she greeted him, pushing into the smoky interior where, throwing the hood from her hair, she stared at Eleanor. Who's that? My woman, Thomas spoke in English. Tell her to go, Jeanette said in French. Stay here, Thomas told Eleanor. This is the Countess of Armorica. Jeanette bridled when Thomas contradicted her, but did not insist that Eleanor left. Instead, she pushed a bag at Thomas that proved to contain a leg of lamb, a loaf of bread, and a stone bottle of wine. The bread, Thomas saw, was the fine white bread that only the rich could afford, while the ham was studded with cloves and sticky with honey. He handed the bag to Eleanor. Food fit for a prince, he told her. I should take it to Will? Eleanor asked, for the archers had agreed to share all their food. Yes, but it can wait, Thomas said. I shall take it now, Eleanor said, and pulled a cloak over her head before vanishing into the wet darkness. She's pretty enough, Jeanette said in French. All my women are pretty, Thomas said. Fit for princes, they are. Jeanette looked angry, or perhaps it was just the smoke from the small fire irritating her. She prodded the hut's side. This reminds me of our journey. It wasn't cold or wet, Thomas said. And you were mad, he wanted to add. And I nursed you, and you walked away from me without looking back. Jeanette heard the hostility in his voice. He thinks, she said, that I am saying confession. Then tell me your sins, Thomas responded, and you won't have lied to His Highness. Jeanette ignored that. You know what is going to happen now? We run away, they chase us, and either they catch us or they don't. He spoke brusquely. And if they catch us, there'll be a bloodletting. They will catch us, Jeanette said confidently, and there will be a battle. You know that? I listened to what is reported to the prince, she said, and the French are on the good roads, we are not. That made sense. The ford by which the English army had crossed the Somme led only into marshland and forest. It was a link between villages. It lay on no great trading route, and so no good roads led from its banks. But the French had crossed the river at Abbeville, a city of merchants, and so the enemy army would have wide roads to hasten their march into Picardy. They were well fed, they were fresh, and now they had the good roads to speed them. So there'll be a battle, Thomas said, touching his black bow. There is to be a battle, Jeanette confirmed. It's been decided. Probably tomorrow or the next day. The king says there is a hill just outside the forest where we can fight. Better that, he says, than letting the French get ahead and block our road. But either way, she paused, they will win. Maybe, Thomas allowed. They will win, Jeanette insisted. I listened to the conversations, Thomas. They are too many. Thomas made the sign of the cross. If Jeanette was right, and he had no reason to think she was deceiving him, then the army's leaders had already given up hope. But that did not mean he had to despair. They have to beat us first, he said stubbornly. They will, Jeanette said brutally. And what happens to me then? What happens to you? Thomas asked in surprise. He leaned cautiously against the fragile wall of his shelter.
He sensed that Eleanor had already delivered the food and hurried back to eavesdrop. "Why should I care?" he asked loudly. "What happens to you?" Jeanette shot him a vicious look. "You once swore to me," she said, "that you would help restore my son to me." Thomas made the sign of the cross again. "I did, my lady," he admitted, reflecting that he made his oaths too easily. One oath was enough for a lifetime, and he had made more than he could recall or keep. "Then help me do that," Jeanette demanded. Thomas smiled. "There's a battle to be won first, my lady." Jeanette scowled at the smoke that churned in the small shelter. "If I am found in the English camp after the battle, Thomas, then I will never see Charles again. Never." "Why not?" Thomas demanded. "It's not as if you'll be in danger, my lady. You're not a common woman. There might not be much chivalry when armies meet, but it just about reaches into the tents of royalty." Jeanette shook her head impatiently. "If the English win," she said, "then I might see Charles again, because the Duke will want to curry favor with the king. But if they lose, then he will have no need to make any gesture, and if they lose, Thomas, then I lose everything." That, Thomas reckoned, was closer to the nub. If the English lost, then Jeanette risked losing whatever wealth she had accumulated in the last weeks, wealth that came from the gifts of a prince. He could see a necklace of what looked like rubies half hidden by her swathing cloak, and doubtless she had dozens of other precious stones set in gold. "So what do you want of me?" he asked. She leaned forward and lowered her voice. "You," she said, "and a handful of men. Take me south. I can hire a ship at Le Crotoy and sail to Brittany. I have money now. I can pay my debts in La Roche-Derrien, and I can deal with that evil lawyer. No one need know I was even here." "The prince will know," Thomas said. She bridled at that. "You think he will want me forever?" "What do I know of him?" "He will tire of me," Jeanette said. "He's a prince. He takes what he wants, and when he is tired of it, he moves on. But he has been good to me, so I cannot complain." Thomas said nothing for a while. She had not been this hard, he reflected, in those lazy summer days when they had lived as vagabonds. "And your son?" he asked. "How will you get him back? Pay for him?" "I will find a way," she said evasively. Probably, Thomas thought, she would try to kidnap the boy. And why not? If she could raise some men, then it would be possible. Maybe she would expect Thomas himself to do it. And as that thought occurred to him, so Jeanette looked into his eyes. "Help me," she said. "Please." "No," Thomas said. "Not now." He held up a hand to ward off her protests. "One day, God willing," he went on, "I'll help find your son, but I'll not leave this army now. If there's to be a battle, my lady, then I'm in it with the rest." "I am begging you," she said. "No." "Then damn you," she spat, pulled the hood over her black hair, and went out into the darkness. There was a short pause. Then Eleanor came through the entrance. "So what did you think?" Thomas asked. "I think she is pretty," Eleanor said evasively. Then she frowned at him. "And I think that in battle tomorrow a man could seize you by the hair. I think you should cut it." Thomas seemed to flinch. "You want to go south? Escape battle?" Eleanor gave him a reproachful look. "I am an archer's woman," she said, "and you will not go south. Will says you are a goddamn fool," she said the last two words in clumsy English, "to give up such good food, but thanks you anyway. And Father Hobb tells you that he is saying Mass tomorrow morning and expects you to be there." Thomas drew his knife and gave it to her, then bent his head. She sawed at his pigtail, then at handfuls of black hair that she tossed onto the fire. Thomas said nothing as she cut, but just thought about Father Hobb's Mass. A Mass for the dead, he thought, or for those about to die. For in the wet dark, beyond the forest, the might of France was drawing close. The English had escaped the enemy twice, crossing rivers that were supposed to be impassable, but they could not escape a third time. The French had caught them at last. The village lay only a short walk north of the forest's edge, from which it was separated by a small river that twisted through placid water meadows. The village was an unremarkable place, a duck pond, a small church, and a score of cottages with thick thatched roofs, small gardens, and high dung heaps. The village, like the forest, was called Crécy. The fields north of the village rose to a long hill that ran north and south. A country road, rutted by farm carts, ran along the hill's crest, going from Crécy to another village, just as unremarkable, called Vadicourt. If an army had marched from Abbeville and skirted the forest of Crécy, it would come westwards in search of the English, and after a while they would see the hill between Crécy and Vadicourt rearing in front of them. They would see the stump-like church towers in the two small villages, and between the villages, but much closer to Crécy and high on the ridge top, where its sails could catch the winds, a mill. The slope facing the French was long and smooth, untroubled by hedge or ditch, a playground for knights on horseback. The army was woken before dawn. It was a Saturday, the 26th of August, and men grumbled at the unseasonable chill. Fires were stirred to life, reflecting flame light from the waiting mail and plate armor. The village of Crécy had been occupied by the king and his great lords, some of whom had slept in the church, and those men were still arming themselves when a chaplain of the royal household came to say a mass. Candles were lit, a handbell sounded, and the priest, ignoring the clank of armor that filled the small nave, called on the help of St. Zephyrinus, St. Gillicinus, and both the saints called Genesius, all of whom had their feasts on this day. And the priest also sought aid from little Sir Hugh of Lincoln, a child who had been murdered by the Jews on this same day nearly 200 years before. The boy, who was said to have shown a remarkable piety, had been found dead, and no one understood how God could have allowed such a paragon to be snatched from earth so young. But there were Jews in Lincoln, and their presence had provided a convenient answer. The priest prayed to them all. St. Zephyrinus, he prayed, give us victory. St. Gillicinus, he pleaded, be with our men. St. Genesius, look after us, and St. Genesius, give us strength. Little Sir Hugh, he begged, thou child in God's arms, intercede for us. Dear God, he prayed, in thy great mercy, spare us. The knights came to the altar in their linen shirts to receive the sacraments. In the forests, the archers knelt to other priests. They made confession and took the dry, stale bread that was the body of Christ. They made the sign of the cross. No one knew there was to be a battle that day, but they sensed the campaign had come to its end, and they must either fight today or the next. Give us enough arrows, the archers prayed, and we shall make the earth red. And they held their yew staves towards the priests, who touched the bows and said prayers over them. Lances were unwrapped. They had been carried on pack horses or wagons, and had hardly been used in the campaign, but the knights all dreamed of a proper battle of swirling horsemen, punctuated by the shock of lances striking shields. The older and wiser men knew they would fight on foot, and that their weapons would mostly be swords or axes or falchions. But still the painted lances were taken from their cloth or leather coverings that protected them from being dried by the sun or warped by rain. We can use them as pikes, the Earl of Northampton suggested. Squires and pages armed their knights, helping them with the heavy coats of leather, mail, and plate. Straps were buckled tight. Destriers were brushed with straw, while the smiths dragged sharpening stones down the sword's long blades. The king, who had begun arming himself at 4 in the morning, knelt and kissed a reliquary which contained a feather from the wing of the angel Gabriel, and, when he had crossed himself, told the priest to carry the reliquary to his son. Then, with a golden crown surrounding his helmet, he was helped up onto a grey mare and rode north from the village. It was dawn, and the ridge between the two villages was empty. The mill, its linen sails neatly furled and tethered, creaked in the wind that stirred the long grasses where hares grazed, but now cocked their ears and raced away as the horsemen climbed the track to the mill. The king led, mounted on the mare, that was swathed in a trapper bright with the royal arms. The scabbard of his sword was red velvet and encrusted with golden fleur-de-lis, while the hilt was decorated with a dozen great rubies. He carried a long white staff and had brought a dozen companions and a score of knights as escorts, but as his companions were all great lords, then they were duly followed by their entourages, so that close to 300 men trailed up the winding track. The higher a man's rank, the closer he rode to the king, while the pages and squires were at the back, where they tried to hear the conversation of their betters. A man-at-arms dismounted and went into the mill. He climbed the ladders, opened the small door that gave access to the sails, and there straddled the axle as he peered eastwards. "See anything?" the king called up cheerfully, but the man was so overcome by being addressed by his king that he could only shake his head dumbly. The sky was half covered in clouds, and the country looked dark. From the mill's height, the man-at-arms could see down the long slope to the small fields at its foot, then up another slope to a wood. An empty road ran eastwards beyond the wood. The river, filled with English horses being watered, twisted grey on the right to mark the forest edge. The king, his visor jammed up against the crown's frontal, stared at the same view. A local man, discovered hiding in the forest, had confirmed that the road from Abbeville came from the east, which meant that the French must cross the small fields at the foot of the slope if they were to make a frontal attack on the hill. The fields had no hedges, merely shallow ditches that would offer no obstacle to a mounted knight. "If I was Philip," the Earl of Northampton suggested, "I'd ride round our north flank, sire." "You're not Philip, and I thank God you're not," Edward of England said. "He's not clever." "And I am?" The Earl sounded surprised. "You are clever at war, William," the king said. He stared down the slope for a long time. "If I was Philip," he said at last, "I would be mightily tempted by those fields." He pointed to the foot of the slope. "Especially if I saw our men waiting on this hill." The long green slope of the open pasture land was perfect for a cavalry charge. It was an invitation for lances and glory, a place made by God for the lords of France to tear an impudent enemy to ragged shreds. "The hill's steep, sire," the Earl of Warwick warned. "I warrant it won't look so from the foot," the king said, then turned his horse and spurred northwards along the ridge. The mare trotted easily, revelling in the morning air. "She's Spanish," the king told the Earl. "Bought off Grindley. Do you use him?" "If I can afford his prices." "Of course you can, William, a rich man like you. I'll breed her. She might make fine destriers." "If she does, sire, I'll buy one from you." "If you can't afford Grindley's prices," the king teased, "how will you pay mine?" He spurred the mare into a canter, his plate armor clanking, and the long train of men hurried after him along the track which led north on the ridge's summit. Green shoots of wheat and barley, doomed to die in the winter, grew where the grains had fallen from the carts carrying the harvest to the mill. The king stopped at the ridge's end, just above the village of Vadicourt, and stared northwards. His cousin was right, he thought. Philip should march into that empty countryside and cut him off from Flanders. The French, if they did but know it, were the masters here. Their army was larger, their men fresher, and they could dance rings about their tired enemy until the English were forced to a desperate attack or were trapped in a place that offered them no advantage. But Edward knew better than to let every fear prey on his mind. The French were also desperate. They had suffered the humiliation of watching an enemy army wreak havoc across their land, and they were in no mood to be clever. They wanted revenge. Offer them a chance, he reckoned, and the odds were good that they would snatch at it. And so the king dismissed his fears and rode down into the village of Vadicourt. A handful of the villagers had dared to stay, and those folk, seeing the golden crown encircling the king's helmet and the silver curb chains on his mare, went onto their knees. "We mean you no harm," the king called airily. But by morning's end he knew their houses would have been ransacked thoroughly. He turned southwards again, riding along the ground at the foot of the ridge. The valley's turf was soft, but not treacherous. A horse would not flounder here. A charge would be possible, and, better still, just as he had reckoned, the hill did not look so steep from this angle. It was deceptive. The long stretch of rising grass looked gentle even, though in truth it would sap the horses' lungs by the time they reached the English men-at-arms, if they ever did reach them. "How many arrows do we have?" he asked every man in earshot. 1,200 sheaves, the Bishop of Durham said. 2 carts full, the Earl of Warwick answered. 860 sheaves, the Earl of Northampton said. There was silence for a while. "The men have some themselves?" the king asked. "Perhaps a sheaf apiece," the Earl of Northampton said gloomily. "It will just have to be enough," the king said bleakly. He would have liked twice as many arrows, but then he would have liked a lot of things. He could have wished for twice as many men, and a hill twice as steep, and an enemy led by a man twice as nervous as Philip of Valois, who, God knows, was nervous enough anyway. But it was no good wishing. He had to fight and win. He frowned at the southern end of the ridge where it fell away to the village of Cressy. That would be the easiest place for the French to attack, and the closest, too, which meant the fight would be hard there. "Guns, William," he said to the Earl of Northampton. "Guns, sire? We'll have the guns on the flanks. Bloody things have to be useful sometime." "We could roll the things down the hill, sire, perhaps. Maybe crush a man or two." The king laughed and rode on. "Looks like rain." "It should hold off for a while," the Earl of Warwick answered, "and the French may hold off too, sire." "You think they won't come, William?" The Earl shook his head. "They'll come, sire, but it'll take them time, a lot of time. We might see their vanguard by noon, but their rear guard will still be crossing the bridge in Abbeville. I'll wager they'll wait till tomorrow morning to make a fight." "Today or tomorrow," the king said carelessly. "It's all the same." "We could march on," the Earl of Warwick suggested. "And find a better hill?" The king smiled. He was younger and less experienced than many of the earls, but he was also the king, and so the decision must rest with him. He was, in truth, filled with doubts, but knew that he must look confident. He would fight here. He said as much, and said it firmly. "We fight here," the king said again, staring up the slope. He was imagining his army there, seeing it as the French would see it, and he knew his suspicion was right, that the lowest part of the ridge, close to Cressy, would be the dangerous ground. That would be his right flank, close onto the mill. "My son will command on the right," he said, pointing, "and you, William, will be with him." "I will, sire," the Earl of Northampton agreed. "And you, my lord, on the left," the king said to the Earl of Warwick. "We shall make our line 2/3 of the way up the hill, with archers in front and on the flanks." "And you, sire?" the Earl of Warwick asked. "I shall be at the mill," the king said, then urged his horse up the hill. He dismounted 2/3 of the way up the slope and waited for a squire to take the mare's reins. Then he began the morning's real work. He paced along the hill, marking places by prodding the turf with his white staff and instructing the lords who accompanied him that their men would be here or there, and those lords sent men to summon their commanders so that when the army marched to the long green slope, they would know where to go. "Bring the banners here," the king ordered, "and place them where the men are to assemble." He kept his army in the 3 battles that had marched all the way from Normandy. 2, the largest, would make a long, thick line of men-at-arms stretching across the upper reaches of the slope. "They'll fight on foot," the king ordered, confirming what every man had expected, though 1 or 2 of the younger lords still groaned, for there was more honor to be gained by fighting from horseback. But Edward cared more about victory than honor. He knew only too well that if his men-at-arms were mounted, then the fools would make a charge as soon as the French attacked, and his battle would degenerate into a brawl at the hill's foot that the French must win because they had the advantage of numbers. But if his men were on foot, then they could not make a crazed charge against horsemen, but must wait behind their shields to be attacked. "The horses are to be kept at the rear beyond the ridge," he commanded. He himself would command the 3rd and smallest battle on the ridge's summit, where it would be a reserve. "You will stay with me, my lord bishop," the king told the Bishop of Durham. The bishop, armored from nape to toes and carrying a massive spiked mace, bridled. "You'll deny me a chance to break French heads, sire?" "I shall let you weary God with your prayers instead," the king said, and his lords laughed. "And our archers," the king went on, "will be here, and here, and here." He was pacing the turf and ramming the white staff into the grass every few paces. He would cover his line with archers and mass more at the 2 flanks. The archers, Edward knew, were his one advantage. Their long, white-fledged arrows would do murder in this place that invited the enemy horsemen into the glorious charge. "Here," he stepped on and gouged the turf again. "And here." "You want pits, sire?" the Earl of Northampton asked. "As many as you like, William," the king said. The archers, once they were gathered in their groups all along the face of the line, would be told to dig pits in the turf some yards down the slope. The pits did not have to be large, just big enough to break a horse's leg if it did not see the hole. Make enough pits, and the charge must be slowed and thrown into disarray. "And here," the king had reached the southern end of the ridge, "we'll park some empty wagons, Put half the guns here and the other half at the other end. And I want more archers here. If we've any left, the Earl of Warwick grumbled. Wagons, the Earl of Northampton asked. Can't charge a horse across a line of wagons, William, the king said cheerfully, then beckoned his horse forward, and because his plate armor was so heavy, 2 pages had to half lift and half push him into the saddle. It meant an undignified scramble, but once he was settled in the saddle, he looked back along the ridge that was no longer empty, but was dotted with the first banners showing where men would assemble. In an hour or two, he thought, his whole army would be here to lure the French into the archers' arrows. He wiped the earth from the butt of the staff, then spurred his horse towards Cressy. Let's see if there's any food, he said. The first flags fluttered on the empty ridge. The sky pressed grey across distant fields and woods. Rain fell to the north, and the wind felt cold. The eastern road, along which the French must come, was deserted still. The priests prayed. Take pity on us, O Lord, in thy great mercy. Take pity on us. The man who called himself the Harlequin was in the woods on the hill that lay to the east of the ridge that ran between Cressy and Vadicourt. He had left Abbeville in the middle of the night, forcing the sentries to open the northern gate, and he had led his men through the dark with the help of an Abbeville priest who knew the local roads. Then, hidden by beeches, he had watched the King of England ride and walk the far ridge. Now the king was gone, but the green turf was speckled with banners, and the first English troops were straggling up from the village. They expect us to fight here, he remarked. It's as good a place as any, Sir Simon Jekyll observed grumpily. He did not like being roused in the middle of the night. He knew that the strange black-clad man who called himself the Harlequin had offered to be a scout for the French army, but he had not thought that all the Harlequin's followers would be expected to miss their breakfast and grope through a black and empty countryside for 6 cold hours. It's a ridiculous place to fight, the Harlequin responded. They will line the hill with archers, and we will have to ride straight into their points. What we should do is go round their flank. He pointed to the north. Tell His Majesty that, Sir Simon said spitefully. I doubt he will listen to me. The Harlequin heard the scorn, but did not rise to it. Not yet. When we have made our name, then he will listen. He patted his horse's neck. I have only faced English arrows once, and then it was merely a single archer, but I saw an arrow go clean through a mail coat. I've seen an arrow go through 2 inches of oak, Sir Simon said. 3 inches, Henry Colley added. He, like Sir Simon, might have to face those arrows today, but he was still proud of what English weapons could do. A dangerous weapon, the Harlequin acknowledged, though in an unworried voice. He was ever unworried, always confident, perpetually calm, and that self-control irritated Sir Simon, though he was even more annoyed by the Harlequin's faintly hooded eyes, which, he realized, reminded him of Thomas of Hookton. He had the same good looks, but at least Thomas of Hookton was dead, and that was one less archer to face this day. But archers can be beaten, the Harlequin added. Sir Simon reflected that the Frenchman had faced 1 archer in his whole life, yet had already worked out how to beat them. How? You told me how, the Harlequin reminded Sir Simon. You exhaust their arrows, of course. You send them lesser targets, let them kill peasants, fools, and mercenaries for an hour or 2, then release your main force. What we shall do, he turned his horse away, is charge with the second line. It does not matter what orders we receive. We shall wait till the arrows are running out. Who wants to be killed by some dirty peasant? No glory there, Sir Simon. That, Sir Simon acknowledged, was true enough. He followed the Harlequin to the further side of the beechwood, where the squires and servants waited with the pack-horses. 2 messengers were sent back with news of the English dispositions, while the rest dismounted and unsaddled their horses. There was time for men and beasts to rest and feed, time to don the battle armor, and time for prayer. The Harlequin prayed frequently, embarrassing Sir Simon, who considered himself a good Christian, but one who did not dangle his soul from God's apron strings. He said confession once or twice a year, went to Mass, and bared his head when the sacraments passed by, but otherwise he spared little thought for the pieties. The Harlequin, on the other hand, confided every day to God, though he rarely stepped into a church and had little time for priests. It was as though he had a private relationship with heaven, and that was both annoying and comforting to Sir Simon. It annoyed him because it seemed unmanly, and it comforted him because if God was of any use to a fighting man, then it was on a day of battle. This day, though, seemed special for the Harlequin, for after going down on one knee and praying silently for a while, he stood and ordered his squire to bring him the lance. Sir Simon, wishing they could stop the pious foolery and eat instead, presumed that they were expected to arm themselves and sent Colley to fetch his own lance. But the Harlequin stopped him. "Wait," he ordered. The lances, wrapped in leather, were carried on a pack-horse, but the Harlequin's squire fetched a separate lance, one that had travelled on its own horse and was wrapped in linen as well as leather. Sir Simon had assumed it was the Harlequin's personal weapon, but instead, when the linen was pulled from the shaft, he saw it was an ancient and warped spear, made from a timber so old and dark that it would surely splinter if it was subjected to the smallest strain. The blade looked to be made of silver, which was foolish, for the metal was too weak to make a killing blade. Sir Simon grinned. "You're not fighting with that." "We are all fighting with that," the Harlequin said, and to Sir Simon's surprise the black-dressed man fell to his knees again. "Down," he instructed Sir Simon. Sir Simon knelt, feeling like a fool. "You are a good soldier, Sir Simon," the Harlequin said. "I have met few men who could handle weapons as you do, and I can think of no man I would rather have fighting at my side. But there is more to fighting than swords and lances and arrows. You must think before you fight, and you must always pray, for if God is on your side, then no man can beat you." Sir Simon, obscurely aware that he was being criticized, made the sign of the cross. "I pray," he said defensively. "Then give thanks to God that we will carry that lance into battle." "Why?" "Because it is the lance of St. George, and the man who fights under the protection of that lance will be cradled in God's arms." Sir Simon stared at the lance, which had been laid reverently on the grass. There had been a few times in his life, usually when he was half drunk, when he would glimpse something of the mysteries of God. He had once been reduced to tears by a fierce Dominican, though the effect had not lasted beyond his next visit to a tavern, and he had felt shrunken the first time he had stepped into a cathedral and seen the whole vault dimly lit by candles. But such moments were few, infrequent, and unwelcome. Yet now, suddenly, the mystery of Christ reached down to touch his heart. He stared at the lance, and did not see a tawdry old weapon tricked with an impractical silver blade, but a thing of God-given power. It had been given by heaven to make men on earth invincible, and Sir Simon was astonished to feel tears prick at his eyes. End of Side 16. Side 17. "My family brought it from the Holy Land," the Harlequin said, "and they claimed that men who fought under the lance's protection could not be defeated. But that was not true. They were beaten, but when all their allies died, when the very fires of hell were lit to burn their followers to death, they lived. They left France and took the lance with them, but my uncle stole it and concealed it from us. Then I found it, and now it will give its blessings to our battle." Sir Simon said nothing. He just gazed at the weapon with a look close to awe. Henry Colley, untouched by the moment's fervor, picked his nose. "The world," the Harlequin said, "is rotting. The church is corrupt and kings are weak. We have it in our power, Sir Simon, to make a new world, loved by God, but to do it we must destroy the old. We must take power ourselves, then give the power to God. That is why we fight." Henry Colley thought the Frenchman was plain crazy, but Sir Simon had an enraptured expression. "Tell me," the Harlequin looked at Sir Simon, "what is the battle flag of the English king?" "The dragon banner," Sir Simon said. The Harlequin offered one of his rare smiles. "Is that not an omen?" he asked, then paused. I shall tell you what will happen this day, he went on. The King of France will come, and he will be impatient, and he will attack. The day will go badly for us. The English will jeer us because we cannot break them. But then we shall carry the lance into battle, and you will see God turn the fight. We shall snatch victory from failure. You will take the English king's son as a prisoner, and maybe we will even capture Edward himself, and our reward will be Philip of Valois' favor. That is why we fight, Sir Simon, for the king's favor, because that favor means power, riches, and land. You will share that wealth, but only so long as you understand that we shall use our power to purge the rot from Christendom. We shall be a scourge against the wicked. Mad as a brush, Henry Colley thought, daft as lights. He watched as the Harlequin stood and went to a pack-horse's pannier, from which he took a square of cloth, which, unfolded, proved to be a red banner on which a strange beast with horns, tusks, and claws reared on its hind legs, while clasping a cup in its forepaws. "This is my family's banner," the Harlequin said, tying the flag to the lance's long silver head with black ribbons. "And for many years, Sir Simon, this banner was forbidden in France because its owners had fought against the king and against the church. Our lands were wasted and our castle is still slighted. But today we shall be heroes, and this banner will be back in favor." He rolled the flag about the lance's head so that the yell was hidden. "Today," he said fervently, "my family is resurrected." "What is your family?" Sir Simon asked. "My name is Guy Vexil," the Harlequin admitted, "and I am the Count of Asterac." Sir Simon had never heard of Asterac, but he was pleased to learn that his master was a proper nobleman, and to signify his obedience, he held his praying hands towards Guy Vexil in homage. "I will not disappoint you, my lord," Sir Simon said, with an unaccustomed humility. "God will not disappoint us today," Guy Vexil said. He took Sir Simon's hands in his own. "Today," he raised his voice to speak to all his knights, "we shall destroy England." For he had the lance, and the royal army of France was coming, and the English had offered themselves for slaughter. "Arrows," Will Skeet said. He was standing at the wood's edge, beside a pile of sheaves unloaded from a wagon, but suddenly paused. "Good God!" He was staring at Thomas. "Looks like a rat got your hair." He frowned. "Suits you, though. You look grown up at long last." "Arrows," he said again. "Don't waste them." He tossed the sheaves one by one to the archers. "It looks like a lot, but most of you godforsaken lepers have never been in a proper battle, and battles swallow arrows like horse swallowed. Good morning, Father Hob." "You will spare me a sheaf, Will?" "Don't waste it on sinners, Father," Will said, throwing a bundle to the priest. "Kill some God-fearing Frenchmen." "There's no such thing, Will. They're all the spawn of Satan." Thomas emptied a sheaf into his arrow bag and tucked another into his belt. He had a pair of bow cords in his helmet, safe from the rain that threatened. A smith had come to the archers' encampment and had hammered the nicks from their swords, axes, knives, and billhooks, then sharpened the blades with his stones. The smith, who had been wandering the army, said the king had ridden north to look for a battlefield, but he himself reckoned the French would not come that day. "It's a lot of sweat for nothing," he had grumbled as he smoothed a stone down Thomas's sword. "This is French work," he said, peering at the long blade. "From Caen." "You could sell this for a penny or two." The praise was grudging. "Good steel. Old, of course, but good." Now, with their arrows replenished, the archers placed their belongings into a wagon that would join the rest of the army's baggage, and one man, who was sick in his belly, would guard it through the day, while a second invalid would stand sentry on the archers' horses. Will Skeet ordered the wagon away, then cast an eye over his assembled archers. "The bastards are coming," he growled. "If not today, then tomorrow, and there are more of them than there are of us. And they ain't hungry, and they've all got boots, and they think their shit smells of roses because they're bloody Frenchmen, but they die just like anyone else. Shoot their horses, and you'll live to see sundown. And remember,
They ain't got proper archers, so they're going to lose. It ain't difficult to understand. Keep your heads, aim at the horses, don't waste shafts, and listen for orders. Let's go, boys.
They waded the shallow river, one of the many bands of archers who emerged from the trees to file into the village of Crécy, where knights were pacing up and down, then stamping their feet and calling on squires or pages to tighten a strap or loosen a buckle to make their armor comfortable. Bunches of horses, tied bridle to bridle, were being led to the back of the hill, where, with the army's women, children, and baggage, they would stay inside a ring of wagons. The Prince of Wales, armoured from the waist down, was eating a green apple beside the church, and he nodded distractedly when Skeet's men respectfully pulled off their helmets. There was no sign of Jeanette, and Thomas wondered if she had fled on her own, then decided he did not care. Eleanor walked beside him. She touched his arrow bag. "Do you have enough arrows?" "Depends how many Frenchmen come," Thomas said. "How many Englishmen are there?" Rumour said the army had 8,000 men now, half of them archers, and Thomas reckoned that was probably about right. He gave that figure to Eleanor, who frowned. "And how many Frenchmen?" she asked. "The good Lord knows," Thomas said, but he reckoned it had to be far more than 8,000. A lot more, but he could do nothing about that now, and so he tried to forget the disparity in numbers as the archers climbed towards the windmill. They crossed the crest to see the long forward slope, and for an instant Thomas had the impression that a great fair was just beginning. Gaudy flags dotted the hill, and bands of men wandered between them, and all it needed was some dancing bears and a few jugglers, and it would have looked just like the Dorchester Fair. Will Skeet had stopped to search for the Earl of Northampton's banner, then spotted it on the right of the slope straight down from the mill. He led the men down, and a man-at-arms showed them the sticks marking the spot where the archers would fight. "And the Earl wants horse pits dug," the man-at-arms said. "You heard him," Will Skeet shouted. "Get digging." Eleanor helped Thomas make the pits. The soil was thick, and they used knives to loosen the earth that they scooped out with their hands. "Why do you dig pits?" Eleanor asked. "To trip the horses," Thomas said, kicking the excavated earth away before starting another hole. All along the face of the hill, archers were making similar small pits, a score of paces in front of their positions. The enemy horsemen might charge at the full gallop, but the pits would check them. They could get through, but only slowly, and the impetus of their charge would be broken, and while they tried to thread the treacherous holes, they would be under attack from archers. "There," Eleanor said, pointing, and Thomas looked up to see a group of horsemen on the far hill crest. The first Frenchmen had arrived, and they were staring across the valley to where the English army slowly assembled under the banners. "Be ours yet," Thomas said. Those Frenchmen, he guessed, were the vanguard who had been sent ahead to find the enemy, while the main French army would still be marching from Abbeville. The crossbowmen, who would surely lead the attack, would all be on foot. Off to Thomas's right, where the slope fell away to the river and the village, a makeshift fortress of empty wagons was being made. The carts were parked close together to form a barrier against horsemen, and between them were guns. These were not the guns that had failed to break Caen Castle, but were much smaller. "Ryeballs," Will Skeet said to Thomas. "Ryeballs?" "That's what they're called, ryeballs." He led Thomas and Eleanor along the slope to look at the guns, which were strange bundles of iron tubes. Gunners were stirring the powder, while others were undoing bundles of gallows, the long arrow-like iron missiles that were rammed into the tubes. Some of the ryeballs had 8 barrels, some 7, and a few only 4. "Useless bloody things," Skeet spat, "but they might frighten the horses." He nodded a greeting to the archers who were digging pits ahead of the ryeballs. The guns were thick here. Thomas counted 34, and others were being dragged into place, but they still needed the protection of bowmen. Skeet leaned on a wagon and stared at the far hill. It was not warm, but he was sweating. "Are you ill?" Thomas asked. "Guts are churning a bit," Skeet admitted, "but nothing to make a song and dance about." There were about 400 French horsemen on the far hill now, and others were appearing from the trees. "It might not happen," Skeet said quietly. "The battle?" "Philip of France is jumpy," Skeet said. "He's got a knack of marching up to battle, then deciding he'd rather be frolicking at home. That's what I hear. Nervous bastard." He shrugged.
But if he thinks he's got a chance today, Tom, it's going to be nasty.
Thomas smiled.
The pits? The archers? Don't be a bloody fool, boy, Skeet retorted. Not every pit breaks a leg and not every arrow strikes true. We might stop the first charge or maybe the second, but they'll still keep coming. And in the end they'll get through. There's just too many of the bastards. They'll be on top of us, Tom, and it'll be up to the men-at-arms to give them a hammering. Just keep your head, boy, and remember it's the men-at-arms who do the close-quarter work. If the bastards get past the pits, then take your bow back, wait for a target, and stay alive. And if we lose, he shrugged, leg it for the forest and hide there.
What is he saying? Eleanor asked. That it should be easy work today. You are a bad liar, Thomas.
Just too many of them, Skeet said almost to himself. Tommy Dugdale faced worse odds down in Brittany, Tom, but he had plenty of arrows. We're short. We're going to be all right, Will? Aye, well, maybe. Skeet pushed himself off the wagon. You two go ahead. I need a quiet place for a second.
Thomas and Eleanor walked back north. The English line was forming now, the scattered flags being swamped by men-at-arms who were forming into blocks. Archers stood ahead of each formation, while marshals, armed with white staffs, made sure there were gaps in the line through which the archers could escape if the horsemen came too close. Bundles of lances had been fetched from the village and were being issued to the men-at-arms in the front rank, for if the French did get past the pits and the arrows, the lances would have to be used as pikes. By mid-morning, the whole army was assembled on the hill. It looked far bigger than it really was, because so many women had stayed with their men and now sat on the grass or else lay and slept. A fitful sun came and went, racing shadows across the valley. The pits were dug and the guns loaded. Perhaps 1,000 Frenchmen watched from the far hill, but none ventured down the slope.
At least it's better than marching, Jake said. Gives us a chance for a rest, eh?
Be an easy day, Sam reckoned. He nodded at the far hill.
Not many of the bastards, eh? That's only the vanguard, you daft bastard, Jake said. There are more coming? Sam sounded genuinely surprised. Every goddamn bastard in France is coming, Jake said.
Thomas kept quiet. He was imagining the French army strung along the Abbeville road. They would all know the English had stopped running, that they were waiting, and doubtless the French were hurrying in case they missed the battle. They had to be confident. He made the sign of the cross, and Eleanor, sensing his fear, touched his arm. "You will be all right," she said. "You too, my love." "You remember your promise to my father?" she asked. Thomas nodded, but he could not persuade himself that he would see the Lance of St. George this day. This day was real, while the lance belonged to some mysterious world of which Thomas really wanted no part. Everyone else, he thought, cared passionately about the relic, and only he, who had as good a reason as any to discover the truth, was indifferent. He wished he had never seen the lance. He wished that the man who called himself the Harlequin had never come to Houghton. But if the French had not landed, he thought, then he would not be carrying the black bow, and would not be on this green hillside, and would not have met Eleanor. "You cannot turn your back on God," he told himself. "If I see the lance," he promised Eleanor, "I shall fight for it." That was his penance, though he still hoped he would not have to serve it. They ate mouldy bread for their midday meal. The French were a dark mass on the far hill, too many to count now, and the first of their infantry had arrived. A spit of rain made those archers who had their strings dangling from a bow tip hurry to coil the cords and shelter them under helmets or hats. But the small rain passed. A wind stirred the grass. And still the French came to the far hill. They were a horde. They had come to Crécy, and they had come for revenge. The English waited. Two of Skeet's archers played straw flutes, while the hoblars, who were helping to protect the guns on the army's flanks, sang songs of green woods and running streams. Some men danced the steps they would have used on a village green back home. Others slept. Many played dice, and all but the sleepers continually looked across the valley to the far hill crest, that was thickening with men. Jake had a linen-wrapped lump of beeswax that he handed round the archers so they could coat their bows. It was not necessarily just something to do. "Where did you get the wax?" Thomas asked him. "Stole it, of course, off some daft man-at-arms. Saddle polish, I reckon." An argument developed over which wood made the best arrows. It was an old discussion, but it passed the time. Everyone knew ash made the best shafts, but some men liked the blend of birch or hornbeam, even oak blew just as well. Alder, though heavy, was good for killing deer, but needed a heavy head and did not have the distance for battle. Sam took one of his new arrows from his bag and showed everyone how warped the shaft was. "Must be made of bloody blackthorn," he complained bitterly. "You could shoot that round the corner." "They don't make arrows like they used to," Steve said. His archers jeered, but it was no complaint. "It's true," Steve said. "It's all hurry up and no craftsmanship these days. Who cares? The bastards get paid by the sheep, and the sheaves are sent to London, and no one looks at them till they reach us. And what are we going to do? Just look at it." He took the arrow from Sam and twisted it in his fingers. "That's not a bloody goose feather. It's a goddamn sparrow feather. No bloody use for anything except scratching your ass." He tossed the arrow back to Sam. "No, a proper archer makes his own arrows." "I used to," Thomas said. "But you're a lazy bastard now, eh, Tom?" Skeet grinned, but the grin faded as he stared across the valley. "Enough of the goddamn bastards," he grumbled, looking at the gathering French. Then he grimaced as a solitary raindrop splashed on his worn boots. "I wish it would damn well rain and get it over with. It wants to. If it pisses on us when the bastards are attacking, then we might as well run for home because the bows won't shoot." Eleanor sat beside Thomas and watched the far hill. There were at least as many men there as were in the English army now, and the French main battle was only just arriving. Mounted men-at-arms were spreading across the hill, organizing themselves into Cornwell. A Cornwell was the basic fighting unit for a knight or man-at-arms, and most had between a dozen and 20 men, but those who formed the bodyguards of the great lords were much larger. There were now so many horsemen on the far hilltop that some had to spill down the slope, which was turning into a spread of colour, for the men-at-arms were wearing surcoats embroidered with their lords' badges, and the horses had gaudy trappers, while the French banners added more blue and red and yellow and green. Yet despite the colours, the dull grey of steel and mail still predominated. In front of the horsemen were the first green and red jackets of the Genoese crossbowmen. There was only a handful of these bowmen, but more and more were streaming over the hill to join their comrades. A cheer sounded from the English centre, and Thomas leaned forward to see that archers were scrambling to their feet. His first thought was that the French must have attacked, but there were no enemy horsemen and no arrows flew. "Up!" Will Skeet shouted suddenly. "On your feet!" "What is it?" Jake asked. Thomas saw the horsemen then. Not Frenchmen, but a dozen Englishmen, who rode along the face of the waiting battle line, carefully keeping their horses away from the archers' pits. 3 of the horsemen were carrying banners, and one of those flags was a huge standard showing the lilies and leopards framed in gold. "It's the king," a man said, and Skeet's archers began to cheer. The king stopped and spoke with the men in the center of the line, then trotted on towards the English right. His escort was mounted on big destriers, but the king rode a grey mare. He wore his bright surcoat, but had hung his crowned helmet from his saddle pommel, and so was bareheaded. His royal standard, all red, gold, and blue, led the flags, while behind it was the king's personal badge of the flaming sun rising, while the third, which provoked the loudest cheer, was an extravagantly long pennant which showed the fire-spewing dragon of Wessex. It was the flag of England, of the men who had fought the Conqueror, and the Conqueror's descendant now flew it to show that he was of England, like the men who cheered him as he rode the grey horse. He stopped close to Will Skeet's men and raised a white staff to silence the cheers. The archers had pulled off their helmets, and some had gone on one knee. The king still looked young, and his hair and beard were as gold as the rising sun on his standard. "I am grateful," he began in a voice so hoarse that he paused and started again. "I am grateful that you are here." That started the cheering again, and Thomas, who was cheering with the others, did not even reflect on what choice they had been given. The king raised the white staff for silence. "The French, as you see, have decided to join us. Perhaps they are lonely." It was not a great joke, but it prompted roars of laughter that turned to jeers for the enemy. The king smiled as he waited for the shouts to subside. "We came here," he then called, "only to procure the rights and lands and privileges that are ours by the laws of man and of God. My cousin of France challenges us, and in so doing he defies God." The men were silent now, listening carefully. The destriers of the king's escort were pawing the ground, but not a man moved. "God will not endure Philip of France's impudence," the king went on. "He will punish France. And you," he cast a hand to indicate the archers, "will be his instrument. God is with you, and I promise you, I swear to you before God and on my own life, that I will not leave this field till the last man of my army has marched from here. We stay on this hill together, and we fight here together, and we shall win together for God, for St. George, and for England." The cheers began again, and the king smiled and nodded, then turned as the Earl of Northampton strode from the line. The king leaned down in his saddle and listened to the Earl for a moment, then straightened and smiled again. "Is there a Master Skeet here?" Skeet immediately reddened, but did not confess his presence. The Earl was grinning. The king waited. Then a score of archers pointed at their leader. "He's here!" "Come here," the king commanded sternly. Will Skeet looked embarrassed as he threaded through the bowmen and approached the king's horse, where he went on one knee. The king drew his ruby-hilted sword and touched it on Skeet's shoulder. "We are told you are one of our best soldiers, so from henceforth you will be Sir William Skeet." The archers shouted even louder. Will Skeet, Sir William now, stayed on his knees as the king spurred on to give the same speech to the last men in the line and to those who manned the guns in the circle of farm carts. The Earl of Northampton, who had plainly been responsible for Skeet's knighthood, raised him up and led him back to his cheering men, and Skeet was still blushing as his archers clapped him on the back. "Bloody nonsense," he said to Thomas. "You deserve it, Will," Thomas said, then grinned. "Sir William." "Just have to pay more bloody tax, won't I?" Skeet said, but he looked pleased anyway. Then he frowned as a drop of rain splashed on his bare forehead. "Bowstrings!" he shouted. Most of the men were still sheltering their strings, but a handful had to coil the cords as the rain began to fall more heavily. One of the Earl's men-at-arms came to the archers, shouting that the women were to go back beyond the crest. "You heard him," Will Skeet called. "Women to the baggage!" Some of the women wept, but Eleanor just clung to Thomas for a moment. "Live," she said simply, then walked away through the rain, passing the Prince of Wales, who, with 6 other mounted men, was riding to his place among the men-at-arms behind Will Skeet's archers. The prince had decided to fight on horseback so he could see over the heads of the dismounted men, and to mark his arrival, his banner, which was bigger than any other on the right of the field, was loosed to the heavy downpour. Thomas could no longer see across the valley because wide curtains of heavy grey rain were sweeping from the north and obscuring the air. There was nothing to do but sit and wait while the leather backing of his mail became cold and clammy. He hunched miserably, staring into the greyness, knowing that no bow could draw properly till this downpour ended. "What they should do," said Father Hobb, who sat beside Thomas, "is charge now." "They couldn't find their way in this muck, Father," Thomas said. He saw the priest had a bow and an arrow bag, but no other battle equipment. "You should get some mail," he said, "or at least a padded jacket." "I'm armored by the faith, my son." "Where's your bowstrings?" Thomas asked, for the priest had neither helmet nor cap. "I looped them round my... Oh, well, never mind. It has to be good for something other than pissing, eh? And it's dry down there."
Father Hobb seemed indecently cheerful. "I've been walking the lines, Tom, and looking for your lance. It's not here." "Hardly goddamn surprising," Thomas said. "I never thought it would be." Father Hobb ignored the blasphemy. "And I had a chat with Father Pryke. Do you know him?" "No," Thomas said curtly. The rain was pouring off the front of his helmet onto the broken bridge of his nose. "How the hell would I know Father Pryke?" Father Hobb was not deterred by Thomas's surliness. "He's confessor to the king and a great man. He'll be a bishop one day soon. I asked him about the Vexil." Father Hobb paused, but Thomas said nothing. "He remembers the family," the priest went on. "He says they had lands in Cheshire, but they supported the Mortimers at the beginning of the king's reign, so they were outlawed. He said something else. They were always reckoned pious, but their bishop suspected they had strange ideas. A touch of Gnosticism." "Cathars," Thomas said. "It seems likely, doesn't it?" "And if it's a pious family," Thomas said, "then I probably don't belong. Isn't that good news?" "You can't escape, Thomas," Father Hobb said softly. His usually wild hair was plastered close to his skull by the rain. "You promised your father. You accepted the penance." Thomas shook his head angrily. "There are a score of bastards here, Father." He indicated the archers crouching under the rain's lash, "who've murdered more men than I have. Go and harrow their souls and leave mine alone." Father Hobb shook his head. "You've been chosen, Thomas, and I'm your conscience. It occurs to me, see, that if the Vexil supported Mortimer, then they can't love our king. If they'll be anywhere today, it'll be over there." He nodded towards the valley's far side, which was still blotted out by the pelting rain. "Then they'll live for another day, won't they?" Thomas said. Father Hobb frowned. "You think we're going to lose?" he asked sternly. "No." Thomas shivered. "It must be getting late in the afternoon, Father. If they don't attack now, they'll wait till morning. That'll give them a whole day to slaughter us." "Ah, Thomas, how God loves you." Thomas said nothing to that, but he was thinking that all he wanted was to be an archer, to become Sir Thomas of Hookton, as Will had just become Sir William. He was happy serving the king, and did not need a heavenly lord to take him into weird battles against dark lords. "Let me give you some advice, Father," he said. "It's always welcome, Tom. First bastard that drops, get his helmet and mail. Look after yourself." Father Hobb clapped Thomas's back. "God is on our side. You heard the king much." He stood and went to talk with other men, and Thomas sat by himself and saw that the rain was lessening at last. He could see the far trees again, see the colours of the French banners and surcoats, and now he could see a mass of red and green crossbowmen at the other side of the valley. They were going nowhere, he reckoned, for a crossbow string was as susceptible to the damp as any other. "It'll be tomorrow," he called down to Jake. "We'll do it all again tomorrow." "Let's hope the sun shines," Jake said. The wind brought the last drops of rain from the north. It was late. Thomas stood, stretched, and stamped his feet. A day wasted, he thought, and a hungry night ahead. And tomorrow, his first real battle. An excited group of mounted men had gathered about the French king, who was still a half-mile from the hill where the largest part of his army had gathered. There were at least 2,000 men-at-arms in the rearguard who were still marching, but those who had reached the valley hugely outnumbered the waiting English. 2-1, sire," Charles, the Count of Alençon, and the king's younger brother, said vehemently. Like the rest of the horsemen, his surcoat was soaking, and the dye on its badge had run into the white linen. His helmet was beaded with water. "We must kill them now," the Count insisted. But Philip of Valois' instinct was to wait. It would be wise, he thought, to let his whole army gather, to make a proper reconnaissance, and then attack next morning. But he was also aware that his companions, especially his brother, thought him cautious. They even believed him to be timid, for he had avoided battle with the English before, and even to propose waiting a mere day might make them think he had no stomach for the highest business of kings. He still ventured the proposal, suggesting that the victory would be all the more complete if it was just delayed by one day. "And if you wait," Alençon said scathingly, "Edward will slip away in the night, and tomorrow we'll face an empty hill."
They're cold, wet, hungry, and ready to be slaughtered, the Duke of Lorraine insisted.
And if they don't leave, sire, the Count of Flanders warned, they'll have more time to dig trenches and holes.
And the signs are good,
John of Hainault, a close companion of the king, and the Lord of Beaumont added.
The signs?
The king asked. John of Hainault gestured for a man in a black cloak to step forward. The man, who had a long white beard, bowed low.
The sun, sire, he said, is in conjunction with Mercury and opposite Saturn. Best of all, noble sire, Mars is in the house of Virgo. It spells victory, and could not be more propitious.
And how much gold, Philip wondered, had been paid to the astrologer to come up with that prophecy. Yet he was also tempted by it. He thought it unwise to do anything without a horoscope, and wondered where his own astrologer was, probably still on the Abbeville road.
Go now,
Alençon urged his brother. Guy Vexil, the Count of Asterac, pushed his horse into the throng surrounding the king. He saw a green and red jacketed crossbowman, evidently the commander of the Genoese, and spoke to him in Italian. As the rain affected the strings, badly, Carlo Grimaldi, the Genoese leader, admitted. Crossbow strings could not be unstrung like the cords of ordinary bows, for the tension in the cords was too great, and so the men had simply tried to shelter their weapons under their inadequate coats. We should wait till tomorrow, Grimaldi insisted. We can't advance without pavises.
What's he saying?
Alençon demanded. The Count of Asterac translated for his Majesty's benefit, and the king, pale and long-faced, frowned when he heard that the crossbowmen's long shields that protected them from the enemy's arrows while they reloaded their cumbersome weapons had still not arrived. How long will they be? He asked plaintively, but no one knew. Why didn't they travel with the bowmen? He demanded, but again no one had an answer. Who are you? The king finally asked the count. Asterac, sire, Guy Vexil said. Ah. It was plain the king had no idea who or what Asterac was, nor did he recognize Vexil's shield that bore the simple symbol of the cross, but Vexil's horse and armor were both expensive, and so the king did not dispute the man's right to offer advice. And you say the bows won't draw? Of course they'll draw, the Count of Alençon interrupted. The damned Genoese don't want to fight. Bastard Genoese, he spat. The English bows will be just as wet, he added. The crossbows will be weakened, sire, Vexil explained carefully, ignoring the hostility of the king's younger brother. The bows will draw, but they won't have their full range or force. It will be best to wait, the king asked. It would be wise to wait, sire, Vexil said, and it would be especially wise to wait for the pavises. Tomorrow's horoscope? John of Hainault asked the astrologer. The man shook his head. Neptune approaches the bendings tomorrow, sire. It is not a hopeful conjunction. Attack now! They're wet, tired, and hungry, Alençon urged. Attack now! The king still looked dubious, but most of the great lords were confident, and they hammered him with their arguments. The English were trapped, and a delay of even one day might give them a chance to escape. Perhaps their fleet would come to Le Crotoy. Go now, they insisted, even though it was late in the day. Go and kill, go and win. Show Christendom that God is on the side of the French. Just go now. And the king, because he was weak, and because he wanted to appear strong, surrendered to their wishes. So the Oriflamme was taken from its leather tube and carried to its place of honor at the front of the men-at-arms. No other flag would be allowed to go ahead of the long, plain red banner that flew from its cross-staff and was guarded by 30 picked knights who wore scarlet ribbons on their right arms. The horsemen were given their long lances, then the Cornwell closed together so the knights and men-at-arms were knee to knee. Drummers took the rain covers from their instruments, and Grimaldi, the Genoese commander, was peremptorily told to advance and kill the English archers. The king crossed himself, while a score of priests fell to their knees in the wet grass and began to pray. The lords of France rode to the hill crest where their mailed horsemen waited. By nightfall, they would all have wet swords and prisoners enough to break England forever, for the Oriflamme was going into battle. God's teeth! Will Skeet sounded astonished as he scrambled to his feet. The bastards are coming! His surprise was justified,
for it was late in the afternoon, the time when labourers would think of going home from the fields. The archers stood and stared. The enemy was not yet advancing, but a horde of crossbowmen was spreading across the valley bottom, while above them the French knights and men-at-arms were arming themselves with lances. Thomas thought it had to be a feint. It would be dark in another 3 or 4 hours, yet perhaps the French were confident they could do their business quickly. The crossbowmen were at last starting forward. Thomas took off his helmet to find a bowstring, looped one end over a horn tip, then flexed the shaft to fix the other loop in its nock. He fumbled and had to make 3 attempts to string the long black weapon. Sweet Jesus, he thought, but they were really coming. Be calm, he told himself, be calm. But he felt as nervous as when he had stood on the slope above Hopeton and dared himself to kill a man for the very first time. He pulled open the laces of the arrow bag. The drums began to beat from the French side of the valley, and a great cheer sounded. There was nothing to explain the cheer. The men-at-arms were not moving, and the crossbowmen were still a long way off. English trumpets responded, calling sweet and clear from the windmill, where the king and a reserve of men-at-arms waited. Archers were stretching and stamping their feet all along the hill. 4,000 English bows were strung and ready, but there were half as many crossbowmen again coming towards them. And behind those 6,000 Genoese were thousands of mailed horsemen. "No pavises," Will Skeet shouted, "and their strings will be damp." "They won't have the reach for us." Father Hobbit appeared at Thomas's side again. Thomas nodded, but was too dry-mouthed to answer. A crossbow in good hands, and there were none better than the Genoese, should outrange a straight bow, but not if it had a damp string. The extra range was no great advantage, for it took so long to rewind a bow that an archer could advance into range and loose 6 or 7 arrows before the enemy was ready to send his second bolt. But even though Thomas understood that imbalance, he was still nervous. The enemy looked so numerous, and the French drums were great heavy kettles with thick skins that boomed like the devil's own heartbeat in the valley. The enemy horsemen were edging forward, eager to spur their mounts into an English line they expected to be deeply wounded by the crossbow's assault, while the English men-at-arms were shuffling together, closing their line to make solid ranks of shields and steel. The mail clinked and jangled. "God is with you," a priest shouted. "Don't waste your arrows," Will Skeet called. "Aim true, boys, aim true. They ain't going to stand long." He repeated the message as he walked along his line. "You look like you've seen a ghost, Tom." 10,000 ghosts, Tom said. "There's more of the bastards than that," Will Skeet said. He turned and gazed at the hill. "Maybe 12,000 horsemen," he grinned. "So that's 12,000 arrows, lad." There were 6,000 crossbowmen and twice as many men-at-arms, who were being reinforced by infantry that was appearing on both French flanks. Thomas doubted that those foot soldiers would take any part in the battle, not unless it turned into a rout, and he understood that the crossbowmen could probably be turned back because they were coming without pavises and would have rain-weakened weapons. But to turn the Genoese back would need arrows, a lot of arrows, and that would mean fewer for the mass of horsemen whose painted lances, held upright, made a thicket along the far hilltop. "We need more arrows," he said to Skeet. "You'll make do with what you've got," Skeet said. "We all will. Can't wish for what you ain't got." The crossbowmen paused at the foot of the English slope and shook themselves into line before placing their bolts into their bows' troughs. Thomas took out his first arrow and superstitiously kissed its head, which was a wedge of slightly rusted steel with a wicked point and 2 steep barbs. He laid the arrow over his left hand and slotted its knocked butt onto the center of the bowstring, which was protected from fraying with a whipping of hemp. He half-tensed the bow, taking comfort from the used resistance. The arrow lay inside the shaft, to the left of the hand grip. He released the tension, gripped the arrow with his left thumb, and flexed the fingers of his right hand. A sudden blare of trumpets made him jump. Every French drummer and trumpeter was working now, making a cacophony of noise that started the Genoese forward again. They were climbing the English slope, their faces white blurs, framed by the grey of their helmets. The French horsemen were coming down the slope, but slowly and in fits and starts, as though they were trying to anticipate the order to charge. "God is with us," Father Hobb called. He was in his archer's stance, left foot far forward, and Thomas saw the priest had no shoes.
What happened to your boots, father? Some poor boy needed them more than I did. I'll get a French pair. Thomas smoothed the feathers of his first arrow. Wait, Will Skeet shouted. Wait! A dog ran out of the English battle line, and its owner shouted for it to come back, and in a heartbeat half the archers were calling the dog's name. Biter! Biter! Come here, you bastard! Biter! Quiet! Will Skeet roared as the dog, utterly confused, ran towards the enemy. End of Side 17. Side 18. Off to Thomas's right, the gunners were crouched by the carts, linstocks smoking. Archers stood in the wagons, weapons half-braced. The Earl of Northampton had come to stand among the archers. You shouldn't be here, my lord, Will Skeet said. The king makes him a knight, the Earl said, and he thinks he can give me orders. The archers grinned. Don't kill all the men-at-arms, Will, the Earl went on. Leave some for us poor swordsmen. You'll get your chance, Will Skeet said grimly. Wait, he called to the archers. Wait! The Genoese were shouting as they advanced, though their voices were almost drowned by the heavy drumming and the wild trumpet calls. Biter was running back to the English now, and a cheer sounded when the dog at last found shelter in the battle line. Don't waste your goddamn arrows, Will Skeet called. Take proper aim, like your mother's taught you. The Genoese were within bow range now, but not an arrow flew, and the red and green-coated crossbowmen still came, bending forward slightly as they trudged up the hill. They were not coming straight at the English, but at a slight angle, which meant that the right of the English line, where Thomas was, would be struck first. It was also the place where the slope was most gradual, and Thomas, with a sinking heart, understood he was likely to be in the heart of the fight. Then the Genoese stopped, shuffled into line, and began to shout their war cry. Too soon, the Earl muttered. The crossbows went into the shooting position. They were angled steeply upwards, as the Genoese hoped to drop a thick rain of death on the English line. Draw! Skeet said, and Thomas could feel his heart thumping as he pulled the coarse string back to his right ear. He chose a man in the enemy line, placed the arrow tip directly between that man and his right eye, edged the bow to the right because that would compensate for the bias in the weapon's aim, then lifted his left hand and shifted it back to the left because the wind was coming from that direction. Not much wind. He had not thought of aiming the arrow. It was all instinct, but he was still nervous and a muscle was twitching in his right leg. The English line was utterly silent. The crossbowmen were shouting and the French drums and trumpets deafening. The Genoese line looked like green and red statues. Let go, you bastards, a man muttered, and the Genoese obeyed him. 6,000 crossbow bolts arced into the sky. Now, Will said, surprisingly softly, and the arrows flew. Eleanor crouched by the wagon that held the archer's baggage. 30 or 40 other women were there, many with children, and they all flinched as they heard the trumpets, the drums, and the distant shouting. Nearly all the women were French or Breton, though not one was hoping for a French victory, for it was their men who stood on the green hill. Eleanor prayed for Thomas, for Will Skeet, and for her father. The baggage park was beneath the crest of the hill, so she could not see what was happening, but she heard the deep, sharp note of the English bowstrings being released, and then the rush of air across feathers that was the sound of thousands of arrows in flight. She shuddered. A dog tethered to the cart, one of the many strays that had been adopted by the archers, whimpered. She patted it. There will be meat tonight, she told the dog. The news had spread that the cattle captured in Le Croteuil would be reaching the army today, if there was an army left to eat them. The bows sounded again, more raggedly. The trumpets still screamed, and the drum beats were constant. She glanced up at the hill crest, half expecting to see arrows in the sky, but there was only grey cloud, against which scores of horsemen were outlined. These horsemen were part of the king's small reserve of troops, and Eleanor knew that if she saw them spur forward, then the main line would have been breached. The king's royal standard was flying from the topmost vane of the windmill, where it stirred in the small breeze to show its gold, crimson, and blue. The vast baggage park was guarded by a mere score of sick or wounded soldiers who would not last a heartbeat if the French broke through the English line. The king's baggage,
heaped on 3 white-painted wagons, had a dozen men-at-arms to guard the royal jewels, but otherwise there was only the host of women and children and a handful of page boys who were armed with short swords. The army's thousands of horses were also there, picketed close to the forest and watched by a few crippled men. Eleanor noted that most of the horses were saddled, as though the men-at-arms and archers wanted the animals ready in case they had to flee. A priest had been with the royal baggage, but when the bows sounded, he had hurried to the crest, and Eleanor was tempted to follow. Better to see what was going on, she thought, than wait here beside the forest and fear what might be happening. She patted the dog and stood, intending to walk to the crest, but just then she saw the woman who had come to Thomas in the damp night in the forest of Cressy. The Countess of Armorica, beautifully dressed in a red gown and with her hair netted in a silver mesh, was riding a small white mare up and down beside the prince's wagons. She paused every now and then to gaze at the crest, and then she would stare towards the forest of Cressy Grange that lay to the west. A crash startled Eleanor and made her turn to the crest. Nothing explained the terrible noise that had sounded uncannily like a close clap of thunder, but there was no lightning and no rain, and the mill stood unharmed. Then a seep of grey-white smoke showed above the mill's furled sails, and Eleanor understood that the guns had fired. Ribbalds, they were called, she remembered, and she imagined their rusting iron arrows slashing down the slope. She looked back to the Countess, but Jeanette was gone. She had ridden to the forest, taking her jewels with her. Eleanor saw the red gown flash in the trees, then disappear. So the Countess had fled, fearing the consequences of defeat, and Eleanor, suspecting that the prince's woman must know more of the English prospects than the archer's women, made the sign of the cross. Then, because she could not bear the waiting any longer, she walked to the crest. If her lover died, she thought, then she wanted to be near him. Other women followed her. None spoke. They just stood on the hill and watched, and prayed for their men. Thomas's second arrow was in the air before his first had reached its greatest height and begun to fall. He reached for a third, then realized he had shot the second in panic, and so he paused and stared at the clouded sky that was strangely thick with flickering black shafts that were as dense as starlings and deadlier than hawks. He could see no crossbow bolts. Then he laid the third arrow on his left hand and picked a man in the Genoese line. There was an odd pattering noise that startled him, and he looked to see it was the hail of Genoese bolts striking the turf around the horse pits. And a heartbeat later, the first English arrow flight slammed home. Scores of crossbowmen were snatched backwards, including the one Thomas had picked out for his third arrow, and so he changed his aim to another man, hauled the cord back to his ear, and let the shaft fly. "They're falling short!" the Earl of Northampton shouted exultantly, and some of the archers swore, thinking he spoke of their own arrows, but it was the Genoese bows that had been enfeebled by the rain, and not one of their quarrels had reached the English archers, who, seeing the chance for slaughter, gave a howling cheer and ran a few paces down the slope. "Kill them!" Will Skeet shouted. They killed them. The great bows were drawn again and again, and the white-feathered arrows slashed down the slope to pierce mail and cloth, and to turn the lower hill into a field of death. Some crossbowmen limped away, a few crawled, and the uninjured edged backwards rather than span their weapons. "Aim well!" the Earl called. "Don't waste arrows!" Will Skeet shouted. Thomas shot again, plucked a new arrow from the bag, and sought a new target as his previous arrow seared down to strike a man in the thigh. The grass about the Genoese line was thick with arrows that had missed, but more than enough were striking home. The Genoese line was thinner, much thinner, and it was silent now, except for the cries of men being struck and the moans of the wounded. The archers advanced again, right to the edge of their pits, and a new flight of steel poured down the slope. And the crossbowmen fled. One moment they had been a ragged line, still thick with men who stood behind the bodies of their comrades, and now they were a rabble who ran as hard as they could to escape the arrows. "Stop shooting!" Will Skeet bellowed. "Stop!" "Hold!" John Armstrong, whose men were to the left of Skeet's band, shouted. "Well done!" the Earl of Northampton called. "Back, lads, back!" Will Skeet motioned the archers. "Sam, David, go and collect some arrows, quick!" He pointed down the slope to where, amidst the Genoese dying and dead, the white-tipped shafts were thickly stuck in the turf.
Hurry, lads! Jump! Peter! Go and help them! Go!
All along the line, archers were running to salvage arrows from the grass. But then a shout of warning came from the men who had remained in their places.
Get back! Get back!
Will Skeet shouted. The horsemen were coming. Sir Guillaume d'Evêque led a convoi of 12 men on the far left of the French second line of horsemen. Ahead of him was a mass of French cavalry belonging to the first battle. To his left was a scatter of infantrymen who sat on the grass, and beyond them the small river twisted through its water meadows beside the forest. To his right was nothing but horsemen crammed together as they waited for the crossbowmen to weaken the enemy line. That English line looked pitifully small, perhaps because its men-at-arms were on foot, and so took up much less room than mounted knights. Yet Sir Guillaume grudgingly acknowledged that the English king had chosen his position well. The French knights could not assault either flank, for they were both protected by a village. They could not ride around the English right, for that was guarded by the soft lands beside the river, while to circle about Edward's left would mean a long journey around Vaudicourt, and by the time the French came in sight of the English again, the archers would surely have been redeployed to meet a French force made ragged by its long detour, which meant that only a frontal assault could bring a swift victory, and that, in turn, meant riding into the arrows.
Heads down, shields up, and keep close, he told his men, before clanging down the facepiece of his helmet.
Then, knowing he would not charge for some time yet, he pushed the visor back up. His men-at-arms shuffled their horses till they were knee to knee. The wind, it was said, should not be able to blow between the lances of a charging convoi.
Be a while yet,
Sir Guillaume warned them. The fleeing crossbowmen were running up the French-held hill. Sir Guillaume had watched them advance, and mouthed a silent prayer that God would be on the shoulders of the Genoese. Kill some of those damned archers, he had prayed, but spare Thomas. The drummers had been hammering their great kettles, driving down the sticks as if they could defeat the English by noise alone, and Sir Guillaume, elated by the moment, had put the butt of his lance on the ground and used it to raise himself in the stirrups so he could see over the heads of the men in front. He had watched the Genoese loose their quarrels, seen the bolts as a quick haze in the sky, and then the English had shot, and their arrows were a dark smear against the green slope and grey clouds, and Sir Guillaume had watched the Genoese stagger. He had looked to see the English archers falling, but they were coming forward instead, still loosing arrows, and then the two flanks of the small English line had billowed dirty white as the guns added their missiles to the hail of arrows that was whipping down the slope. His horse had twitched uneasily when the crack of the guns rolled over the valley, and Sir Guillaume dropped into the saddle and clicked his tongue. He could not pat the horse, for the lance was in his right hand, and his left arm was strapped into its shield with the 3 yellow hawks on the blue ground. The Genoese had broken. At first Sir Guillaume did not credit it, believing that perhaps their commander was trying to trick the English archers into an undisciplined pursuit that would strand them at the bottom of the slope where the crossbows could turn on them. But the English did not move, and the fleeing Genoese had not stopped. They ran, leaving a thick line of dead and dying men, and now they climbed in panic towards the French horsemen. A growl sounded from the French men-at-arms. It was anger, and the sound rose to a great jeer.
"Cowards!"
a man near Sir Guillaume called. The Count of Alençon felt a surge of pure rage.
"They've been paid,"
he snarled at a companion.
"Bastards have taken a bribe."
"Cut them down!" the king called from his place at the edge of the beechwood. "Cut them down!" His brother heard him, and wanted nothing more than to obey. The Count was in the second line, not the first, but he spurred his horse into a gap between two of the leading convoy, and shouted at his men to follow. "Cut them down!" he called. "Cut the bastards down!" The Genoese were between the horsemen and the English line, and now they were doomed, for all along the hill the French were spurring forward. Hot-blooded men from the second battle were tangling with the convoy of the first line to form an untidy mass of banners, lances, and horses. They should have walked their horses down the hill so that they were still in close order when they reached the climb on the far side, but instead they raked back spurs and, driven by a hatred of their own allies, raced each other to the kill. "We stay!" Guy Vexil, Count of Asterac, shouted at his men. "Wait!" Sir Guillaume called. Better to let the first ragged charge spend itself, he reckoned.
rather than join the madness. Perhaps half the French horsemen stayed on the hill. The rest, led by the king's brother, rode down the Genoese. The crossbowmen tried to escape. They ran along the valley in an attempt to reach the northern and southern ends, but the mass of horsemen overlapped them, and there was no way out. Some Genoese sensibly lay down and curled into balls, others crouched in the shallow ditches, but most were killed or wounded as the horsemen rode over them. The destriers were big beasts with hooves like hammers. They were trained to run men down, and the Genoese screamed as they were trampled or slashed. Some knights used their lances on the crossbowmen, and the weight of a horse and armored man easily drove the wooden spears clean through their victims. But those lances were all lost, left in the mangled torsos of the dead men, and the knights had to draw their swords. For a moment there was chaos in the valley bottom, as the horsemen drove 1,000 paths through the scattered crossbowmen. Then there were only the mangled remnants of the Genoese mercenaries, their red and green jackets soaked with blood, and their weapons lying broken in the mud. The horsemen, one easy victory under their belt, cheered themselves. "Montjoie Saint-Denis!" they shouted. "Montjoie Saint-Denis!" Hundreds of flags were being taken forward with the horsemen, threatening to overtake the Oriflamme, but the red-ribboned knights guarding the sacred flag spurred ahead of the charge, shouting their challenge as they started up the slope towards the English, and so climbed from a valley floor that was now thick with charging horsemen. The remaining lances were lowered, the spurs went back, but some of the more sensible men who had waited behind for the next assault noted that there was no thunder of hoofs coming from the vast charge. "It's turned to mud," Sir Guillaume said to no one in particular. Trappers and surcoats were spattered with the mud churned up by the hoofs from the low ground that had been softened by the rain. For a moment the charge seemed to flounder. Then the leading horsemen broke out of the wet valley bottom to find better footing on the English hill. God was with them after all, and they screamed their war cry, "Montjoie Saint-Denis!" The drums were beating faster than ever, and the trumpets screamed to the sky as the horses climbed towards the mill. "Fools," Guy Vexil said. "Poor souls," Sir Guillaume said. "What's happening?" the king asked, wondering why his careful ordering of the battle lines had broken even before the fight proper had begun. But no one answered him. They just watched. "Jesus, Mary, and Joseph," Father Hobbs said, for it seemed as if half the horsemen of Christendom were coming up the hill. "Into line!" Will Skeet shouted. "God be with you!" the Earl of Northampton called, then went back to join his men-at-arms. "Aim for the horses!" John Armstrong ordered his men. "Bastards rode down their own bowmen," Jake said in wonderment. "So we'll kill the goddamn bastards," Thomas said vengefully. The charge was nearing the line of those Genoese who had died in the arrow storm. To Thomas, staring down the hill, the attack was a flurry of garish horse trappers and bright shields, of painted lances and streaming pennants, and now, because the horses had climbed out of the wet ground, every archer could hear the hooves that were louder even than the enemy's kettle drums. The ground was quivering so that Thomas could feel the vibration through the worn soles of his boots that had been a gift from Sir Guillaume. He looked for the three hawks, but could not see them, then forgot Sir Guillaume as his left leg went forward and his right arm hauled back. The arrow's feathers were beside his mouth, and he kissed them, then fixed his gaze on a man who carried a black and yellow shield. "Now!" Wilskeet shouted. The arrows climbed away, hissing as they went. Thomas put a second on his string, hauled and loosed, a third, this time picking out a man with a pig-snout helmet decorated with red ribbons. He was aiming at the horses each time, hoping to drive the wicked-edged blades through the padded trappers and deep into the animals' chests. A fourth arrow. He could see clods of grass and soil being thrown up behind the leading horses. The first arrow was still flying as he hauled back the fourth and looked for another target. He fixed on a man without a surcoat in polished plate armor. He loosed, and just then the man in the plate armor tumbled forward as his horse was struck by another arrow, and all along the slope there were screaming horses, flailing hoofs, and falling men as the English arrows drove home. A lance cartwheeled up the slope. A cry sounded above the beating hoofbeats. A horse ran into a dying animal and broke its leg, and knights were thumping their knees against their horses to make them swerve about the stricken beasts. A fifth arrow, a sixth, and to the men-at-arms behind the line of archers it seemed as though the sky was filled with a never-ending stream of arrows that were dark against the darkening clouds, white-tipped and rising above the slope to plunge into the churning men-at-arms. Scores of horses had fallen. Their riders were trapped in their high saddles and ridden over as they lay helpless. Yet still the horsemen came on, and the men at the back could see far enough ahead to find gaps between the twitching piles of dead and dying. "Montjoie Saint-Denis! Montjoie Saint-Denis!" Spurs raked back to draw blood. To Thomas, the slope looked a nightmare of heaving horses with yellow teeth and white eyes, of long lances and arrow-stuck shields, of flying mud, wild banners, and grey helmets with slits for eyes and snouts for noses. The banners flew, led by a ribbon-like red streamer. He shot again and again, pouring arrows into the madness. Yet for every horse that fell, there was another to take its place, and another beast behind that. Arrows protruded from trappers, from horses, from men, even from lances, the white feathers bobbing as the charge thundered close. And then the French front rank was among the pits, and a stallion's leg bone cracked, and the beast's scream soared above the drums, trumpets, clang of mail, and the beating of hoofs. Some men rode clean through the pits, but others fell and brought down the horses behind. The French tried to slow the horses and turn them aside, but the charge was committed now, and the men behind pressed the ones in front onto the pits and arrows. The bow thumped in Thomas's hand, and its arrow seared into a horseman's throat, slitting the mail like linen and hurling the man back so that his lance reared into the sky. "Back!" Wilskeet was shouting. The charge was too close, much too close. "Back! Back! Back! Now! Go!" The archers ran into the gaps between the men-at-arms, and the French, seeing their tormentors vanish, gave a great cheer. "Montjoie Saint-Denis!" "Shields!" the Earl of Northampton shouted, and the English men-at-arms locked their shields together and raised their own lances to make a hedge of points. "St. George!" the Earl screamed. "St. George! Montjoie Saint-Denis!" Enough horsemen had got through the arrows and the pits, and still the men-at-arms streamed up the hill, and now, at last, charged home. If a plum was thrown at a Cornwell, the experts said it should be impaled on a lance. That was how close the horsemen were supposed to be in a charge, because that way they stood a chance of living. But if the Cornwell scattered, then each man would end up surrounded by enemies. Your neighbor in a cavalry charge, the experienced men told the younger, should be closer to you than your wife, closer even than your whore. But the first French charge was a crazed gallop, and the men first became scattered when they slaughtered the Genoese, and the disarray became worse as they raced uphill to close on the enemy. The charge was not supposed to be a crazed gallop, but an ordered, dreadful, and disciplined assault. The men, lined knee to knee, should have started slowly and stayed close until, and only at the very last minute, they spurred into a gallop to crash their tight-bunched lances home in unison. That was how the men were trained to charge, and their destriers were trained just as hard. A horse's instinct, on facing a packed line of men or cavalry, was to shy away, but the big stallions were ruthlessly schooled to keep running and so crash into the packed enemy, and there to keep moving, stamping, biting, and rearing. A charge of knights was supposed to be thundering death on hooves, a flail of metal driven by the ponderous weight of men, horses, and armor, and properly done it was a mass maker of widows. But the men of Philip's army, who had dreamed of breaking the enemy into ribbons and slaughtering the dazed survivors, had reckoned without archers and pits. By the time the undisciplined first French charge reached the English men-at-arms, it had broken itself into scraps and then been slowed to a walk, because the long, smooth, and inviting slope turned out to be an obstacle course of dead horses, unsaddled knights, hissing arrows, and leg-cracking pits concealed in the grass. Only a handful of men reached the enemy. That handful spurred over the last few yards and aimed their lances at the dismounted English men-at-arms, but the horsemen were met by more lances that were braced against the ground and tilted up to pierce their horses' breasts. The stallions ran onto the lances, twisted away, and the Frenchmen were falling. The English men-at-arms stepped forward with axes and swords to finish them off. "Stay in line!" the Earl of Northampton shouted. More horses were threading through the pits, and there were no archers in front to slow them now. These were the third and fourth ranks of the French charge. They had suffered less damage from arrows, and they came to help the men hacking at the English line that still bristled with lances. Men roared their battle cries, hacked with swords and axes, and the dying horses dragged down the English lances, so that the French could at last close on the men-at-arms. Steel rang on steel and thumped on wood, but each horseman was faced by 2 or 3 men-at-arms, and the French were being dragged from their saddles and butchered on the ground. "No prisoners!" the Earl of Northampton shouted. "No prisoners!" Those were the king's orders. To take a man prisoner meant possible wealth, but it also required a moment of courtesy to inquire whether an enemy truly yielded, and the English had no time for such civility. They needed only to kill the horsemen who kept streaming up the hill. The king, watching from beneath the mill's furled sails, which creaked as the wind twitched their tethers, saw that the French had broken through the archers only on the right, where his son fought, and where the line lay closest to the French and the slope was gentlest. The great charge had been broken by arrows, but more than enough horsemen had survived, and those men were spurring towards the place where the swords rang. When the French charge began, it had been spread all across the battlefield, but now it shrank into a wedge shape, as the men facing the English left swerved away from the archers there, and added their weight to the knights and men-at-arms who hacked at the Prince of Wales's battle. Hundreds of horsemen were still milling about in the valley's muddy bottom, unwilling to face the arrow storm a second time, but French marshals were reforming those men and sending them up the hill towards the growing melee that fought under the banners of Alençon and the Prince of Wales. "Let me go down there, sire," the Bishop of Durham, looking ungainly in his heavy mail and holding a massive spiked mace, appealed to the king. "They're not breaking," Edward said mildly. His line of men-at-arms was 4 ranks deep, and only the first 2 were fighting, and fighting well. A horseman's greatest advantage over infantry was speed, but the French charge had been sapped of all velocity. The horsemen were being forced into a walk to negotiate the copses and pits, and there was no room beyond to spur into a trot before they were met by a vicious defense of axes, swords, maces, and spears. Frenchmen hacked down, but the English held their shields high and stabbed their blades into the horses' guts, or else sliced swords across hamstrings. The destriers fell, screaming and kicking, breaking men's legs with their wild thrashing, but every horse down was an added obstacle, and, fierce as the French assault was, it was failing to break the line. No English banners had toppled yet, though the king feared for his son's bright flag that was closest to the most violent fighting. "Have you seen the Oriflamme?" he asked his entourage. "It fell, sire," a household knight answered. The man pointed down the slope to where a heap of dead horses and broken men were the remnants of the first French attack. "Somewhere there, sir. Arrows." "God bless arrows," the king said. A convoi of 14 Frenchmen managed to negotiate the pits without harm. "Montjoie Saint-Denis!" they shouted, and couched their lances as they spurred into the melee, where they were met by the Earl of Northampton and a dozen of his men. The Earl was using a broken lance as a pike, and he rammed the splintered shaft into a horse's chest, felt the lance slide off the armor concealed by the trapper, and instinctively lifted his shield. A mace cracked on it, driving one spike clean through the leather and willow, but the Earl had his sword dangling by a strap, and he dropped the lance, gripped the sword's hilt, and stabbed into the horse's fetlock, making the beast twist away. He dragged the shield clear of the mace's spikes, swung the sword at the knight, was parried, then a man-at-arms seized the Frenchman's weapon and tugged. The Frenchman pulled back, but the Earl helped, and the Frenchman shouted as he was tumbled down to the English feet. A sword ran into the armor gap at his groin, and he doubled over. Then a mace crushed his helmet, and he was left twitching as the Earl and his men climbed over his body and hacked at the next horse and man. The Prince of Wales spurred into the melee, made conspicuous by a fillet of gold that circled his black helmet. He was only 16, well-built, strong, tall, and superbly trained. He fended an axe away with his shield and rammed his sword through another horseman's mail. "Off the bloody horse!" the Earl of Northampton shouted at the prince. "Get off the bloody horse!" He ran to the prince, seized the bridle, and tugged the horse away from the fight. A Frenchman spurred in, trying to spear the prince's back, but a man-at-arms in the prince's green and white livery slammed his shield into the destrier's mouth, and the animal twitched away. The Earl dragged the prince back. "They see a man on horseback, sire," he shouted up, "and they think he's French." The prince nodded. His own household knights had reached him now, and they helped him down from the saddle. He said nothing. If he had been offended by the Earl, he hid it behind his facepiece as he went back to the melee. "St. George! St. George!" The prince's standard-bearer struggled to stay with his master, and the sight of the richly embroidered flag attracted still more screaming Frenchmen. "In line!" the Earl shouted. "In line!" But the dead horses and butchered men made obstacles that neither the French nor English could cross, and so the men-at-arms, led by the prince, were scrambling over the bodies to reach more enemies. A disemboweled horse trailed its guts towards the English, then sank onto its forelegs to pitch its rider towards the prince, who rammed the sword into the man's helmet, mangling the visor and starting blood from the eye-holes. "St. George!" The prince was exultant, and his black armor was streaked with enemy blood. He was fighting with his visor raised, for else he could not see properly, and he was loving the moment. The hours and hours of weapons practice, the sweating days when sergeants had drilled him and beat at his shield and cursed him for not keeping his sword point high, were all proving their worth, and he could have asked for nothing more in this life. A woman in the camp, and an enemy coming in their hundreds to be killed. The French wedge was widening as more men climbed the hill. They had not broken through the line, but they had drawn the two front English ranks across the tide line of dead and wounded, and thus scattered them into groups of men who defended themselves against a welter of horsemen. The prince was among them. Some Frenchmen, unhorsed but unwounded, were fighting on foot. "Forward!" the Earl of Northampton shouted at the third rank. It was no longer possible to hold the shield wall tight. Now he had to wade into the horror to protect the prince, and his men followed him into the maelstrom of horses, blades, and carnage. They scrambled over dead horses, tried to avoid the beating hooves of dying horses, and drove their blades into living horses to bring the riders down to where they could be savaged. Each Frenchman had 2 or 3 English footmen to contend against, and though the horses snapped their teeth, reared, and lashed their hooves, and though the riders beat left and right with their swords, the unmounted English invariably crippled the destriers in the end, and more French knights were pitched onto the hoof-scarred grass to be bludgeoned or stabbed to death. Some Frenchmen, recognizing the futility, spurred back across the pits to make new Cornwell among the survivors. Squires brought them spare lances, and the knights, rearmed and wanting revenge, came back to the fight, and always they rode towards the prince's bright flag. The Earl of Northampton was close to the flag now. He hammered his shield into a horse's face, cut at its legs, and stabbed at the rider's thigh. Another Cornwell came from the right, 3 of its men still holding lances, and the others with swords held far forward. They slammed against the shields of the prince's bodyguard, driving those men back, but other men in green and white came to their help, and the prince pushed 2 of them out of the way so he could hack at a destrier's neck. The Cornwell wheeled away, leaving 2 of its knights dead. "Form line!" the Earl shouted. "Form line!" There was a lull in the fighting about the prince's standard, for the French were regrouping. And just then the second French battle, as large as the first, started down their hill. They came at a walk, knee to booted knee, lances held so close that a wind could not have passed between them. They were showing how it should be done. The ponderous drums drove them on, the trumpets seared the sky, and the French were coming to finish the battle. 8, Jake said. 3, Sam told Will Skeet. 7, Thomas said. They were counting arrows. Not one archer had died yet, not from Will Skeet's band, but they were perilously low on arrows. Skeet kept looking over the heads of the men-at-arms, fearful that the French would break through, but the line was holding. Once in a while, when no English banner or head was in the way, an archer would loose one of the precious arrows at a horseman, but when a shaft wasted itself by glancing off a helmet, Skeet told them to save their supply. A boy had brought a dozen skins of water from the baggage, and the men passed the bags around. Skeet totted up the arrows and shook his head. No man had more than 10, while Father Hobb, who admittedly had started with fewer than any of the men, had none. "Go up the hill, Father," Skeet told the priest, "and see if they're keeping any shafts back. The king's archers might spare some. Their captain is called Hal Crowley, and he knows me. Ask him anyway." He did not sound hopeful. "Right, lads, this way," he said to the rest, and led them towards the southern end of the English line, where the French had not closed, then forward of the men-at-arms to reinforce the archers who, as low on arrows as the rest of the army, were keeping up a desultory harassment of any group of horsemen who threatened to approach their position. The guns were still firing intermittently. spewing a noisome stench of powder smoke on the battle's edge, but Thomas could see little evidence that the ryeballs were killing any Frenchmen, though their noise and the whistle of their iron missiles was keeping the enemy horsemen well away from the flank. "We'll wait here," Skeet said, then swore, for he had seen the French second line leave the far hill crest. They did not come like the first in ragged chaos, but steadily and properly. Skeet made the sign of the cross. "Pray for arrows," he said. The king watched his son fight. He had been worried when the prince had advanced on horseback, but he nodded silent approval when he saw that the boy had possessed the good sense to dismount. The Bishop of Durham pressed to be allowed to go to Prince Edward's help, but the king shook his head. "He has to learn to win fights." He paused. "I did." The king had no intention of going down into the horror, not because he feared such a fight, but because once entangled with the French horsemen, he would not be able to watch the rest of his line. His job was to stay by the mill and trickle reinforcements down to the most threatened parts of his army. Men of his reserve continually pleaded to be allowed into the melee, but the king obstinately refused them, even when they complained that their honor would be smirched if they missed the fight. The king dared not let men go, for he was watching the French second battle come down the hill, and he knew he must hoard every man in case that great sweep of horsemen battered through his line. That second French line, almost a mile across and 3 or 4 ranks deep, walked down the slope where its horses had to thread the bodies of the slaughtered Genoese. "Form up!" the Cornwell leaders shouted when the crossbowmen's bodies were behind them, and the men obediently moved knee to knee again as they rode into the softer ground. The hooves made hardly any sound in the wet soil, so the loudest noises of the charge were the clink of mail, the thump of scabbards, and the swish of trappers on the long grass. The drummers were still beating on the hill behind, but no trumpets called. "You see the prince's banner?" Guy Vexil asked Sir Simon Jekyll, who rode beside him. "There." Jekyll pointed his lance-tip to where the ragged fight was hottest. All Vexil's Cornwell had baffles on their lances, placed just back from the tip, so that the wooden spears did not bury themselves in their victims' bodies. A lance with a baffle could be dragged free of a dying man and used again. "The highest flag," Sir Simon added. "Follow me!" Vexil shouted, and signalled to Henry Colley, who had been given the job of standard-bearer. Colley was bitter at the assignment, reckoning he should have been allowed to fight with lance and sword, but Sir Simon had told him it was a privilege to carry the lance of St. George, and Colley was forced to accept the task. He planned to discard the useless lance with its red flag as soon as he entered the melee, but for now he carried it high as he wheeled away from the well-organized line. Vexil's men followed their banner, and the departure of the Cornwell left a gap in the French formation, and some men called out angrily, even accusing Vexil of cowardice, but the Count of Asterac ignored the jibes as he slanted across the rear of the line to where he judged his horsemen were precisely opposite the prince's men, and there he found a fortuitous gap, forced his horse into the space, and let his men follow as best they could. 30 paces to Vexil's left, a Cornwell with badges showing yellow hawks on a blue field trotted up the English hill. Vexil did not see Sir Guillaume's banner, nor did Sir Guillaume see his enemy's badge of the Yale. Both men were watching the hill ahead, wondering when the archers would shoot, and admiring the bravery of the first charge's survivors, who repeatedly withdrew a few paces, reformed and recharged the stubborn English line. Not one man threatened to break the enemy, but they still tried, even when they were wounded and their destriers were limping. Then, as the second French charge neared the line of Genoese crossbowmen killed by the English archers, more trumpets sounded from the French hill, and the horses pricked back their ears and tried to go into the canter. Men curbed the destriers and twisted awkwardly in their saddles to peer through visor slits to find what the trumpets meant, and saw that the last of the French knights, the king and his household warriors, and the blind king of Bohemia and his companions, were trotting forward to add their weight and weapons to the slaughter. The King of France rode beneath his blue banner that was spattered with the golden fleur-de-lis, while the King of Bohemia's flag showed 3 white feathers on a dark red field. All the horsemen of France were committed now. The drummers sweated, the priests prayed, and the royal trumpeters gave a great fanfare to presage the death of the English army. The Count of Alençon, brother to the king,
had begun the crazed charge that had left so many Frenchmen dead on the far slope. But the Count was also dead, his leg broken by his falling horse and his skull crushed by an English axe. The men he had led, those that still lived, were dazed, arrow-stung, sweat-blinded and weary, but they fought on, turning their tired horses to thrash swords, maces and axes at men-at-arms who fended the blows with shields and raked their swords across the horses' legs. Then a new trumpet called much closer to the melee. The notes fell in urgent triplets that followed one after the other, and some of the horsemen registered the call and understood they were being ordered to withdraw, not to retreat, but to make way, for the biggest attack was yet to come. "God save the king," Will Skeet said dourly, for he had 10 arrows left, and half France was coming at him. Thomas was noticing the strange rhythm of battle, the odd lulls in the violence, and the sudden resurrection of horror. Men fought like demons and seemed invincible, and then, when the horsemen withdrew to regroup, they would lean on their shields and swords and look like men close to death. The horses would stir again, English voices would shout warnings, and the men-at-arms would straighten and lift their dented blades. The noise on the hill was overwhelming. The occasional crack of the guns that did little except make the battlefield reek with hell's dark stench, the screams of horses, the blacksmith's clangor of weapons, men panting, shouting, and moaning. Dying horses bared their teeth and thrashed the turf. Thomas blinked sweat from his eyes and stared at the long slope that was thick with dead horses, scores of them, hundreds maybe, and beyond them, approaching the bodies of the Genoese who had died under the arrow's lash. Even more horsemen were coming beneath a new spread of bright flags. Sir Guillaume? Where was he? Did he live? Then Thomas realized that the terrible opening charge, when the arrows had felled so many horses and men, had been just that, an opening. The real battle was starting now. "Will? Will?" Father Hobbs' voice called from somewhere behind the men-at-arms. "Sir William?" "Here, father." The men-at-arms made way for the priest, who was carrying an armload of arrow sheaves and leading a small frightened boy who carried still more. "A gift from the Royal Archers," Father Hobbs said, and he spilled the sheaves onto the grass. Thomas saw the arrows had the red-dyed feathers of the king's own bowmen. He drew his knife, cut a binding lace, and stuffed the new arrows into his bag. End of side 18. Side 19. "Into line! Into line!" the Earl of Northampton shouted hoarsely. His helmet was deeply dented over his right temple, and his surcoat was spotted with blood. The Prince of Wales was shouting insults at the French, who were wheeling their horses away, going back through the tangled sprawl of dead and wounded. "Archers!" the Earl called, then pulled the Prince back into the men-at-arms, who were slowly lining themselves into formation. 2 men were picking up fallen enemy lances to rearm the front rank. "Archers!" the Earl called again. Will Skeet took his men back into their old position in front of the Earl. "We're here, my lord. You have arrows? Some? Enough? Some," Skeet stubbornly answered. Thomas kicked a broken sword from under his feet. 2 or 3 paces in front of him was a dead horse with flies crawling on its wide white eyes and over the glistening blood on its black nose. Its trapper was white and yellow, and the knight who had ridden the horse was pinned under the body. The man's visor was lifted. Many of the French, and nearly all of the English men-at-arms, fought with open visors, and this dead man's eyes stared straight at Thomas, then suddenly blinked. "Sweet Jesus!" Thomas swore, as if he had seen a ghost. "Have pity," the man whispered in French. "For Christ's sake, have pity." Thomas could not hear him, for the air was filled with the drumbeat of hooves and the bray of trumpets. "Leave them! They're beat!" Will Skeet bawled, for some of his men were about to draw their bows against those horsemen who had survived the first charge and had withdrawn to realign their ranks, well within bow-shot range. "Wait!" Skeet shouted. "Wait!" Thomas looked to his left. There were dead men and horses for a mile along the slope, but it seemed the French had only broken through to the English line where he stood. Now they came again, and he blinked away sweat and watched the charge come up the slope. They came slowly this time, keeping their discipline. One knight in the French front rank was wearing extravagant white and yellow plumes on his helmet, just as if he were in a tournament. That was a dead man, Thomas thought,
for no archer could resist such a flamboyant target. Thomas looked back at the carnage in front. Were there any English among the dead? It seemed impossible that there should not be, but he could see none. A Frenchman, an arrow deep in his thigh, was staggering in a circle among the corpses, then slumped to his knees. His mail was torn at his waist, and his helmet's visor was hanging by a single rivet. For a moment, with his hands clasped over his sword's pommel, he looked just like a man at prayer. Then he slowly fell forward. A wounded horse whinnied. A man tried to rise, and Thomas saw the red cross of St. George on his arm and the red and yellow quarters of the Earl of Oxford on his jupon. So there were English casualties after all. "Wait!" Will Skeet shouted, and Thomas looked up to see that the horsemen were closer, much closer. He drew the black bow. He had shot so many arrows that the two calloused string fingers of his right hand were actually sore, while the edge of his left hand had been rubbed raw by the flick of the goose feathers whipping across its skin. The long muscles of his back and arms were sore. He was thirsty. "Wait!" Skeet shouted again, and Thomas relaxed the string a few inches. The close order of the second charge had been broken by the bodies of the crossbowmen, but the horsemen were reforming now and were well within bow range. But Will Skeet, knowing how few arrows he had, wanted them all to count. "Aim true, boys," he called. "We've no steel to waste now, so aim true. Kill the damned horses." The bows stretched to their full extent, and the string bit like fire into Thomas's sore fingers. "Now!" Skeet shouted, and a new flight of arrows skimmed the slope, this time with red feathers among the white. Jake's bowstring snapped, and he cursed as he fumbled for a replacement. A second flight whipped away, its feathers hissing in the air, and then the third arrows were on the string as the first flight struck. Horses screamed and reared. The riders flinched and then drove back spurs, as if they understood that the quickest way to escape the arrows was to ride down the archers. Thomas shot again and again, not thinking now, just looking for a horse, leading it with the steel arrowhead, then releasing. He drew out a white-feathered arrow and saw blood on the quills, and knew his bow fingers were bleeding for the first time since he had been a child. He shot again and again, until his fingers were raw flesh, and he was almost weeping from the pain. But the second charge had lost all its cohesion as the barbed points tortured the horses and the riders encountered the corpses left by the first attack. The French were stalled, unable to ride into the arrow flail, but unwilling to retreat. Horses and men fell, the drums beat on, and the rearward horsemen were pushing the front ranks into the bloody ground where the pits waited and the arrows stung. Thomas shot another arrow, watched the red feathers whip into a horse's breast, then fumbled in the arrow bag to find just one shaft left. He swore. "Arrows?" Sam called, but no one had any to spare. Thomas shot his last, then turned to find a gap in the men-at-arms that would let him escape the horsemen who would surely come, now the arrows had run out. But there were no gaps. He felt a heartbeat of pure terror. There was no escape, and the French were coming. Then, almost without thinking, he put his right hand under the horn tip of the bow and launched it high over the English men-at-arms, so it would fall behind them. The bow was an encumbrance now, so he would be rid of it, and he picked up a fallen shield, hoping to God it showed an English insignia, and pushed his left forearm into the tight loops. He drew his sword and stepped back between two of the lances held by the men-at-arms. Other archers were doing the same. "Let the archers in!" the Earl of Northampton shouted. "Let them in!" But the men-at-arms were too fearful of the rapidly approaching French to open their files. "Ready?" a man shouted. "Ready!" There was a note of hysteria in his voice. The French horsemen, now that the arrows were exhausted, were streaming up the slope between the corpses and the pits. Their lances were lowered and their spurs raked back as they demanded a last spurt from the horses before they struck the enemy. The trappers were flecked with mud and hung with arrows. Thomas watched a lance, held the unfamiliar shield high, and thought how monstrous the enemy's steel faces looked. "You'll be all right, lad," a quiet voice spoke behind him. "Hold the shield high and go for the horse." Thomas snatched a look and saw it was the grey-haired Reginald Cobham, the old champion himself, standing in the front rank. "Brace yourselves!" Cobham shouted. The horses were on top of them, vast and high, lances reaching, the noise of the hooves and the rattle of mail overwhelming. Frenchmen were shouting victory as they leaned into the lunge. "Now kill them!" Cobham shouted. The lances struck the shields, and Thomas was hurled back, and a hoof thumped his shoulder. But a man behind pushed him upright, so he was forced hard against the enemy's horse. He had no room to use the sword, and the shield was crushed against his side. There was the stench of horse sweat and blood in his nostrils. Something struck his helmet, making his skull ring and vision darken. Then miraculously the pressure was gone, and he glimpsed a patch of daylight and staggered into it, swinging the sword to where he thought the enemy was. "Shield up!" a voice screamed, and he instinctively obeyed, only to have the shield battered down. But his dazed vision was sharpening, and he could see a bright-colored trapper and a mailed foot in a big leather stirrup close to his left. He rammed his sword through the trapper and into the horse's guts, and the beast twisted away. Thomas was dragged along by the trapped blade, but managed to give it a violent tug that jerked it free so sharply that its recoil struck an English shield. The charge had not broken the line, but had broken against it like a sea wave striking a cliff. The horses recoiled, and the English men-at-arms advanced to hack at the horsemen who were relinquishing lances to draw their swords. Thomas was pushed aside by the men-at-arms. He was panting, dazed, and sweat-blinded. His head was a blur of pain. An archer was lying dead in front of him, head crushed by a hoof. Why had the man no helmet? Then the men-at-arms were reeling back as more horsemen filed through the dead to thicken the fight, all of them pushing towards the Prince of Wales's high banner. Thomas banged his shield hard into a horse's face, felt a glancing blow on his sword, and skewered the blade down the horse's flank. The rider was fighting a man on the other side of his horse, and Thomas saw a small gap between the saddle's high pommel and the man's mail skirt, and he shoved the sword up into the Frenchman's belly, heard the man's angry roar turn into a shriek, then saw the horse was falling towards him. He scrambled clear, pushing a man out of his path before the horse collapsed in a crash of armor and beating hooves. English men-at-arms swarmed over the dying beast, going to meet the next enemy. A horse with an iron garrow deep in its haunch was rearing and striking with its hooves. Another horse tried to bite Thomas, and he struck it with the shield, then flailed at its rider with his sword. But the man wheeled away, and Thomas looked desperately for the next enemy. "No prisoners!" the Earl screamed, seeing a man trying to lead a Frenchman out of the melee. The Earl had discarded his shield and was wielding his sword with both hands, hacking it like a woodman's axe, and daring any Frenchman to come and challenge him. They dared. More and more horsemen pushed into the horror. There seemed no end to them. The sky was bright with flags and streaked with steel. The grass was gouged by iron and slick with blood. A Frenchman rammed the bottom edge of his shield down onto an Englishman's helmet, wheeled the horse, lunged a sword into an archer's back, wheeled again and struck down at the man still dazed by the shield blow. "Bonjour, Saint-Denis!" he shouted. "St. George!" The Earl of Northampton, visor up and face streaked with blood, rammed his sword through a gap in a chanfron to take a horse's eye. The beast reared, and its rider fell to be trampled by a horse behind. The Earl looked for the prince and could not see him, then could not search more, for a fresh Cornwell with white crosses on black shields was forging through the melee, pushing friend and foe alike from their path as they carried their lances towards the prince's standard. Thomas saw a baffled lance coming at him, and he threw himself to the ground, where he curled into a ball and let the heavy horses crash by. "Bonjour, Saint-Denis!" the voices yelled above him, as the Count of Astorac's Cornwell struck home. Sir Guillaume de Vec had seen nothing like it. He hoped he never saw it again. He saw a great army breaking itself against a line of men on foot. It was true that the battle was not lost, and Sir Guillaume had convinced himself it could yet be won. But he was also aware of an unnatural sluggishness in himself. He liked war. He loved the release of battle. He relished imposing his will on an enemy, and he had ever profited from combat. Yet he suddenly knew he did not want to charge up the hill. There was a doom in this place, and he pushed that thought away and kicked his spurs back. "Bonjour, Saint-Denis!" he shouted, but knew he was just pretending the enthusiasm. No one else in the charge seemed afflicted by doubts. The knights were beginning to jostle each other as they strove to aim their lances at the English line. Very few arrows were flying now, and none at all were coming from the chaos ahead, where the Prince of Wales's banner flew so high. Horsemen were now charging home all along the line, hacking at the English ranks with swords and axes, but more and more men were angling across the slope to join the fury on the English right. It was there, Sir Guillaume told himself, that the battle would be won and the English broken. It would be hard work, of course, and bloody work, hacking through the prince's troops, but once the French horsemen were in the rear of the English line, it would collapse like rotted wood, and no amount of reinforcements from the top of the hill could stop that panicked rout. So fight, he told himself, fight. But there was still the nagging fear that he was riding into disaster. He had never felt anything like it, and he hated it, cursing himself for being a coward. A dismounted French knight, his helmet's facepiece torn away and blood dripping from a hand holding a broken sword, while his other hand gripped the remnants of a shield that had been split into two, staggered down the hill, then dropped to his knees and vomited. A riderless horse, stirrups flapping, galloped white-eyed across the line of the charge, with its torn trapper trailing in the grass. The turf here was flecked by the white feathers of fallen arrows that looked like a field of flowers. "Go! Go! Go!" Sir Guillaume shouted at his men, and knew he was shouting at himself. He would never tell men to go on a battlefield, but to come, to follow. And he cursed himself for using the word, and stared ahead, looking for a victim for his lance. And he watched for the pits, and tried to ignore the melee that was just to his right. He planned to widen the melee by boring into the English line, where it was still lightly engaged. Die a hero, he told himself, carried the damned lance right up the hill, and let no man ever say that Sir Guillaume d'Evêque was a coward. Then a great cheer sounded from his right, and he dared look there, away from the pits. He saw the Prince of Wales's great banner was toppling into the struggling men. The French were cheering, and Sir Guillaume's gloom lifted magically, for it was a French banner that pressed ahead, going over the place where the prince's flag had flown. And then Sir Guillaume saw the banner. He saw it and stared at it. He saw a Yale holding a cup, and he pressed his knee to turn his horse, and shouted at his men to follow him. "To war!" he shouted. To kill. And there was no more sluggishness, and no more doubts, for Sir Guillaume had found his enemy. The king saw the enemy knights with the white-crossed shields pierce his son's battle, and then he watched his son's banner fall. He could not see his son's black armor. Nothing showed on his face. "Let me go," the Bishop of Durham demanded. The king brushed a horsefly from his horse's neck. "Pray for him," he instructed the bishop. "What the hell use will prayer be?" the bishop demanded, and hefted his fearful mace. "Let me go, sire." "I need you here," the king said mildly, "and the boy must learn as I did." "I have other sons," Edward of England told himself, "though none like that one. That son will be a great king one day, a warrior king, a scourge of our enemies, if he lives. And he must learn to live in the chaos and terror of battle." "You will stay," he told the bishop firmly, then beckoned to Harold. "That badge," he said, pointing to the red banner with the Yale. "Whose is it?" The herald stared at the banner for a long time, then frowned, as if uncertain of his opinion. "Well?" the king prompted him. "I haven't seen it in 16 years, the herald said, sounding dubious of his own judgment. "But I do believe it's the badge of the Vexil family, sire." "The Vexil?" the king asked. "Vexil?" the bishop roared. "Vexil? Damn traitors! They fled from France in your great-grandfather's reign, sire, and he gave them land in Cheshire. Then they sided with Mortimer." "Ah," the king said, half smiling. So the Vexil had supported his mother and her lover, Mortimer, who together had tried to keep him from the throne. No wonder they fought well. They were trying to avenge the loss of their Cheshire estates. "The eldest son never left England," the bishop said, staring down at the widening struggle on the slope. He had to raise his voice to be heard above the din of steel. "He was a strange fellow. Became a priest. Can you credit it? An eldest son. Didn't like his father, he claimed, but we locked him up all the same." "On my orders?" the king asked. "You were very young, sire, so one of your council made sure the Vexil priest couldn't cause trouble. Sealed him up in a monastery, then beat and starved him till he was convinced he was holy. After that he was harmless, so they put him into a country parish to rot. He must be dead by now." The bishop frowned because the English line was bending backwards, pushed by the Cornwell Vexil knights. "Let me go down, sire," he pleaded. "I pray you, let me take my men down." "I asked you to pray to God rather than to me." "I have a score of priests praying," the bishop said, "and so do the French. We're deafening God with our prayers. Please, sire, I beg you." The king relented. "Go on foot," he told the bishop, "and with only one convoy." The bishop howled in triumph. then slid awkwardly off his destrier's back. Arms. Some Frenchmen tried to break through, but most were content to shout insults in the hope of drawing a handful of the dismounted English out of the shield wall. But the English discipline held. They returned insult for insult, inviting the French to come and die on their blades. Only where the Prince of Wales's banner had flown was the fighting ferocious, and there, and for 100 paces on either side, the two armies had become inextricably tangled. The English line had been torn, but it had not been pierced. Its rear ranks still defended the hill, while the front ranks had been scattered into the enemy, where they fought against the surrounding horsemen. The Earls of Northampton and Warwick had tried to keep the line steady, but the Prince of Wales had broken the formation by his eagerness to carry the fight to the enemy, and the Prince's bodyguard were now down the slope, near to the pits where so many horses lay with broken legs. It was there that Guy Vexil had lanced the Prince's standard-bearer, so that the great flag, with its lilies and leopards and gilded fringe, was being trampled by the iron-shod hoofs of his Cornwell. Thomas was 20 yards away, curled into the bloody belly of a dead horse, and flinching every time another destrier trod near him. Noise overwhelmed him, but through the shrieks and hammering he could hear English voices still shouting defiance, and he lifted his head to see Will Skeet and Father Hobb, a handful of archers and 2 men-at-arms, defending themselves against French horsemen. Thomas was tempted to stay in his blood-reeking haven, but he forced himself to scramble over the horse's body and run to Skeet's side. A French sword lanced off his helmet. He bounced off the rump of a horse, then stumbled into the small group.
"Still alive, lad,"
Skeet said.
"Jesus,"
Thomas swore.
"he ain't interested. Come on, you bastard, come on!"
Skeet was calling to a Frenchman, but the enemy preferred to carry his unbroken lance towards the battle raging about the fallen standard.
"They're still coming,"
Skeet said in tones of wonderment.
"No end to the goddamn bastards."
An archer in the Prince's green and white livery, without a helmet and bleeding from a deep shoulder wound, lurched towards Skeet's group. A Frenchman saw him, casually wheeled his horse and chopped down with a battle-axe.
"The bastard,"
Sam said, and before Skeet could stop him, he ran from the group and leaped up onto the back of the Frenchman's horse. He put an arm round the knight's neck, then simply fell backwards, dragging the man from the high saddle. 2 enemy men-at-arms tried to intervene, but the victim's horse was in their way.
"Protect him!"
Skeet shouted, and led his group to where Sam was beating fists at the Frenchman's armor. Skeet pushed Sam away, lifted the Frenchman's breastplate just enough to let a sword enter, then slid his blade into the man's chest.
"Bastard,"
Skeet said.
"got no right to kill archers. Bastard!"
He twisted the sword, rammed it in further, then yanked it free. Sam lifted the battle-axe and grinned.
"Proper weapon,"
he said, then turned as the 2 would-be rescuers came riding in.
"Bastards! Bastards!"
Sam shouted as he chopped the axe at the nearer horse. Skeet and one of the men-at-arms were flailing swords at the other beast. Thomas tried to protect them with his shield as he stabbed up at the Frenchman and felt his sword deflected by shield or armor. Then the 2 horses, both bleeding, wheeled away.
"Stay together," Skeet said. "Stay together. Watch our backs, Tom."
Thomas did not answer.
"Tom!"
Skeet shouted. But Thomas had seen the lance. There were thousands of lances on the field, but most of them were painted in spiraling colors, and this one was black, warped, and feeble. It was the lance of St. George that had hung in the cobwebs of his childhood nave, and now it was being used as the pole of a standard, and the flag that hung from the silver blade was red as blood and embroidered with a silver Yale. His heart lurched. The lance was here. All the mysteries he had tried so hard to avoid were on this battlefield. The Vexil were here. His father's killer was probably here.
"Tom!"
Skeet shouted again. Thomas just pointed at the flag.
"I have to kill them." "Don't be a fool, Tom,"
Skeet said, then whipped back as a horseman crashed in from the lower slope. The man tried to veer away from the group of infantry, but Father Hobb, the only man still carrying a bow, thrust the weapon into the horse's front legs, tangling them and snapping the bow. The horse collapsed with a crash by their side, and Sam whacked the axe into the screaming knight's spine.
"Vexil!"
Thomas shouted as loud as he could.
"Vexil!"
"Lost his bloody head," Skeet said to Father Hobb. "He hasn't," the priest said. He was without a weapon now, but when Sam had finished chopping his new axe through mail and leather, the priest took the dead Frenchman's falchion that he hefted appreciatively. "Vaxil! Vaxil!" Thomas screamed. One of the knights about the Yale standard heard the shout and turned his pig-snouted helmet. It seemed to Thomas that the man stared at him through the snout's eye slits for a long time, though it could only have been for a heartbeat or two, because the man was assailed by footmen. He was defending himself skillfully, his horse dancing the battle steps to keep itself from being hamstrung, but the rider beat down one Englishman's sword and slashed his left spur across the face of the other before turning the quick horse and killing the first man with a lunge of his sword. The second man wheeled away, and the pig-snouted knight turned and trotted straight at Thomas. "Asking for bloody trouble," Skeet growled, but went to Thomas's side. The knight swerved at the last moment and beat down with his sword. Thomas parried and was shocked by the force of the man's blow that stung his shield arm to his shoulder. The horse was gone, turned, came back, and the knight beat at him again. Skeet lunged at the horse, but the destrier had a mail coat under its trapper, and the sword slid away. Thomas parried again and was half beaten to his knees. Then the horseman was 3 paces away. The destrier was swivelling fast, and the knight raised his sword hand and pushed up his pig snout, and Thomas saw it was Sir Simon Jekyll. End of side 19. Side 20. Anger rose in Thomas like bile, and ignoring Skeet's warning shout, he ran forward, sword swinging. Sir Simon parried the blow with contemptuous ease. The trained horse sidestepped delicately, and Sir Simon's blade was coming back fast. Thomas had to twist aside, and even so, fast as he was, the blade clanged against his helmet with stunning force. "This time you'll die," Sir Simon said, and he lunged with the blade, thrusting with killing force on Thomas's mail-clad chest. But Thomas had tripped on a corpse and was already falling backwards. The lunge pushed him down faster, and he sprawled on his back, his head spinning from the blow to his helmet. There was no one to help him any more, for he had dashed away from Skeet's group that was defending itself against a new rush of horsemen. Thomas tried to stand, but a pain ripped at his head, and he was winded by the blow to his chest. Then Sir Simon was leaning down from his saddle, and his long sword was seeking Tom's protected face. "Goddamn bastard!" Sir Simon said, then opened his mouth wide as though he was yawning. He stared at Thomas, then spewed a stream of blood that spattered Thomas's face. A lance had gone clean through Sir Simon's side, and Thomas, shaking the blood from his eyes, saw that a Frenchman had thrust the blue and yellow lance. A horseman? Only the French were mounted, but Thomas had seen the horseman let go of the lance that was hanging from Sir Simon's side. And now the Englishman, eyes rolling, was swaying in his saddle, choking and dying. Then Thomas saw the trappers of the horsemen who had swept past him. They showed yellow hawks on a blue field. Thomas staggered to his feet. Sweet Christ, but he had to learn how to fight with a sword. A bow was not enough. Sir Guillaume's men were past him now, cutting into the Vexil Cornwell. Will Skeet shouted at Thomas to come back, but he stubbornly followed Sir Guillaume's men. Frenchman was fighting Frenchman. The Vexil had almost broken the English line, but now they had to defend their backs, while English men-at-arms tried to hold them from their saddles. "Vexil! Vexil!" Sir Guillaume shouted, not knowing which visored man was his enemy. He beat again and again on a man's shield, bending him back in his saddle. Then he chopped the sword down on the horse's neck, and the beast dropped, and an Englishman, a priest, was slashing the fallen knight's head with a falchion. A flash of rearing colour made Sir Guillaume look to his right. The Prince of Wales's banner had been rescued and raised. He looked back to find Vexil, but saw only a half-dozen horsemen with white crosses on their black shields. He spurred towards them, raised his own shield to fend off an axe blow, and lunged his sword into a man's thigh, twisted it clear, felt a blow on his back, turned the horse with his knee, and parried a high sword blow. Men were shouting at him, demanding to know why he fought his own side. Then the Vexil's standard-bearer began to topple as his horse was hamstrung. 2 archers were slashing at the beast's legs, and the silver Yale fell into the melee as Henry Colley let go of the old lance to draw his sword. "Bastards!" he shouted at the men who had hamstrung his horse. "Bastards!" He slashed the blade down, hacking into a man's mailed shoulder. Then a great roar made him turn to see a heavy man in plate and mail, and with a crucifix about his neck, wielding a mace. Colley, still on his collapsing horse, swung at the bishop, who hammered the sword away with his shield, and then slammed the mace down onto Colley's helmet. "In the name of God!" the bishop roared as he dragged the spikes free of the mangled helmet.
collie was dead, his skull crushed, and the bishop swung the bloody mace at a horse with a yellow and blue trap up, but the rider swerved at the last instant. Sir Guillaume never saw the bishop with his mace. Instead, he had seen that one of the Vexil Cornwell had finer armor than the others, and he raked back his spurs to reach that man, but felt his own horse faltering, and he looked behind to glimpse, through the constricting slits in his visor, that Englishmen were hacking at his horse's rear legs. He beat the swords back, but the animal was sinking down, and a huge voice was shouting, "Clear my way! I want to kill the bastard! In the name of Christ, out of the way!" Sir Guillaume did not understand the words, but suddenly an arm was around his neck, and he was being hauled out of the saddle. He shouted in anger, then had the breath driven from him as he thumped onto the ground. A man was holding him down, and Sir Guillaume tried to hit him with his sword, but his wounded horse was thrashing beside him, threatening to roll on him, and Sir Guillaume's assailant dragged him free, then twisted the Frenchman's sword away. "Just lie there!" a voice shouted at Sir Guillaume. "Is the goddamn bastard dead?" the bishop roared. "He's dead," Thomas shouted. "Praise God! On! Kill!" "Thomas," Sir Guillaume squirmed. "Don't move," Thomas said. "I want Vexil." "They've gone!" Thomas shouted. "They've gone! Lie still!" Guy Vexil, assailed from two sides, and with his red banner fallen, had pulled his 3 remaining men back, but only to join the last of the French horsemen. The king himself, with his friend the King of Bohemia, was entering the melee. Although John of Bohemia was blind, he had insisted on fighting, and so his bodyguard had tied their horses' reins together and put the king's destrier in their center so that he could not lose them. "Prague!" they shouted their war cry. "Prague!" The king's son, Prince Charles, was also tied into the group. "Prague!" he shouted, as the Bohemian knights led the last charge, except it was not a charge, but a blundering advance through a tangle of corpses and thrashing bodies and terrified horses. The Prince of Wales still lived. The gold fillet had been half cut from his helmet, and the top edge of his shield had been split in a half-dozen places. But now he led the countercharge, and 100 men went with him, snarling and screaming, wanting nothing else but to maul this last enemy who came in the dying light to the killing place where so many Frenchmen had died. The Earl of Northampton, who had been mustering the rearward ranks of the prince's battle to keep them in line, sensed that the battle had turned. The vast pressure against the English men-at-arms had weakened, and though the French were trying again, their best men were bloodied or dead, and the new ones were coming too slowly, and so he shouted at his footmen to follow him. "Just kill them!" he shouted. "Just kill them!" Archers, men-at-arms, and even hobelards, who had come from their place inside the wagon circles that protected the guns on the flanks of the line, swarmed at the French. To Thomas, crouching beside Sir Guillaume, it was like the mindless rage of the Bridge of Caen all over again. This was madness released, a blood-crazed madness, but the French would suffer for it. The English had endured deep into the long summer evening, and they wanted revenge for the terror of watching the big horses come at them, and so they clawed and beat and slashed at the royal horsemen. The Prince of Wales led them, fighting beside archers and men-at-arms, hacking down horses and butchering their riders in a frenzy of blood. The King of Mallorca died, and the Count of St. Paul, and the Duke of Lorraine and the Count of Flanders. Then Bohemia's flag, with its 3 white feathers, fell, and the blind king was dragged down to be butchered by axes, maces, and swords. A king's ransom died with the king, and his son bled to death on his father's body, as his bodyguard, hampered by the dead horses that were still tied to the living beasts, were slaughtered one after the other by Englishmen, no longer shouting a war cry, but screaming in a howling frenzy like lost souls. They were streaked with blood, stained and spattered and soaked in it, but the blood was French. The Prince of Wales cursed the dying Bohemians, blaming them for barring his approach to the French king, whose blue and gold banner still flew. 2 English men-at-arms were hacking at the king's horse. The royal bodyguard was spurring to kill them. More men in English livery were running to bring Philip down, and the prince wanted to be there, to be the man who took the enemy king captive. But one of the Bohemian horses, dying, lurched on its side, and the prince was still wearing his spurs, and one of them became caught in the dying horse's trapper. The prince lurched, was trapped, and it was then that Guy Vexil saw the black armor and the royal surcoat and the broken fillet of gold, and saw too that the prince was unbalanced amidst the dying horses. So Guy Vexil turned and charged. Thomas saw Vexil turn. He could not reach the charging horseman with his sword, for that would mean clambering over the same horses where the prince was trapped. But under his right hand was a black ash shaft tipped with silver, and he snatched up the lance and ran at the charging man. Skeet was there too, scrambling over the Bohemian horses with his old sword. The lance of St. George struck Guy Vexil on the chest. The silver blade crumpled and tangled with the crimson banner, but the old ash shaft had just enough strength to knock the horseman back and keep his sword from the prince, who was being pulled free by two of his men-at-arms. Vexil hacked again, reaching far from his saddle, and Will Skeet bellowed at him and thrust his sword hard up at Vexil's waist. But the black shield deflected the lunge, and Vexil's trained horse instinctively turned into the attack, and the rider slashed down hard. "No!" Thomas shouted. He thrust the lance again, but it was a feeble weapon, and the dry ash splintered against Vexil's shield. Will Skeet was sinking, blood showing at the ragged gash in his helmet. Vexil raised his sword to strike at Skeet a second time as Thomas stumbled forward. The sword fell, slicing into Skeet's head. Then the blank mask of Vexil's dark visor swung towards Thomas. Will Skeet was on the ground, not moving. Vexil's horse turned to bring its master to where he could kill most efficiently, and Thomas saw death in the Frenchman's bright sword. But then, in panic desperation, he rammed the broken end of the black lance into the destrier's open mouth and gouged the ragged wood deep into the animal's tongue. The stallion sheared away, screaming and rearing, and Vexil was thrown hard against his saddle's cantle. The horse, eyes white behind its chanfron and mouth dripping blood, turned back to Thomas, but the Prince of Wales had been freed from the dying horse, and he brought two men-at-arms to attack Vexil's other flank, and the horseman parried the prince's sword blow, then saw he must be overwhelmed, and so drove back his spurs to take his horse through the melee and away from danger. "Calix meus inebrians!" Thomas shouted. He did not know why. The words just came to him, his father's dying words, but they made Vexil look back. He stared through the eye slits, saw the dark-haired man who was holding his own banner. Then a new surge of vengeful Englishmen spilled down the slope, and he pricked his horse through the carnage and the dying men and the broken dreams of France. A cheer sounded from the English hilltop. The king had ordered his mounted reserve of knights to charge the French, and as those men lowered their lances, still more horses were being hurried from the baggage park, so that more men could mount and pursue the beaten enemy. John of Hainault, Lord of Beaumont, took the French king's reins and dragged Philip away from the melee. The horse was a remount, for one royal horse had already been killed, while the king himself had taken a wound in the face because he had insisted on fighting with his visor up, so that his men would know he was on the field. "It is time to go, sire," the Lord of Beaumont said gently. "Is it over?" Philip asked. There were tears in his eyes and incredulity in his voice. "It's over, sire," the Lord of Beaumont said. The English were howling like dogs, and the chivalry of France was twitching and bleeding on a hillside. John of Hainault did not know how it had happened, only that the battle, the Oriflamme, and the pride of France were all lost. "Come, sire," he said, and dragged the king's horse away. Groups of French knights, their horses' trappers rattling with arrows, were crossing the valley to the far woods that were dark with the coming night. "That astrologer, John," the French king said. "Sire, have him put to death. Bloodily. You hear me? Bloodily." The king was weeping as, with the handful of his bodyguard that was left, he rode away. More and more Frenchmen were fleeing to seek safety in the gathering dark, and their retreat turned into a gallop as the first English horsemen of the battle burst through the remnants of their battered line to begin the pursuit. The English slope seemed to twitch as the men-at-arms wandered among the wounded and dead. The twitching was the jerking of the dying men and horses. The valley floor was scattered with the Genoese who had been killed by their own paymasters. It was suddenly very quiet. There was no clang of steel, no hoarse shouts, and no drums. There were moans and weeping and sometimes a gasp, but it seemed quiet. The wind stirred the fallen banners and flickered the white feathers of the fallen arrows that had reminded Sir Guillaume of a spread of flowers. and it was over. Sir William Skeet lived.